All right, guys, we're like 30 minutes into the episode, but you know what? It's okay. So we're just going to hop on here and react to the rest of it.
Here are some more devastating points of this hearing, okay? Lance confirmed my report that Tyler was not political. If Lance is to be believed, then their entire leftist rage motive about LGBTQ rights virtually just disappeared, okay? Take a listen.
Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I still don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did he ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policy.
See, and the only reason that guy is asking that is because the media and Turning Point and all these people pushed so hard that it was this creepy trans ideology, and he hated Charlie so much for being against it, and that's why he killed him. And he's saying that they never even talked about that.
Policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Oh, I think we reported that it was a family filled with Trump supporters, and you're telling me just he would maybe hear something on radio and talk about a policy issue. Didn't seem to stress that he hated Trump there. You never heard him speak about LGBTQ issues. Are you telling me that people were trying to essentially launch a civil war between the left and the right, and the very people who claim to be fighting that sort of stuff were actually trying to instigate it? Trying to instigate that left versus right, gay versus straight. This was being initiated by the right because they just couldn't wait to hear anything beyond what the Fed was serving. But there was even more explosive testimony, believe it or not, and it got really scientific. And it came from the ATF on the final day. This is actually my view of the reason that the influencers went positively insane and suddenly pretended that they were made privy to some 4K HD video footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot on the roof. They, of course, were lying through their teeth. We're going to get to that later. But I believe that the reason they did it, the reason why they went insane, was to overcome the testimony of Caitlin Oliver, okay? Caitlin Oliver was the ATF's forensic biologist, and she gave a devastating testimony it was devastating to the prosecution. And these are the major points from that testimony, okay? First, she explicitly admitted that the media's assertion that Tyler Robinson's DNA was found on the gun was, and I quote, a scientifically indefensible statement. Take a listen.
From a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
Tyler Robinson's lawyer then goes through great pains to show that the media and the influencers took what was essentially scientific jargon and they lied. And I'm going to explain that to you, so I want you to lock in, okay? You may have heard them over and over again stipulating that Tyler Robinson was a major contributor to the DNA sample, right? So if you're uninitiated and you hear that, it sounds like it means Tyler Robinson's DNA was all over the gun. He's a major contributor to the DNA sample. But it actually does not mean that at all. And I want you to take a listen to what she says, and then I'm going to break it down for you further so that you can understand what they did here.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor.
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay.
So I'm going to break that down further and why this is really big, and we're building on something else that she's going to say that is explosive. So the idea of what she's explaining is that, like, this is my mug. I drink out of this mug every day. So I definitively would have the most DNA fingerprints all over this mug. But occasionally, Ashley, my producer, will go fill up the mug. So let's say Ashley, when she fills up the mug, I'm all on the handle. Maybe Ashley just touches her 2 fingers here when she fills up the water, okay? She is saying that these are mixed samples. So let's say they just took a sample right here of where Ashley happens to have touched it, but it still also has my fingerprint on it. Ashley could be described as a major contributor to the DNA sample, despite the fact that this is my mug and the majority of this mug has my DNA on it. Ashley could be described because they just carved out that one portion which happens to have Ashley's DNA on it. So they intentionally misconstrued the intention of the ATF report when they were relying on a sample in which Tyler Robinson was the major contributor of that particular mixed sample. And he also went through great lengths to explain to people why they don't use, since 1996, they actually don't rely on mixed samples for that very reason, because it confuses matters. They try to isolate samples. She then confirms our repeat report, as you just heard her, that there was a minimum of 5 sets of DNA on some of these mixed samples, 4 sets of DNA. Could be more people that actually were also found on the gun, but prints which were found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. It also included Matt Robinson, Tyler's father. I'm gonna guess that it also included his brothers. And of those multiple sets, and this is what is crucial and is explosive, and everyone should have reported on this. She reported that Tyler Robinson's DNA sample was the most degraded. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. Tyler Robinson, despite all of these prints on the gun, Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded, or his DNA was the most degraded. And I'm gonna explain that in a second. Take a listen to her say that.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct, so they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
Exhibit 1.3, do you know where that swab was taken from?
I'd have to refer back to page 2.
Can we refer back to page 2, please, Kimberly? Thank you.
1.3 is the swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle.
All right, going back to page 5. And we've had some talk, some testimony from you and some questions for you about the likelihood ratios. What was your conclusion as to the likelihood ratio that you analyzed in this question in calculation number 3?
I don't think we need this.
The DNA profile was at least one.
Okay, so you heard her say that his was the most degraded of the firearms, and she's talking about the trigger guard and the trigger. She's not sure where they got the sample from, and that's a huge difference because they kept saying that his DNA was on the trigger, and she's admitting it could be the trigger guard. That's just the cover for the trigger. And of all of the samples that were on there, Tyler's was the most degraded. That is an absolute bombshell. And let me explain why. Okay, because it's not possible. For clarity, earlier on, she discusses that DNA can stay on an object for a very long time. She doesn't get specific. I can tell you, and you can research this on your own, DNA can stay on an object for decades, okay? But over time, it can certainly degrade. It can degrade because it's been exposed, and she does testify to humidity over time. Dust particles begin to set in. If you just put up your grandpa's gun and dust particles are just sitting in your house because you don't use it, that would be a reason that it might degrade. Maybe you had water on it, it might degrade. It does not seem to me that DNA would suddenly degrade immediately after someone shoots a person, jumps off a rooftop, and tosses the gun into a nearby bush. Okay? This registers to me as more evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. There is no reason why Lance Twiggs's prints are less degraded than Tyler Robinson's prints on this gun if Tyler Robinson is the shooter. It is a massive admission by her that his prints were degrading, given how much it takes to degrade those prints. So that was something that I felt that they were intentionally trying to gloss over, and realizing that she's basically kind of asserting like Matt Robinson and Lance Twiggs had a stronger DNA sample than Tyler Robinson did. He was the most degraded. And then, of course, when you couple this with the day earlier, the ATFs, every time the ATF spoke, it was devastating for the prosecution. The ATF ballistics expert was a woman named Samantha Carner. She spoke on day 4, and she similarly gave testimony that was very in the weeds and scientific. And whenever they do that, I just start researching the numbers they're saying, because I know that there's a point being made. And Tyler Robinson's defense did a very good job of asking her to read her report of the diameter range for the bullet jacket fragment. By the way, it was weird off the bat that they said they took 7 fragments from Charlie's body. She testifies that she only received 4 of them in an envelope, in a manila envelope. So 3 disappeared. Of the 4 that she got, 3 of them were unusable, and then she was left with 1, which she labeled 6A, and that's what they're discussing, this bullet jacket fragment. And she gives this a range of diameter, and it describes in detail why she gave it that range and how confident she was that you were looking for a bullet that would be in this range of a diameter. Take a listen to this testimony and the range that she gives.
The range of the diameter for the 6A bullet jacket fragment was 0.286 to 0.301 inches.
The reason why that matters is because it's too small for Tyler's 30-06. That's why he was going through great lengths to get her saying that on record, because a 30-06 would begin at 0.308. And then it goes upward, the cartridge diameter goes upward to 0.471. So she's basically admitting it's not Tyler Robinson's gun. I would love to see this go on. I would love to see this go further because, well, if people are going to be able to see the full extent of this trial, you are going to really appreciate the psychological campaign further that is being employed right now.
One thing I don't remember from the trial, and I watched every minute of it, so correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't remember them ever saying, oh yeah, we did a forensics or whatever workup on the gun, and we can tell that it was fired that day. Like whatever study or like thing they do on it. I don't remember them ever saying like, oh yeah, you can tell it was fired, or you can tell it hasn't been fired recently. I'm not sure.
Audacity of these influencers. We return now to exhibit 12.4. Okay, 12.4 again is the original compilation footage. It's the footage of Tyler Robinson or Timothy Chalamet, right? Or Timothy Chalamet. Maybe it's Ben Shapiro. I don't know. Maybe Ben Shapiro's a little too short. But any brunette male, right, of a decent height could be walking up these stairs. And they're giving us this compilation of parking garage footage plus footage of Tyler Robinson jumping onto the rooftop. They made it clear on day 2 of the trial that 12.4, this compilation, does not show Tyler Robinson taking the shot. Okay, they made that perfectly clear, and take a listen to that.
If you wouldn't mind just describing in a bit more detail what this compilation includes.
The compilation shows the movements of the individual believed to be Mr. Robinson on Utah Valley University campus, arriving and leaving in a vehicle, arriving and leaving on foot, and then returning and leaving, and then attempting to gain access again in a vehicle. And his movements throughout the day are included in the videos also.
Is there any footage of the alleged shooting?
There is not, Judge.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So 12.4 does not have any footage, did not capture footage of Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot, who they believe is Tyler Robinson actually taking a shot. Also on day 2, they discussed a piece of footage that was born from 12.4, okay? They discussed it, and it was an exhibit that was labeled 12.1. It was the same footage as 12.4, which we've all seen. That is available. You can go watch that entire footage. You can watch that day 2 of the trial. It is the same footage, but except they claim that they enhanced the footage, and they were very clear about what that meant. This was a whole back and forth about what does it mean you took 12.4 and you enhanced it, and here is what they said 12.1 was. Take a listen.
Let's return again to What's Been Marked State's Exhibit 12.1. Again, you've reviewed that video.
Yes.
And the difference between 12.1, or what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1, and 12.4 are, if I understand you correctly, are these enhancements that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And specifically, what be specific about the enhancements, and let's go one at a time.
Okay.
I think there's a reference to either red circles or red highlights. I think
Correct.
That's how Mr. Olson described it. Red highlights.
Yes.
Do you know what he's or what is he referencing by the red highlights, or what do you believe he's referencing?
I believe he's referring to red ovals or circles that were placed over the image to identify specific individuals of note.
I think the next enhancement that has been mentioned and that we've talked about is there's some blurring.
Yes.
Do you know what that? Tell us what that is. What blurring do you see in what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1 that you now don't see in 12.4?
If I recall, there were some individuals in the parking garage footage, and their faces were blurred. Excuse me.
Is anything other than faces being blurred? And then the last thing is, I believe, is there's some zooming in and zooming out that's in 12.1 that has been removed
Yes.
from 12.4. What can you tell us about the zooming in and the zooming out?
Predominantly, it's in the area that was referred to as viewing the Losi building rooftop. I believe it focuses on the area where Mr. Robinson comes up the stairs and onto the rooftop. Those portions of that particular footage were zoomed in for clarity.
So to reiterate, 12.1 is simply an enhanced video of 12.4. What enhanced means is that it zooms in at the end on the Losi Center portion. When we just see a blur running across, they said we zoomed in on this. And I don't know about you guys. My experience is that when you zoom in, things become less clear on my phone, but I've never claimed to be a tech genius. We're also told that it features highlights, and they've added some red circles like we do often on this show. And they also decided to blur some faces of other people that were in the background during the parking lot shots. They made this clear. Beyond that, they actually showed 12.1 already in court, but it was for the judge and the witness only, except they made a mistake. And they accidentally left their computer open, so Court TV captured some of that footage. And you can see that it is literally the exact same video as 12.4, but it's been zoomed in. So great work from this ex-user at CanCon for catching that. I don't know if we can pull that up, Sky. Around the 2:35 mark, he zooms in and shows the video. Actually, did you pull that link by any chance? Yeah, let's play that. Let's play this link so you can actually see it yourselves before we watch how the influencers reacted. There they are watching it on the screen.
Okay, now you can see that this is the top right quadrant that you would be looking at when the camera moved to where Robinson jumps off, allegedly Robinson jumps off the roof. Now, you can't see this here because it's a little difficult. I'll zoom in as much as I can so you guys can see, but the clear identifying image of Tyler Robinson, you're going to see it on this screen. And again, this is at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 27 seconds on Court TV's day 2 of the trial. Okay, so you're going to see here, correction, it's 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 30 seconds. He's running across now. I don't know if you can see it because all he is a pixel. That's all he is a pixel. He's running across right now. Watch.
I can see it. Just saw the pixel.
That's it. That's the enhanced version that everybody wants to condemn this guy on. Again,
Somebody in the chat said, what's your take on people's opinion on the case in your age range where you are? Are people buying the slop? The thing is, like, there's news that people, like a normal person knows, and then there's news that people following the case know. So when it comes to, like, just the in general of, like, college students, the farthest people will say is, like, oh, yeah, I know who Erica Kirk is, and I've seen a picture of the guy that shot Charlie Kirk. That's, like, it. But for people that are following the case, like other people that I've talked to on social media, no, bro. Like, I know a couple people, a good amount of people, like, within Turning Point still that still follow them, but they just regurgitate the narrative. So it's nothing unique.
I'm not saying one way or the other here. I am not saying one way or the other here. But that's the enhanced photo that everybody has seen in the courtroom. That's it. It was leaked by the state. It was on one of the state attorneys.
Fantastic work. He is correct. I fact-checked that. We looked at it. We saw them go back and forth about why they didn't want to play it for the public. And sure enough, they made a mistake and accidentally played it for the public. That blur that you just saw. Now, granted, obviously, we're looking at a video of a video, but that's the video. That's it. And it's born of 12.4, which you are free to watch yourself on day 2 of the trial, and you can zoom in yourself and you can see it's still blurry. There is nothing identifying about Tyler Robinson, but that's not why Erica asked the influencers to come, right? She didn't ask the influencers come to demonstrate the truth or be honest about what they saw. So here is Benny Johnson's reaction to the video. Take a listen.
Boo!
We're outside of the 4th District Courthouse here in Utah. The Charlie Kirk preliminary murder trial just wrapped. We were there and witnessed everything. And you have to hear this because it was devastating what we watched. And the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of
4K.
Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face. You can see crystal clear the license plate number on his vehicle, his movements on the rooftop. You can time it up to when Charlie Kirk was murdered. And what you also couldn't see was what happened inside of the courthouse. Erica Kirk was sobbing in the arms of her mother-in-law, Charlie's mother, Mrs. Kirk. Feet away is Tyler Robinson, pale, sallow, bony, emaciated, staring at the floor the whole time. Twitching and looking straight ahead, refuses to watch the video, refused to make eye contact with the family. Emotional day. The judge played all 20 minutes of the high definition security footage, and the whole courthouse gasped when it was over. It was really tough to watch. The prosecution has a demonstrable, overwhelming case. They said that multiple times. The defense has nothing. They asked minutia questions about DNA evidence, but the judge was just shooing them along as we get to this 4K video reveal that will eventually be made public.
He said 4K
it's
twice.
Already a case that is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. But once you see this video, you will cast out all of the demons that have been attacking the Kirk family. It has been one of the most grotesque demonic evils that have been visited upon innocent people has happened to this beautiful family. Once you see all of the evidence that we saw today, it's over. And that's what the lawyers said today. Please Pray. Erica Kirk asked us to do this. Pray for a speedy trial. We have a right to a speedy trial here. It's in our Constitution. We don't have to wait years in order to get to a trial phase here. We want justice to be done. Justice has to be done in this case, and done immediately. So please pray for the Kirks. They've been through enough. Time for justice for the widow. And just a word to all the Christians out there. The Bible calls us in the Old Testament, the New Testament, to defend the widow, to defend the orphan.
Dude, there's no way.
I
don't even remember him saying that.
And so be a Christian today.
Wow.
Be upright. Please pray for justice in this case and a speedy trial. Thank you. God bless you.
I made a meme about this. Hold on, I'm playing it real quick.
I'm not gonna be gaslit. Not anymore. I won't be gaslit anymore. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Shout out Jinxie. All right. She's speechless.
It's so
She's speechless.
Shameless and grotesque and dishonest, and the amount of money being spent on this for these emotional assets to come out and wax poetic and then not realize they made a mistake, and now they're all kind of backtracking, being like, oh, no, it doesn't actually show him get shot, but it shows him getting into the prone position, and oh, they didn't realize that they had no idea when they all started making these videos to cover up the minutia of the DNA evidence. They were talking about the DNA evidence. Don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the video that we're telling you was exclusively shown to us, which is, it's crazy, but it was so clear at the very end of day 5, they showed the influencers 4K HD, perfectly clear. Everyone else was spending 9 hours a day watching every day of the hearing, but they waited till the end to give this gift to the same influencers who have been trying to help the government wage a war against our minds. This is a psychological operation. It is failing. It is, like I said, requiring an unbelievable amount of money. And now I get why they had to file for FARA, right? People are getting paid. There is no other explanation for how people could lie like this. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at Benny Johnson. I've never had an issue with Benny Johnson. This gives me an issue with Benny Johnson. How do you lie like that? All of the influencers who came out and lied, this word overwhelming. The reason why they do that sort of repetition, just so you guys understand, is because it's proven effective in the past. It used to work. How many of you guys watching this right now did actually lock down at home and believe that you were going to die from COVID? Wear a mask. 6 feet social distancing. The evidence is overwhelming against Tyler Robinson. They have shown, right, over the course of many decades that these sorts of psychological operations work. If you repeat something enough times, it can become true for some people, even if it defies common sense. Like I said, I was willing to concede points. Like, I've been investigating. It's possible we got something. Nothing that they presented. In fact, the contrary was presented.
This was actually, so I tweeted this out. I said, it's like they all use the same words every time something happens. You're attacking a widow. You're demonic, conspiracy theorist, mountain of evidence, overwhelming, NPC behavior. I said NPC behavior. And then Candace quoted my tweet and said, I always say this, the number one issue with their paid campaigns, they all say the exact same thing, as though there is a shortage of adjectives available to them. I assume it's because they ran psychological experiments in the past, wherein they discovered that repetition has hypnotizing effect, but that simulation was broken with COVID. Wear a mask, save lives, 2 weeks to slow the spread. The evidence is overwhelming. So, it's so true, dude. That's why I tweeted that, because I was like, bro, everyone's just saying the same thing. Widow, overwhelming, Tyler Robinson's the guy. It's so, I don't even like using the word fed slop, because it's true, but it's such an overused term and people just throw it around. But it's so true, dude. People just they literally just, it's NPC behavior. That's all it is. They're sheep. That's what it is. They're sheep. They're just sheep.
It's not minute when they're talking about the DNA. It's not minute when the ATF is saying that the most degraded sample was Tyler Robinson's on not the trigger, or not clear if it's the trigger or the trigger cover. That's not minute. That is a crucial detail in which somebody's going to have to explain. Somebody's going to have to explain why Lance Twiggs is not being considered a suspect when his DNA is on everything, more of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun. That requires a logical explanation, not a unit of influencers that are taking money trying to convince us of the opposite. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a war for your your mind. I think you understand that. And they put me on trial in a variety of ways. And I don't actually care because
Or in the mind, shout out Lauryn Hill.
I'm built for this. I am not going to watch Charlie Kirk, my friend, be assassinated in broad daylight, watch everyone turn their back on him for money, and sit back idly and allow it to still go. That doesn't...
It's so true, bro. So many people do this for money. Like, it's... Whether it's Twitter engagement, the paid campaigns being paid to say certain things, the whatever companies they work for, bro, the group chats, whatever it is. None of these people say this in free will because it wouldn't be so coordinated. It wouldn't be the same wording and the same phrases over and over again. Because if it was, that would just be a giant coincidence, but it's not a coincidence when it's the groups of people that believe a certain thing are all saying the same thing.
That doesn't work for me. And actually, I am so rested right now and so ready for war that they have... If the last 9-10 months was basically me feeling weakened, having watched that in a state of mourning and feeling like every day I was just sort of coming up for air, they're not going to like what comes next.
Oh, God.
Because I'm 100% ready for it.
Good.
And one of the biggest bombshells, which we're going to cover when we get back from a break, I know we're over time, but we got to do it, is Ben Shapiro's admission. We'll be right back. All right, you guys. So I recently went on a trip to Russia, and it completely shattered my preconception.
Sorry.
That's me, Bridge America. Funk like I function. You guys in conference hot and try for some Turning Point US Cozy Earth right here. Charlie Kirk was betrayed.
Facts.
That is evident. He's
Facts.
being betrayed every single day.
Yep.
I can't wait to get into Turning Point USA and the crash out they had online. Andrew Colvett finally coming up to the surface. Deceitful, the Judas, no question. My dream was on point about who he is, and everyone is now seeing his character. So much so that Ben Shapiro actually ventured out to tell the truth about him and Charlie's relationship, while Andrew really was going to say that Charlie and Ben were friends. It is actually one of the markers for me that something was very wrong was how instantly involved Ben Shapiro was. I said this on the show. I said, Ben Shapiro is acting really weird. He never liked Charlie. Charlie never liked him. This is a known fact. Anybody who knows Charlie Kirk knows that he did not like Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro attempted to stop Charlie from rising. It's just a fact. Like everybody else, when he began his career, ooh, that's cool, it's Ben Shapiro, I'd love to work with him. And then you find out about Ben Shapiro's character and how he operates behind the scenes to stop people. Just like Megyn Kelly has had that experience recently. It is just who Ben is. It's how he was raised. And apparently it has a lot to do with his father, who controls accounts and uses pen names to write nice stuff about his son and follows him wherever he works. There is a psychopathology there without question. Now, I kept saying that I don't know how, but I do feel that somehow Ben Shapiro was tied up in this. I'll pick up the bloody mic. He races to give $1 million. His company is suffering, but he's giving $1 million, Turning Point USA. Erica allows him to open despite what she knows, which is that her husband didn't like this guy at AmFest. What is going on here?
That is the thing. When I went to AmFest, and because this was before I even was kind of calling Erica out. Like, the first time I really called her out, even somewhat, was in January. AmFest was like early to mid December. So, but when they opened with Ben Shapiro, bro, I was like, why? Why? Like, why? Like, actually, why? It makes no sense. Because when I'm thinking of Charlie Kirk, I'm not thinking of Ben Shapiro. I'm thinking of Candace Owens. I'm thinking of even people on his podcast before Ben Shapiro. But he's the opening speaker for the biggest event Turning Point puts on in the entire year. Weird.
What is actually happening here? Then there was this really strange phone call that I had with Matt Walsh, and I did not know that Ben Shapiro was in town on this date when I had the phone call. I'll talk about that another time because we are pressed for time, but I explained to my team, and I made it clear to them on that December day that I just feel like Daily Wire is somehow more involved in this, and I don't really know how. Well, guess what? The answer arrived. Ben Shapiro shared something that is stunning. It is crazy. When we left, we were talking about this car ride. Something is not right about this car ride to the hospital, which Brian Harpole is suing me over and using Ben Shapiro's lawyers and Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law to do so.
I didn't even know that.
Right? Ben Shapiro's lawyers who have been suing me and my family for years because he can't earn, he has to steal. And the courts is a great way to do that. Violations. You violated a non-disparagement. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you into bankruptcy. You can't win without stealing. Well, Ben Shapiro made this admission, which was shocking, about what took place in that very short car ride, approximate 7-minute car ride to the hospital after Charlie got hit. Ben Shapiro was receiving live updates from somebody in that vehicle. Take a listen.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. There's visual time.
Yeah, that's like, how is that even in the realm of possibility? Because I forgot he said it literally like that, honestly. I thought we were kind of like assuming that, but no, he literally said on the way to the... Okay, that's actually insane.
Timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
What? Why? Why?
Somebody make that make sense. Go ahead. You're going to have to become a conspiracy theorist to make that make sense. This is the enemy of Charlie Kirk is telling you that he was receiving live updates during 7 minutes, critical minutes, while Charlie was bleeding in the back seat, while Brian Harpole, let's go back and actually show our diagram. Brian Harpole stipulates that it couldn't have been him that was providing those updates because he was just packing like 40 feet of gauze into Charlie's neck, and it couldn't have been Rick Cutler because Rick Cutler had him. He had the tattoo. He was holding his brother. He saw the tattoo with 2 hands because the door was wide open because Charlie's so tall he was hanging out, and there's evidence of that.
I mean, these guys just look like feds. Like, and I mean feds in like the worst way possible. The freaking glasses, bro. But obviously Brian Harpole and Dan Flood are so sus. I don't know as much on Rick and Justin, but like even Frank's a creep. But dude, I have no words.
Because they caught a police tail. Then we have Frank Turek. Now, his story, I will say, is a little complicated. We are told he was praying in the back seat, but also Frank says that he started CPR, but Brian Harpole says no such thing took place because CPR would have been the wrong thing to do while he was bleeding. Gets a little... Frank Turek is an option, for sure. Yeah, Frank Turek is an option of someone who could have been statusing Ben Shapiro's security during this time. We've got Dan Flood and Justin Davis. Justin Davis was driving upwards to 100 miles per hour. I'm going to say he didn't phone Ben Shapiro's or answer the phone call of Ben Shapiro's security to update him because he was focused on the road. Yeah. That would make the most sense. If the story that Brian Harpole told was true, that leaves us with Dan Flood. Either Dan Flood or Frank Turek were providing updates. But it couldn't have been Frank Turek. I'm sorry, I've lost my mind. Frank Turek left his kids on FaceTime.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry. We're playing Guess Who right now. Frank Turek's down. He's down. Remember, his phone, he just didn't even realize while he was praying out loud, his kids were just left on the phone on FaceTime because that's what he was doing. So it can't be Frank. You're down. Bye-bye, Brian. Bye-bye, Rick Cutler. Justin.
It's not the driver.
Justin and Dan in this dark game of Guess Who? Which one of you guys called 911? Because they've never said who called 911 because the 911 calls that were released show that neither of them called 911. Is there a missing 911 call? Why would we not have it? That's public information. Who called 911? Someone called 911 and then called Ben's security or answered Ben's security's call and provided updates so Ben knew what was happening before the rest of the world found out around 12:38 p.m. By the time that video began making the rounds, it was 12:38 p.m. If you go back and check on X, Ben knew sooner because someone in that car informed his security that Charlie had been hit rather than focusing on the chaos.
I will say this. because I don't know if Frank still goes to like speaking events. I'm pretty sure he does. Someone should press him on this, because maybe the person that literally made the call doesn't have to come forward. Maybe we're not going to get that out of one of those agents. But Frank would know who made the call. He was in the car. He'd be like, oh yeah, he's the guy that was on the phone. Frank Turek knows the answer to what she's asking right now.
Of trying to save Charlie's life, they said, you know what? 911 can wait. Ben needs an update right now.
Makes no sense.
I know what my gut is telling me about Charlie's assassination. I've been clear on the fact that I believe Israel is involved, and I've been clear on the fact that there is something very dark about the history of Ben Shapiro, the way that he stalks and obsesses. I've made it clear on this show that it's getting to a point when you get fired from a company and for 2.5 years they stalk you via the court system, there's something that starts to feel dangerous about it. And I've been saying he's too close to this situation. Ben is just too close to this situation for someone who was not friends with Charlie Kirk. And the panic of which a bunch of influencers then tried to come out and persuade the public that this was normal, that they were all receiving that they're lying through their teeth. Tim Pool is lying through his teeth. He did not receive updates from somebody in that car about Charlie's status. Jeremy Boring, who just wanted to insert himself, jumped in and tried to pretend that it was my security that was getting those updates. I confirmed that is a lie. They said they were not on the phone with anybody in that car during those crucial minutes. Okay? Jeremy Boring lied through his teeth. So who on Ben's IDF Israeli Mossad security apparatus team, former IDF, was receiving updates about Charlie's condition, and why? Mm-hmm. And who was Ben Shapiro at lunch with? In fact, I'd like to know so much that if somebody can provide evidence of who he was at lunch with, because I have a hunch of who he was with in LA when this happened, I will put up $10,000 bounty on that piece of information. Tips at CandaceOwens.com. 10,000 bounty. Just want to know who he was at lunch with, because I don't like this. I know what my gut has told me about the situation from the moment that it took place. I know what beyond my gut and beyond my dreams, the statement from Andrew Colbert, it was supposed to be you. Was it? Was it? Is it fair to ask if it's plausible that when Charlie was taken to the Hamptons, the phone call no one wants to address from Bibi Netanyahu, is it fair to ask the question if it was literally supposed to be me who was supposed to be back on tour with Charlie? Mm. Did he say no to killing Candace Owens? And then did he become a liability because he said no? What did Charlie turn down from Bibi Netanyahu?
It's important.
While Erica was there. Mm-hmm. Again, the people that were present don't even want to acknowledge the phone call. I only got an acknowledgement that it happened from Erica in person, who then said, oh, he was just following up on a letter that Charlie wrote in May. Really? Bill Ackman's house, you put Bibi Netanyahu on the phone? And he's just like, hey, I got your letter. I want to talk about that letter from months ago. This feels like a good time. I don't buy it, guys. I think this is darker than we could ever imagine. I think Baron Coleman put it in the correct terms when he said Charlie said no to something way deeper and darker, to the Prince of Darkness himself. I do believe that. We're going to find out more. I am on top of that car. Do not stop investigating, okay? All of these sidetracking stuff, these reports coming out, trying to say this person, oh, even looking into this makes you, puts a target on air. Ignore the noise. Ignore the influencers. They have chosen a side, okay? They have made a decision to sell their souls, and their reward for that, selling your soul, will be eternal, okay? Yep. Ain't the reward you want, but it will be eternal. Eternal damnation is a reward of sorts, I suppose. That's my belief. Stay focused on this investigation. We will have so much more this week in terms of where we left off on what was going on in that car. We got an unbelievable tip about that piece, which we describe as looking like cardboard that was in the back. I believe this is what has caused the mass panic, the reports, the influencers attacking, naming me. It is meant to be a distraction, but I feel fortified right now. And I need the rest of you guys to as well. I need everybody to be focused, go max, get more information, keep pressing. They're already going to allow the trial to go through. Good. We will never get an opportunity to understand what rules over us than right now. Like that, this is the biggest opportunity for us to really stare this beast in the face. Everything is being exposed, just as Charlie expected. He said his death would be associated with a wider awakening. And let me tell you right now, my eyes are wide open. Your eyes are wide open. Keep them wide open. Keep sending tips. Again, I am looking for specific information regarding the timing of when the K-9 units were around. I know they were eventually sent on their way. They were not allowed to enter the courtyard. That also became clear in testimony that they immediately closed the courtyard off to anybody but the feds. The FBI took over that region, so we can now reasonably assume that the paver was telling the truth when he said that the FBI made the call, because only the FBI was allowed to make calls about what was going on in the courtyard. The FBI then kept the bomb dogs away from the courtyard. The FBI is evidently to me, in my opinion, engaged in a massive cover-up. I will tell you that I had a sense immediately that Charlie was betrayed. On September 10th, immediately I said he was betrayed. But I also had a sense they wouldn't get away with it. And I want to leave you with that optimistic note, because we're not going to have, maybe we have time today to get into comments. I don't know. We will take a brief break here, and we'll come right back and do a few comments, actually. All right, you guys, I recently announced that my family is growing. I feel like detecting how people use you guys in life. I'm American financing, nothing to feel American instead. Again, monthly, you can tour the 12net CIA Owens. Again, that is americanfinancing.net/Owens. The influencers are the mockingbird media of our day. Like CIA, Mockingbird, everyone say the same thing. I think we all see that now, but it's just not working. So I guess we're going to come to a point where, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? No one's believing them. They're spending a ridiculous amount of money on influencers. They've lost the crowd because they don't have the truth behind them. It's going to be interesting to see. Comments from today's episode. Melissa writes, I don't care what anyone says. The wait will be worth it. Welcome back from vacation, Candace. I can't wait to listen to this episode. I am wearing my Strike a Pose hoodie while tuning in tonight. I love you, Candace, and the team, and thank you for all that you've done. The fact that he texted, quote, some hate can't be negotiated out. People don't speak like that. It's ironic AF that Charlie was negotiating with Bibi, and couldn't be negotiated into supporting Israel any longer. I love you, Candace. Thank you so much. And I totally agree with you. It just reads to me like when you're new to a language and you're too formal, that's what it sounds like to me. And like I said, we have so much more to unpack this week, going back to the investigation. I do think some heads are going to roll. We will see. Zamet writes, we are Charlie. Indeed. New 2L writes, don't hold back, Candace. You're the last voice that he's got. Go Max Girl. I'm not. It's actually all of you guys around the world too. It's a chorus now. And that's their problem, is I may have been maybe the loudest because it mattered deeply to me, but I am certainly not alone, and I appreciate you guys for that. Amy Riddle writes, I'm from New Zealand. I have a first-class honors law degree and accounting degree, so I am not stupid. I have yet to see any clear evidence, just screenshots and hearsay. But what I do see is highly suspicious behavior from Turning Point USA and Erica. I cannot wait to get into Blake Neff not remembering a lot of important things.
I was in that space on Twitter.
Regarding what he did on the morning of September 10th. And the evening of September 10th. That's interesting. We're going to get into Turning Point falling apart tomorrow. And their blatant lies. Crazy. The covering that's going on. I very much sense that they are nervous. And it feels like back against the wall, lashing out. Yeah, I will leave it at that. And it's incredible what he admitted to or didn't admit to. Tarmac hug. It's all back on the table, ladies and gentlemen. Blatant writes, greetings, beautiful people. Christos, vincit, Christos, regnat, Christos imperat. Christ conquers, Christ reigns, and Christ commands. And I really need to work on my Latin. Sarah D. writes, found an Australian article reporting police were investigating an accomplice, but that angle disappeared. Some other stuff disappeared too. There was some other stunning testimony that we're going to get in tomorrow. Now, Andrew Colbert is reviving it, likely due to growing support for Tyler Robinson throwing Lance Twiggs to the Wolves. Yeah, I saw that too. They're like, well, what do you guys mean? Like, do you think that maybe Lance Twiggs... Yeah, we've been saying for a long time that Lance Twiggs is a federal asset. Like, why are you guys acting like... all you guys kept saying was, oh, they dreamed it. Like, we have not spent hours upon hours upon hours for serious research that's been happening. People driving down to locations, speaking to people. Amazingly, Diligent Dennison went and spoke to the waiter down in Panguitch. More is going to be coming out about that. And then they just keep pretending like it's all a joke. Like they were just going to keep this up and feed slop. Oh, Candace is Miss Cleo. She dreamed it. Oh, look at this old clip of Candace making fun of herself regarding thunder and lightning. See, she's dumb. Did you guys really think that was going to work? Who's making these decisions in the boardroom? Like, who's the idiot that thinks that
Joe
that
Bob.
is going
It's Joe
to
Bob.
be sufficient enough to stop
It's Joe
this
Bob.
investigation? I told you guys from the very beginning. Charlie went out and a light bulb came on. The dreams he was having in 2018 that were vivid, I started having vivid dreams right after he was taken out. And no, I'm not ashamed of them. Keep playing the clips. Keep playing the clips. Because this feels so much bigger right now. It's definitely bigger than me. It's as big as Charlie predicted it, like I said. Cheryl Wells writes, my mom died this past Christmas Eve and was a strong supporter of Israel. Watching this, I hope in heaven that she finally knows. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah, I think about that sometimes too. People who just genuinely didn't understand how evil that nation is. And now just so much is being revealed, and it's for them. They don't know how to put the toothpaste back in the tube. Amara Musa writes, you can't do CPR on a car seat without a backboard. Yep, we mentioned that. The order should have been call 911 and stop bleeding, stabilize the neck. Anything else is criminal medical malpractice. Did the team have EMT licenses? If so, we can report them to the licensing board. I think somebody emailed me and said they dug up Brian's and it was from like 1996 and that he should have had one in the state of Utah. I mean, we're looking into it. I don't know if any of that's true, but I would agree with you. Obviously, I'm being sued for saying that what they did was incompetent. And now when you add a call to Ben Shapiro's security team in those critical moments, I think I have a pretty strong case that it was incompetent, what they did. Just looking at the photos of how they didn't hold his neck at all, because I think they were trying to hold his shirt. Again, more on that this week. Truth Prevail writes, missed you the past 2 weeks. If the trial is televised, you should do a live stream with Barron. There was so much in the prelim that screamed slop, like how the kid with the limp switched legs. Lance is sus, and he seems like a MK Ultra op. Keep going, Max. I personally think that Lance is blackmailed. Based on the conversations I've had about Lance, he was into some weird internet stuff. Easy person to blackmail. And to get himself out of something, he threw in Tyler Robinson. That's my opinion. I do believe that Tyler Robinson was around campus on that day. I do believe he was at the Dairy Queen, that he was depositing clothes, which could have been his part. I don't know, maybe Lance told him to do that, showing up for his boyfriend. All of that will come out in the trial if they allow the trial to go forward for the next 5 years. This is what trials take. That's going to be the length of this trial, right? And what I mean by that is I believe the judge will grant it. But what I am wondering is, are they going to take Tyler out? What is this weird narrative they're now trying? I think Erica's life, if there's ever any danger toward Erica's life, it's not on the basis of what I've said. It's on the basis of what they're now putting out as a narrative. This whole idea. I have a bad feeling about that. We're going to talk about more of that tomorrow, but I want to be very clear, as I always have been. I don't want any harm to happen to Erica Kirk. I have never called for people to harm Erica Kirk. I don't even believe in the death penalty. I think the death penalty I've always maintained is just too easy for people who harm children. Like a pedophile, they just get to go to sleep effectively, and people have to deal with the trauma of what they've done to them. That's just one example. So no, I have never called for Erica to be harmed. But the fact that they are trying to aggressively assert that narrative, somebody said to me, like, what if they try to harm Erica and then blame you? Like, that's what it kind of seems like they're planting seeds for. Is that possible? Yeah.
I feel like, because I've thought about that, but if they take out Erica, then everybody automatically knows that there's a bigger player involved. Unless they try to pin it on another random lone shooter guy that was radicalized by Candace or something, but it's always a possibility.
It is possible. Desperate feds, desperate measures. So if I was Erica, I wouldn't be trusting the people around me. I want my own security, for sure. These people are dangerous. She knows that. I wouldn't want them to get desperate, and I think they are desperate, and they showed that this past week. So I will leave it at that. This person writes, oh, I think I read that. We are Charlie. I got that. I want to make sure I read everybody's comments here. Oh, I think that was it. That's it. So if you would like to support our show, we have merch available on our website. As always, you can go to CandaceOwens.com. It's the easiest way to support the show. You can sign up for book club. I am, like I said, feeling very refreshed finally for, I think, the first time since September 10th. I didn't realize how badly I really needed to take a break. And yeah, I really do feel stronger than ever. I was just literally sitting in a spa with Carrie, and we were just like firing off tweets. like I'm just ready for this. I'm built for this. I'm ready for this. I feel like everything in my life has brought me to this moment, and I have so much more to share this week, you guys. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you guys at home, just for your continued support. And I see you guys fighting for me, especially this week when the simulation could not have been more obvious. Attack Candace with everything you've got. Okay, great. I'm ready for it. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. So I want to go back to the car, the Challenger. I don't know where she talked about that. Let me find it. It's right here. No, right after that. Hold on. Here. Okay, this is important because the exhaust is different. And it even shows clearer on here because I've seen this all over Twitter. I know Project Constitution tweeted out. I know a bunch of people tweeted it out. But the exhausts are different, and that's concerning.
This is a car. This is his Dodge Challenger, and I want you to pay attention to those exhaust pipes at the bottom. We're going to zoom in there.
Dual exhaust.
Okay? You are noticing that is a dual exhaust pipe. You see two, right? These are your eyes. I know the final instruction is don't believe your own eyes, but I'm asking you to believe your own eyes here. Well, Robinson's car, here's a still of the car, which is clearer, which was towed out of his driveway, features not a dual pipe exhaust system, but it's singular.
Yeah, so that exhaust, oh God, you can't see because I'm in the way. Can I move this over?
Okay, that's a made.
Here we go, let me move I'll just go exit full screen. Okay, so that is like the flat rectangular exhaust. It's not even close to the same thing. And that is a confirmed picture from news. And in court, that was the video that was shown. So these are two confirmed things that are supposed to be the same car. Makes no sense.
Major discrepancy that people are rightfully pointing out, amongst other things. I got tons of emails from car people giving me specifics about why this, you basically, when you order the car, you can order different things. We don't need to get into the nitty gritty. Just believe your own eyes on the car front. Now, if you're thinking, Candace, are you suggesting that someone else could have, I don't know, rented a Dodge Challenger and been driving around a gray Dodge Challenger just so they could get images and say that it was Tyler Robinson's car? Well, actually, you don't need me to suggest it. Actually, a witness confirmed that they saw someone else driving a gray Challenger, particularly a bald guy driving the Challenger late at 12:47 a.m. You know, there was that Nest video that captured him returning to campus or at 12:47 a.m. around campus. The woman who captured that footage testified to police that she saw a bald man accompanied by 3 other people in the car. Take a listen.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Ring camera that you obtained, and you interviewed a woman named Ms. Noble, is that right? To get that Ring camera that we watched with the car on the outside?
We interviewed her to verify the authenticity of the video, yes.
And were you involved in that interview?
With Miss Noble? Mm-hmm. Yes.
And do you recall what they told you about what they remember seeing in and around that car that night?
I don't recall. I just know we were there to verify the video. I didn't conduct an interview with Miss Noble at that time.
And do you remember that the Nobles told you that the driver of the vehicle was bald?
I do remember that being in the report, yes.
And you didn't mention that today when you were talking about that Ring camera,
Why?
Did you?
I did not.
Why?
And did they also tell you there were 3 other people in the car?
Yes, I believe they thought that was the case.
Forgot to mention, when we showed you this evidence of Tyler Robinson's car, that the person who captured it said that they saw a bald man and 3 other people. By the way, paging Blake Neff, he did this weird X Live that we're going to talk about tomorrow where his memory gets really fuzzy that evening. Apparently, a few of the people at Turning Point USA, despite Charlie dying, went out later that night and don't necessarily recall what they were doing. I think we got to try to help them figure it out, okay? Anyway, we told you early on that it is highly unlikely, despite what looks to us to be like Fed drafted text messages, that Tyler returned to campus to, as his text messages say, watch the K-9 officers to babysit his rifle, because we broke the story that Tyler was eating a steak down in Panguitch.
Yeah.
He concluded and paid at 9:47 p.m. There's a literal receipt for that because, as we said,
diligent.
He paid with his debit card. So we can timestamp him 3 hours away at 9:47 p.m. when he's apparently texting Lance.
Yeah, that I do want to know how far the restaurant is from campus, because Diligent, he talked to the guy that checked him out at 10 o'clock. He checked out. He was there from like 9 to 10. So if the restaurant's 3 hours from campus, text messages don't line up at all. We watched the rest of this, but Barron's live right now. Should we hop in? Let's hop in Barron's live real quick.
But when Tyler Robinson turned himself in, and the whole case started, in my opinion, falling apart, and they kept telling us, oh, his parents turned himself in, his parents turned himself in, his parents turned himself in. And I know people who personally had spoken to the family. They're like, they're lying. We did not turn him in. Like, we might have driven him there, but we didn't tell him he did it because he didn't tell us he did it. And I thought, wait a minute. Why are they telling us that he confessed to you if he didn't confess to you? Why are we being told this? And so maybe we would have started to come around. Maybe. But I don't know. I don't know that we would have. And I think that was the plan. I think we saw plan B today. Plan B was if the guy jumping off the roof hurt himself on his way down, he would be picked up by the white SUV, and then they'd have to frame 2 patsies. That was plan B. I'm pretty confident on that now. There's no reason that car stopped, entered exactly as the shot took place, shot, came to a dead stop until the guy jumps off the roof, and then turns and accelerates as soon as he sees he's fine. There's no reason for that. And it happens to look awfully like the exact same car that had just pulled up to Tyler Robinson, one of the Tylers, as he was coming onto campus, maybe 30 minutes earlier. Looked like the same car to me. Why is this car hanging around this guy so much? It's almost like he knew something was going to happen. And what's up with this gray GMC SUV that's following everywhere, that seems to be in the parking lot, coming to a complete stop right as Tyler's pulling out, right as an SUV pulls around behind him? And why did that SUV seem to wait until the white SUV, why did it seem to wait until the gray SUV was in the parking lot before it circled around behind him so they could all leave together? And why is that same gray SUV seem to be pulling up beside him out of the lane of traffic? It seems to be the same car to me. It looks identical. How many of them could there be? It's not a late model car. It's a couple of models ago. But why does it look like it turns out of the lane of traffic when one of the Tylers is stopped there on the intersection waiting, and it pulls up and it slows down to almost a stop and then pulls back out into the lane of traffic and drives off? Were they talking to each other? Did they communicate in some way? Did they make a hand signal, an eye signal? Did they make eye contact? We don't know. And was that the same gray SUV turning off of campus? That's the one that probably, if I had to say any of those weren't the same car, I would say it's that one. Because that one would have been stuck in traffic, I think, trying to get off of campus as that was happening. I don't think it could have gotten off of campus into that shopping center in the right time, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know exactly what time that was. Actually, I could go back and figure out exactly. It was 27 minutes after the shot. So that'd be $1,250. No, it can't be the same SUV. Can't be in two places at once. So were there multiple Tylers walking around town? Were there multiple SUVs that were actually the same SUV that were pulling up next to the multiple Tylers? Were there multiple Dodge Challengers? Why didn't they tell us the license plates? Why are they giving us the descriptions? There's enough going on that you have to step back and evaluate the full court press being put on this case by people who are trying to convince you it was Tyler Robinson alone. Why not just let the court case play out? Why not ask the questions we're asking? What I think are pretty obvious questions. If he's motivated by politics, why did they never talk about politics? If he wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, why did they never talk about Charlie Kirk?
That's what we're talking about.
If he says he didn't contact him till 11, why is there a text message from him at 4:33? Why wasn't he at work that day? I mean, I think these are legitimate questions. I don't think these are crazy questions to start asking. All right, let me do this. I'm going to run through some questions. I'm going to get to so many comments. I'm going to get to as many as I can. I don't want to scare you off, but it is already almost 9 o'clock here. And I've got 2 meetings tomorrow. I will not be on the air tomorrow. Won't do a member show till Friday. But I've got 2 meetings tomorrow and will not be able to be on the air at all tomorrow. So I'm going to run through as many of these as I can. I should be able to get to most all of them. But if I have to start skipping around at the end, don't get mad at me. You can. I don't care. I mean, I do, but I don't. If you like the show, click the like button. It always helps. I hate to remind you, but I have to be reminded. I watch a lot of podcasts, and until they say hit the like button, I usually don't. I'm actually watching Candace right here and realized I didn't even click the like button on that one.
Hit the like button.
So yeah, click the like button. Oh, the Clips channel. People are loving the Clips channel. Baron Coleman Clips. Just search Baron Coleman Clips on YouTube. You'll find it. It's amazing. If you want to join the program, if you'd like to make a monthly contribution to the production of this program, get access to exclusive member content. We do a member show every week. I think 1 week out of like 7 months we've skipped, and that was because I was out of town. But if you'd like access to the members content, and it's just an easy way to support the program. When you go to subscribe, right next to that's a button that says join. You can click the join button, and it'll take you to the members page. If you want to join and save $3, don't sign up on your YouTube app. Go to a browser, log in that way, and join from there.
I have that
that'll
join
save you
thing
the
too. I
$3
just need to
Apple
post
fee.
one.
I don't get anything out of that $3 Apple fee. That all goes to them. They got plenty of money. Don't pay them anymore. They got enough. I promise. John, don't be rude. But Baron was giving us time to watch Candace, which is also important to him. Love you, B. Yeah, I didn't want you guys to feel like you had to make a choice there at the end, so I apologize. Thoughts from last night's episode. What if they tried to take out TR before the trial? What will we do? Charlie's still gone. No justice. Still lies. What happens next? Regardless of proving who did it. Yeah, if they try to take him out or successfully take him out, at this point, I think it would be supremely problematic. Because they will have to explain why it is that on a case that appears on its face to be falling apart, that's when their guy decided to take himself out. That doesn't usually work that way. I think that's why they're trying so hard to convince you the case is bulletproof. They want that message out there in case he does get removed. They want the message that this case was so bulletproof when the reality is it is not. It is not. One, handwriting samples can be used with specific AI programs to reproduce a letter. Would clearly be printer ink, not pen. So would have to burn to hide that. Yeah, except there were a couple of letters, I think, that survived the burn, so maybe they can be tested. If not, that's very suspicious. What's up, my B? Can't wait to see how this week goes now that the principal is back. My birthday was this last Saturday. Had a great one. Happy birthday, LaSalle. Hope it was as great as you thought it was. My prediction, Candace has the battle bun on all week long. She was battle bunned up tonight. There's no doubt about that. She was bringing thunder. Thunder. Reminder, the grieving widow claims she had CK's phone for days and never read through the messages he'd sent the day before. Imagine that. Wouldn't most wives pour through every word ever typed?
Not necessarily, no. Stupid.
Maybe. I mean, I'm giving her the complete benefit of the doubt when I say this. I think it's only fair to do. If she was particularly destroyed by this, as most widows would, I could see her not wanting to dig through it in like the first 5 days. Now, months later, I think she should have gone through it. I mean, those are the last words your husband's ever spoken, written. Congratulations, top 25 on Spotify. Our humble host has arrived. All glory to God. Congratulations to Daisy, too, and the whole outfit. Christ is King. Indeed, it is a team effort here. It takes all three of us and more. We get a lot of tips from other podcasters and members of the jury who write in tips. So it's a team effort. It's an absolute team effort. But yeah, we someone sent that to me yesterday. They're like, you're in the top 25 on Spotify, and I was like, no. They're like, go look. We were 24. We were 24. I don't know if we still are. Do they change it every day? I'll pull it up if we still are. If we've dropped out of the top 25, I'm gonna hide it. But I'll look. See how it works here.
It's kind of cool.
Are we still there? Humble host. Oh yeah, 24. There it is, right there. Right there, 24. Take that, Knowles. Suck it, Daily Wire. Oh, sorry. Congratulations. Podcast is doing swimmingly.
That was funny.
Not as swimmingly. Pierce Morgan. Yeah, I was excited about that. So thank you. So to any of you guys who watch on Spotify regularly, we appreciate it. Spotify's been a great partner.
Can you watch on Spotify or just listen?
Helpful when we've had questions. And
you can watch.
Very thankful.
No idea.
Counselor B, FYC. The real reason for all the TPUSA and company mishaps is to annihilate pre-September 10th TPUSA. So they aren't incompetent or stupid. They're doing the job they were hired to do. I tend to agree with that wholeheartedly. I endorse that. And thank you. That's very kind. The one I feed. This one goes out to the one you feed. My B, as you grow and get massive amounts of followers, please stay humble and keep reading all our super chats. Christ is King, indeed. I'll address that because last night I did have to blow through a lot. I cannot commit to reading them all on air. I just promise you I can't. There are days that it will not happen. I get through as many as I can. This is my favorite part of the show because it's a chance to interact with people that I don't interact with on a regular basis. I can't answer every email. It would take, frankly, days to get through one day's worth of email and read them and respond and do all that. I can't read everything someone says, hey, check this out. I can't watch everything someone says, check this out. I'm not aware of another podcast host who spends as much time or as much effort reading super chats. And I do try to read every member chat because those are people who pay for the privilege of joining the members page, and that's one of the privileges I try to offer is reading every members chat, pull it up on the screen and react to it. But I can't commit to reading every single super chat. Some nights there's just too many. Some nights there's not, and we can get through them all, and some nights there's too many. When I started this show, I would get maybe 10 or 20 super chats. And so at the end of the show, I would spend 20 minutes and read through them all. Some nights were bordering on 2.5 hours. And that's with me even being a little selective at times. That's not to say don't send them. I do read them. Like afterwards, I spend the time and while everything's editing and processing, I go through and I scroll through all the super chats and see the ones I missed and read them. And sometimes they make me chuckle and sometimes but I cannot commit to reading them all on the air. That's not being, what do you say? Stay humble. It's not being not humble. It's just a reality. I'm not going to do a 7-hour show every day. I can't. It's not fair to everybody to do that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Baron, I messaged a few shows back about God answering your prayers, but not necessarily how you'd think. Maybe a month ago, I'd asked for prayers. Over the weekend, he kept delivering. He's probably always done, and I'm just finally noticing. Christ is King indeed. Chop rock guitars. That's wonderful news. We're promised God hears every prayer. And some prayers, Garth Brooks had a song. Some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered prayers. He talks about running into his high school sweetheart and how he just wanted, he just begged God to marry this girl and they didn't get married, and he ends up with this beautiful wife and kids and like the greatest life he could have ever imagined. And then when he runs back into the girl, he realizes that's God's greatest gift, was that prayer was not answered. So sometimes God has a better plan than what we're begging for. But I appreciate you following up on that. Principal has returned. It looks like some problem kids on Twitter X haven't done their homework and are spreading disinformation to make the principal look bad while she was on away. Shame. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay attention to the haters. I really don't. I know some people do, and they get all bent out of shape about it. But it doesn't bother me much. Like doing battle with I saw somebody sent me something, and I clicked on his account, and I'm not making fun of smaller creators, but he had like 2,400 subscriptions, and I'm like, he's like, I'm gonna air Baron out. I'm like, oh, okay, go for it, have fun. Let me know how it turns out. Baron can't defense subpoena Tyler's cell tower records or Google timeline if enabled. Plus bank records to corroborate the steakhouse alibi and test the prosecution's timeline, or have they already? Maybe they have. Maybe that's why they did not show any concern towards the steakhouse. I don't know. Wasn't there a guy who said he was paid to say he did it? Paid by whom? Has anyone asked? Yeah, that was George Zen, allegedly. That was someone at the hospital allegedly said that George Zen told the hospital worker that he was paid to do it, or paid to jump up and all that stuff. Just a thought, BS Security call could have been linked to car BT. What if updates came via car speaker, auto connected to phone and all in car? I mean, yeah, we don't know. I mean, my best guess is it was Frank Turk's phone. He claims he was on FaceTime the whole time. If Ben Shapiro's being accurate, and I don't know why he'd lie about that, it makes a lot of sense that it would have come through Frank Turk's phone. I don't know. Frank says he was talking to his son and shoved it in his pocket or something. He's told a lot of things I don't know about. Re-listening to...
Okay, so I just saw this. This was posted an hour ago on the Charlie Kirk show. So these losers had Graham Allen on. He saw it all. Let's go watch this. I want to watch this. I want to watch this. It's like such a bummer. 5 million subscribers. They use the account of a dead man, and the only reason the views are a little bit up is because of the court case. But look at this: 5,000, 5,000. Go back to before the court case. 8,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. So embarrassing. It's just disrespectful. Let's see this though. Graham Allen. He saw it all. Let's watch this.
All right, guys. We've got Graham Allen. He's a great guy, a great patriot, and a great friend. And he was in the courtroom all last week, so I want to get to that eventually. Such a loser. But first, Graham, you are living in South Carolina. You run for office in South Carolina. And obviously we lost Lindsey Graham.
Be honest, Graham. And were you named after Lindsey Graham?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I think you predate his political rise, maybe, Graham.
Yeah.
So tell us, what are you hearing on the ground? Yeah, what are you hearing on the ground in South Carolina?
Well, the president just made a post that he recommended to Governor McMaster that Lindsey Graham's sister be the interim to serve out the end of their term. Look, it's pretty simple. This is going to be a 3-week race. The filing period is July 21st through the 28th, and then the special election or special primary election will be August 11th. I mean, that's a 3-week race. I mean, this is going to be, honestly, it's whoever gets the president's endorsement is who it's going to be. I've heard names float around: Pam Avett, Ralph Norman, Nancy Mace. I've even heard former congressmen, former governors, things like that. Here's what I'll say, and this is a Graham Allen take, and this is one reason why me and the SCGOP don't always see...
Did he just refer to himself in the third person? About right.
Eye to eye. I don't think that people that just got skull dragged in a statewide race should be given a consolation prize of a Senate seat. Senate seats do not come open often in South Carolina. I think that this is an opportunity for the president to take a moment, Susie Wiles, James Blair, all of them, to take a moment. The president gets to make a decision on who to put his endorsement behind without the concern of potentially ticking off the SCGOP because he is not putting together a presidential campaign. This is the first time in a long time that the president has a chance to make a selection based off who he thinks the best fighter will be. As we know, we have a whole new era of Democrat socialists that are making it through their primaries right now. We've got a whole new fight going on the Hill in the House and in the Senate. I think that this is an opportunity to take just a minute and, hey, I think it needs to be somebody younger. I don't think we need to put a 70-year-old person in the Senate seat. I think we need somebody that there's got to be somebody in the state of South Carolina that can be a fighter for the president and the America First agenda. And there's got to be somebody that can be agile and adapt to the battles that are coming very soon to D.C. at the House floor and in the House and the Senate. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I'm not opposed. I think Blake and I were talking before the show to his sister. For those who aren't aware, his sister was often featured in campaign ads. He adopted, so I guess they grew up in the back of a bar, like a house on the backside of a bar or something like that in central South Carolina, and both their parents died pretty young, and so Lindsey Graham adopted his then 13-year-old sister. And they were devoted to each other. And it was actually kind of a touching story. I had a ton of political disagreements with Lindsey Graham. As a matter of fact, as soon as I got the news, I was like, man, I definitely tweeted some harsh things about Lindsey Graham in the last couple of months. And, but whatever my disagreements were with the guy, it sounds like from people's recounting of their interactions, their friendships with him, that he was amicable, that he was willing to let political disagreements not impact his friendship towards people. By the way, I heard a crazy stat. The guy died with apparently a $1.2 million net worth, right? So this was not a guy that was enriching himself off of the war machine that he celebrated so much, right? And so for all his faults, we want to say nice things about the dead, and I don't gloat or rejoice in his passing.
Guys, let's talk about finding something real. You deserve a relationship with a woman who shares your values. Faith, family, patriotism. But apps, they're not built for that.
Hey, let me just kill myself.
That's where Selective Search comes in. They're America's leading matchmaking firm.
There's no way this is real.
Men like you, faith-driven, ambitious, and ready for the future, with exceptional women who love this country and value tradition. The best part? Selective Search's candidate program is 100% free and confidential. Go to selectivesearch.com today. The perfect conservative woman is waiting for you.
Yeah,
I didn't think my day could get any worse. Ruined. My day just got ruined.
Several funny stories. Al Franken, who was a colleague of
my eyes,
has repeatedly told people Lindsey Graham is the funniest person he knew in the Senate. Apparently, at one point, he met him in a bathroom or something and told him, "Hey, if I were a Republican, I'd vote for you in the presidential election." And he immediately replies, "That's my problem." And he had a few fun stories like that. You can see how he was such a formidable figure for a long time, despite a lot of critics, including Charlie here. We called him Lady Graham for a reason. He often aggravated us, but he was funny, he was genial, he was a hard worker, and he didn't give up. And we're grateful for the times where that was to the benefit of this country. We're all remembering how he fought very hard on the Brett Kavanaugh case when it was looking bad. If you don't remember that, it looked like that nomination might fail, and he stepped up and he absolutely destroyed those incredibly bogus allegations against Kavanaugh, fought hard for him, and had an amazing photo of him adjusting his tie while some liberal shrieked in the background.
So let's get into just his cause of death, though, all right? President Trump admitted that he was even confused about it because he had just been in Ukraine the day before visiting a drone factory. He was scheduled to do Meet the Press on Sunday. This is President Trump reflecting on that. SOP 4.
President Trump, thank you for joining us, and my condolences to you. Well, thank you. He's a tough one to lose. He was great. He was unique in every way, actually. What makes it even stranger is that I got a call last night sometime at, the early evening, maybe in the 7s, and he called and he said, we're all set for the Save America Act. He was pushing the Save America Act like crazy. He got back, said he just landed from Ukraine, but he wanted to pass the Save America Act. And I said, well, we're going to get it done, Lindsay. We're going to get it done. I'll see you soon. We thought maybe
Someone in the chat said you're torturing all of us. I'm sorry, bro. I wasn't expecting an Andrew Colvett dating app ad. Ruined my day. Actually ruined my day. I was having a pretty good day, too.
might even meet today. And then that was it.
Can never unsee that.
So Axios is reporting a person who spoke with Graham shortly afterward said that the senator complained that he was feeling unwell. When the person urged him to seek medical attention immediately, Graham said he would do it Sunday morning after his scheduled appearance on Meet the Press. Graham then joked, I can't die now. I still need to do the Russian sanctions, get Iran sorted out, and do Israeli-Saudi normalization. He passed away several hours later. The IRGC then posted a video, one of their Lego animation videos, depicting Lindsey Graham's sudden death, sort of claiming credit for it. I tend to be persuaded that this is not conspiratorial in nature. He was 71. It looks like he died of hardening of the arteries, and the most common cause of death, people don't know this, especially when you're over a certain age, when doing long international flights, is some sort of cardiac death, whether it's a heart attack or, in this case, an aortic fissure or whatever. So, Blake, I see you wanting to chime in.
Well, it's just, if you look at his family history, his father died of, I believe, the exact same thing at the age of 69. You have the story here where if he'd gone to the hospital right away, they probably would have caught that this was happening, rushed him into surgery. He might have survived, but he downplayed it, thought it's probably no big deal. And aortic dissection. Aorta is the gigantic blood vessel running directly into your heart. Dissection, coming apart. If that happens, you are going to die very quickly. And I understand it's tempting because a lot of people didn't like Senator Graham. A lot of people are grossly just celebrating his death. But in the end, it is a common thing for men in their 70s to die abruptly of heart attacks, and I think that's likely the case here.
Hey, Blake, is it a common thing for dudes of your age to have a hairline like that? I don't think so, but we're just going to keep going.
Graham, I want, while we have you here, there was you were in the courtroom, and I know this is a brief and a kind of a pivot, but you saw the enhanced video, and much was made over the weekend on social media about this enhanced video of Tyler Robinson. I wanted to give you a chance before we lose you. I know you've got a busy day. Just to chime in on that, what was it? It feels like it's a whole exercise in splitting hairs, but I wanted to give you a chance just to sort of set the record straight. What was in that video? What do you see and what can you not see? 1 minute.
Yeah, let's hear it, buddy.
Yeah, well, again, to your point, it's semantics. There's a group of people that no matter what the evidence is, they do not believe that the person in that video was Tyler Robinson. I, based off the evidence I've seen, do believe that the person in that video is Tyler Robinson. And in that zoomed in video, like I said, you clearly see the individual whom I believe to be Tyler Robinson get on the roof, get in the prone position. The timestamps match exactly when we know Charlie was shot. Person gets up, individual runs and jumps off the other side of the building, just like we've all seen. The zoomed in portion is the part that makes it so damning for Tyler Robinson, because you see this individual get into that prone sniper position at the exact timestamps that we know Charlie was shot. That's what I saw, and what you're right, we're splitting semantics on this. There's a group that no matter what you show, they do not believe that was Tyler Robinson. I believe all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson, and I believe that with the DNA plus the testimonies plus the confessions, all of this, and we haven't even got to his confession to the police. We haven't even got to his parents talking about it. I think it all paints a very clear picture. And I think we have a lot of people that are just arguing for the sake of arguing.
So, interesting thing to note, he never said you can see him take the shot. Brandon Tatum said that. Jack Posobiec said that. Benny Johnson said that. Benny Johnson said twice, you can see it in 4K, crystal clear, Tyler Robinson's face and him taking the shot. Graham Allen actually didn't say that. I'm not saying props to Graham Allen, but I'm thinking that he's seeing the backlash that Benny's getting, and he's like, let me not say I saw it in 4K, because it was the exact same video that all of us have seen.
Yeah, it's well said. So, I mean, and we can leave it there, Graham, but I just appreciate you being just very matter of fact, very down, just the facts here. We don't need to go further than what the facts are, but I think what it relates is that we need to see this stuff. The public should have an access to it, so there's no discussion, no argument, or about what's actually available when it comes to evidence. And so, anyways, I'm glad that you got to see it and got to relate that to us. But Graham, I know you got a busy day. I'm going to let you go, but thank you for making the time calling in.
Yeah, these guys are all losers. So, 3 hours ago, he sat feet from Tyler Robinson. I don't even want to watch these clowns, dude. We'll skim through this one. I'm not watching all this.
Guys, all right. So I want to bring in Joshua Carr.
Hey, should we see whatever ad is in this one? Oh god, that was actually horrifying. That might be the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, actually, let's see what this is though.
He's a political commentator. You can find him at X at Joshua_the_Carr with 1 R. And he attended Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing and had all kinds of interesting and fascinating observations.
Look at him smile.
Put it that way. And you've been so good and loud, Joshua.
This is my thing. Like, if my best friend got murdered, assassinated, shot in the neck in broad daylight, I don't care how long after it is. If you're talking to somebody that was in the courtroom of said friend's assassination where the alleged murderer is there, are you going to be like laughing and be like, yeah, we got this guy who's in the courtroom and stuff? No, bro. This is why I think he had foreknowledge, because they've never, ever, ever shown interest in trying to find out what actually happened. It was all believe what the feds say, don't ask questions, Candace Owens is evil, stop attacking a widow. It's disgusting. It makes no sense, and it's just like, you see how disingenuous they are. I'm just going to keep going, though.
You've even received death threats for being so loud.
Me too. Receiving death threats doesn't mean you're telling the truth, but if it's credible, then yeah. But I feel like they just say that to try to say, like, oh, look at me, I got death threats. Like the same thing with Erica, that one event she was supposed to do with JD Vance, but whatever.
So just tell us, 30,000 foot view, what you saw in that courtroom and around that courthouse.
Yeah, it's good to be with you guys. Thanks for inviting me on today.
No testosterone in this chat right now. Not you guys, in this conversation right now.
I really wanted to be in the courthouse on a day where a lot of the information was coming out that the public wouldn't be able to see, because I knew there would be bad actors inside the courtroom that day that were trying to lie. Fortunately, I was able to be there on Thursday, which is when a massive portion of the evidence was coming out. Some of that evidence, as we know, and I'm sure you talked about, was leaked to the public. And when I say leaked, it was a mistake that happened in the courtroom. So I know you guys have seen a lot of that, but beyond what was actually shown in the courtroom.
Who is this guy, chat? Joshua the Car. Let's look this dork up real quick. 2 seconds. Joshua _the_Car. Okay, that's not even. Let's see. This dude has a kid. He looks like he's 12. Yeah, I mean... Oh, that's nice. He was on with Ben Shapiro. How sweet. Yeah, let's just listen.
That day, I was able to see the emotions on people's faces. I was able to see, frankly, a human side of the defense and the Tyler Robinson side that I didn't realize. I've always been a strong defender of TPUSA. I've been a strong defender of Erica Kirk and all of you guys, but what I didn't realize was that at no point did the Tyler Robinson family, which was sat directly in front of me, by the way, look defiant against the prosecution. look angry. They were simply, and I could see it in their eyes because I stared into their eyes, they were sad at seeing what Tyler Robinson had done. And looking at Tyler Robinson, he was completely stone cold. He did not move a muscle the entire time that I was there. And again, I was watching him and had a clear view of him for at least 8 hours.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I've talked to some reporters who were in the room. I've obviously talked to some of the team that was in the room. And it's interesting that part you're zeroing in on, which is Tyler Robinson's family. I was told a story, maybe you could confirm it, I'm not sure, but when they were recounting some of
I swear to God, if he brings up the tissue story with Erica,
those text messages that were going back and forth, and I want to be somewhat vague just to respect the privacy of his family as well, because they're not the criminals here, right? Or the alleged criminals. And candidly, his parents, from all accounts, did a brave thing, and it must be terrible, right? And I'm led to believe that they're probably on the conservative end of the spectrum. But when that text message was read about Gramps' gun, looks like it's doing just fine or did just fine, I'm told that one of the family members that was there basically just his head hit the floor, because obviously he must have had a relationship with Grandpa. And I'm sorry to be vague. I'm just saying I want to be respectful of their privacy. But when that text was read, that the head just hit the floor, just complete devastation to kind of realize that his family member and his family member's gun, somebody that probably had a relationship with, was used to kill somebody of such import, a legend of American, a conservative American, Charlie Kirk. You know, did you see any of that?
Yeah, I did. That was probably the most emotional part of the entire day, was when they read that specific text that you just referenced. And like I said, I had a perfect view of the entire Robinson family. And I won't say who it is either, to be respectful to them, but this individual hung their head at that point, and it was hung pretty much the entire time after that. In fact, towards the end, I think maybe the last 2 or 3 hours, they didn't come back inside the courtroom. They were clearly very upset. I also heard a lot of emotion behind me. I was right in front of Erica Kirk and Charlie's parents. And, you know, one of the directives that we got being in there was, you cannot turn your head. You cannot react in any way. If you try to look at somebody to the left or right, you will be kicked out of the courtroom out of respect to the victims. And so I had this moment of just having to look forward and hear the family of Charlie Kirk weep behind me. And it was honestly one of the hardest things I have ever had to listen to in my life. And I was quite emotional as well.
You received some death threats too, Joshua, because you have been outspoken. You were, I guess, scheduled to speak at UVU's campus after a court hearing one day. You ended up having to cancel that. Tell us the details.
Yeah, so, you know, I've been in this business a few years now. We receive death threats from time to time. I'm sure both of you are, you know, fully used to that, especially in the last 10 months. But it's definitely been increased over the last few months. Yeah, sadly. But it's been increased over the last few months as I've continued to push back harder and harder against the conspiracy crap that Baron Coleman and Candace Owens and the likes are spreading.
So this dork is saying that Candace Owens and Baron Coleman, etc., are responsible for this guy getting death threats. Are we being serious right now? Like, is this what we've come to? Is this what we've come to as a society within the realm of politics? It's like actually insane. This is what they want to do, though. This is what they want to do. They want us to feel like we're crazy, and then they want to say that we're causing death. That's what they want to do. They're trying to shut us up by saying, hey, your ideas and asking questions is literally causing death to people. That's what they're doing right now, and it's actually disgusting.
And so that kind of reached ahead this week. I'm used to getting those messages online, but it was a little different this week. On Friday, right before I was going to go to this event at UVU, again in the same place that Charlie Kirk was murdered, I received a call actually on my personal cell phone from someone who was impersonating a police officer. They were using phishing tactics I won't go into too much detail on, and they were essentially trying to get my address using public records. Fortunately, this person does not know where I live. They do not know my location, but in the moment, frankly, I didn't even realize what they were trying to do. It wasn't until they abruptly hung up that it occurred to me that they were openly trying to dox me, and I saw some other evidence of that online. So my wife respectfully asked me not to attend the event at UVU that night with all of that going on.
Wait, so let me get this straight for a second. This guy is saying that a guy impersonating and asking where you live is a death threat. Are we being serious right now? That's what he just said. There was no, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to hurt your family, I'm going to shoot you. It was a guy pretending to be a police officer asking where you live. Sure, that might be stalking or creepy or something, but you're putting blame on Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and calling it a death threat, and that was it? Whatever, dude.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's horrible. And I'm sorry that you had to experience that just for standing up for what you believe in, standing up for facts and evidence, which is something that unfortunately in the online space so often gets cast aside. Why did you feel so moved to be so vocal? From
That's
early
a really
on,
great
by the way.
question. Yes, yeah, and I don't mean to say that in any sort of comparison way, but all the way back in September, I started seeing conspiracies come out, and it really ticked me off. And if you look at any of my social media or my YouTube channel, you know, that really has been my work for the last 10 months, is trying to debunk these theories. I think part of the reason for me, and I can't really claim any credit for this, is that I live a few minutes away from UVU, and I grew up in Provo, Utah, and I know literally over 100 people who were at this event with Charlie. In fact, I myself wanted to be at the event that day and wasn't able to because I had a doctor's appointment. And so it being close to home is what has particularly enraged me, frankly, with the conspiracy theories. Just knowing individuals that Candace Owens and others have brought up, who I know for a fact that she is lying about, that really ticked me off. On another personal note, when I was 18 years old, I lost my father in a work accident that was very tragic and sudden. And so my mother's a widow. I have a fierce loyalty to widows and feel that, you know, I've just never seen this attack on someone. And I know how hard it was for my mother to lose her husband. And so to see someone lose their husband and then be viciously attacked and not supported has really just made me emotional and made me want to be a strong defender of Erica as well as the truth.
So let's just pause right there for a second. Feel for you, dude. You lost your dad. Awful, terrible. Feel for you. That is completely irrelevant to Erica being innocent. Completely irrelevant. You can relate to widows as much as you want. Doesn't make her a centimeter more innocent than guilty. So whatever.
Thank you for that, and genuinely,
Thank you. Someone in the chat said, just because she's a widow doesn't mean she's innocent. The grift is real. It's so true. It's what they've been peddling since day one, bro. Day one. I'm tired of the word widow at this point, because literally every time someone says something about Candace, they're always like, oh, she's attacking a widow. Erica's a widow. How dare you? It doesn't matter. Sure, that's like a thing, but that has nothing to do with being innocent or guilty, being involved or not involved, having information, not having information, lying, telling the truth. It's completely irrelevant. And then Benny Johnson and all these people use Bible verses to say, protect the widow, oh, watch over widows. It's like, it's out of context and it's deceptive, and you're using the Bible to get in touch with somebody's faith, which is in and of itself deceptive because it's being taken out of context in an untruthful and deceitful way. It's disgusting. So all three of these dorks are all losers.
What was it like around the courthouse, Joshua? Because I've seen you interacting with some of these other people that were more on the conspiratorial side of things and pushing alternative theories, right? What was it like around the courthouse? Was it kind of a circus environment? Was it pretty subdued? Did you see them? Were they trying to recruit people? I'm just curious what it was like out there.
Yeah, so I was there Monday morning when everyone came, and Monday morning was actually quite subdued. The mainstream media was kind of the dominant force there. Everyone was watching people come in. I did notice one person who I knew was a notable kind of Candace Owens fan or loyalist, but she was quite quiet and subdued, and I thought this is very good. You know, it was either people there to support Erica Kirk or the mainstream media, and that was great. But as time went on, and when I was there on Thursday all day, there were more and more Candace Owens fans kind of coming out of the woodworks. I would say it was mostly respectful outside, but I will say, in order to get in the courthouse on Thursday, I had to camp out for, so I actually had someone go for me at 9 p.m. the previous day and get a spot, and then I showed up at 2 a.m. the morning of Thursday. And when I got there, there was bickering, and these people were essentially trying to debate other people in line with random conspiracy theories. Of course, they didn't want to engage in any of the facts that had been presented by the prosecution. Instead, they
Wow,
brought up
interesting.
ancillary, crazy things that had nothing to do with the actual case. So it certainly increased over time, and I did hear them actively talking about being at the September 1st hearing.
Were there police there? Were there security in that line waiting to get in?
There were police kind of around since it was in the early morning.
Okay.
You know, there were police cars that would occasionally come in. I felt relatively safe there. The lights were on. As it got closer towards the day around 6 o'clock, the police force was very strong, very present. The head of security came out, told everyone, you know, we're doing this by the book. If you want to do any shenanigans, you're immediately off the premises. And then what really stunned me, frankly, was in the courthouse, in the courtroom itself, I think there were 8 police officers kind of staring us down at any time. And to be honest, I appreciated it because as someone who is now a public figure and who is getting these death threats, it was nice to be able to be in that setting and feel safe and feel like I could actually watch the evidence being presented without something crazy going down.
Getting prescription medications shouldn't be this complicated. There's a better way to do this. With All Family Pharmacy, you can take control of your healthcare without the hassle. Simple to order from home, safe medications from a licensed U.S. pharmacy, and secure checkout from start to finish. Everything is handled with fast, secure shipping and a reliable experience you can trust. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about medications, it's about peace of mind. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Kirk and use the code KIRK10 for 10% off.
The fact that they still use his name as a promo code is actually bizarre. That's like actually 10. Think about it. They could keep the same deal with that same company that Charlie had before, and they could use code USA, code TPUSA 10, something. They still use a dead man's name to make money on his show that they lie on. It's actually insane.
Stay ready. Take control today. Visit allfamilypharmacy.com/Kirk.
Wow.
Blake, let's get you involved in this conversation.
Yeah. Joshua, I was just a few questions that I think it's good to build upon this because you faced targeting people trying to dox you who seem to be coming from this side of the issue, and especially the doxing part that stood out to me. That's a tactic we're familiar with from the far left, that they'll try to get people's identities so they can swat them, so they can picket their home. Nothing good is ever going to come of that, and it's never something that would occur to Andrew or myself or people we know here. So I've sometimes nicknamed those supporters Cantifa because they remind me of Antifa, but maybe you've had other encounters. What's their ideological makeup of people who are really committed to these conspiracy theories about the case? What's driving them? What's motivating them in your view?
That's a really great question. I used to get more death threats from the left, and it feels like now I'm getting it more from the far right. It seems to me that these people are more far right isolationists, but I think for the most part, it's actually not as political as we think it is. I think the far left is always going to dox. They're always going to send the death threats. But I think for this case specifically, it's so much more a cult of personality for them. It's more about the political commentators and the podcasters that they're following. I think there's a huge loneliness epidemic, frankly. You know, I was watching Charlie Kirk just now in the commercial break, and he had so much timeless wisdom. He's speaking in this clip I just watched to young women, talking about what is going to give them fulfillment, what's going to make them satisfied in life. They're talking about having kids. And unfortunately, there are so many women specifically right now, but still men as well, but I'm seeing it more from women, that are not pursuing the things that give them life and satisfaction and happiness. And so instead, they're turning to things like crazy podcasters who give them conspiracy theories. And
this dude is not real. Like, the main problem for women right now is they're turning to crazy conspiracy theorist podcasters. How about like vaping and OnlyFans? How about those things? Like, I don't think the main problem for women in today's culture is listening to Candace Owens. That's just my opinion, but this guy has no testosterone, but that's okay.
Reality is all of us love a good story. We love interesting things to look into. And so unfortunately, that can really take a part of the worst parts of us as humans. And I think that's what's happened for a lot of these people. I don't even really know if it's a left or right wing kind of thing.
Yeah, I actually don't. I think this is actually an important point because I don't ascribe any of this movement or whatever it is you want to call it, social media scene, as right coded at all, as conservative at all. It actually feels very left coded, to Blake's point. I mean, I think the nickname he applied is probably apt, right? Because so much of what we're seeing, collective guilt for all Jewish people, right? Just completely going like every answer. It's like a Sunday skit, a Sunday school
defending
kid,
Israel again.
where every answer is Jesus. It's like every answer is Israel or Jews.
Andrew,
They have to defend him every episode, bro. They have to say something. They always do. Maybe that's like their agreement with whoever. They're like, you guys have to defend Israel at least one time an episode. It's like, where did that even come from? He was talking about women listening to Candace Owens, and that was a problem. How did we get to Jews? Like, this is weird, bro.
Really interested if there was a way we could dissect this. For example, whether a lot of these people, maybe they were originally apolitical or somewhat to the left. They identified as moving to the right, maybe during COVID as an example, where that realigned a lot of people politically. I'd be really interested if a lot of the people who are getting involved in this had that arc of starting on the left, moving to the right. They maybe still identify as on the right, but these tendencies are resurfacing in some way. I think it'd be so interesting to unpack, because this phenomenon is so alien to anything I've seen come out of the right anytime in the past 20 years. There's been, sometimes they've gotten into theories, but the very personal aspect of it, of really going after Erica, going after Turning Point, going after people Charlie knew, doxing them, it's so left-coded to me. I don't know where they're learning these habits from. Sorry, I don't know if either of you have thoughts on that.
No, I'm thinking of Bel Airs and the idea of going after your political opponents, personalizing it. I'm thinking of the tactics where you use personal insults, where you personalize the attacks, and then you kind of make a sport out of terrorizing and harassing. That does seem to be a left-wing tactic that we're seeing play out from right-coded accounts. But I think to your point, Blake, there probably a lot of these people have been sojourners on the political journeys and have been shapeshifters, and they're returning to their neutral position, their default position.
Very possible. I have another question, Joshua. Since you're from that area around UVU, I know something we're all worried about is this will likely go towards a trial. They will be filling a jury. We asked Andrea Burkhart about this. What's the overall environment like in the area around where the shooting happened? Is there a high risk that if you just selected 12 random registered voters from Utah County, that will get someone who would just be very committed to, I'm going to vote for an acquittal no matter what, because I just will never ever believe that Tyler Robinson did this? Should we worry about that?
It's a concern I've had as well. It's something that's constantly in my mind, especially over the last 7 days. I think the good news is that most people, if you ask them, do you know, like, have you looked into this a ton? Most of them are going to say, oh, I've heard these weird things about it online, because unfortunately Candace Owens has done a fantastic job of propagandizing all of this. But the good news is most people, to be honest with you, really don't know anything about this. And if they don't know anything about it, 100% the prosecution is going to do a fantastic job convincing them. So I think that needs to be the strategy from the prosecution and picking the jury, is they want people who really know as little as possible, because it's just such a slam dunk. I mean, the preliminary hearing alone was enough evidence to really bring a conviction pretty much. And I know for a fact they're going to have a lot more when they go to trial. So I guess overall, to answer your question, no, I'm not concerned. I think there are a lot of people, a meaningful group of people who, yes, they know a lot. Yes, they are very bought into the conspiracies, but I think the prosecution can weed them out in an effective way. And the vast majority, I mean, I would say upwards of 90 to 95% heard about this shooting, thought it was awful. And beyond that, they really don't know a lot about it.
That's very reassuring to hear. And I can only hope this will grow, because I just feel the nasty behavior that comes out of this, I feel it has to be very alienating. Again, I think back 2020, for example, there was a lot of sympathy towards like the BLM movement, for example, and then they start torching cities, they start smashing shops. they start terrorizing people, and it turns people against that. And I just feel there's really nothing likable about this entire movement to me. So I just have to hope that you're correct about how this will evolve.
Well, and Joshua, did you feel that the last week was a seminal week in the tide turning? Did you feel a discernible difference? 30 seconds.
100%. Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me, and this is totally a selfish human part of me, that is seeing all of the tides turning, and I'm like, well, dang, it would have been really awesome if you guys had like joined in September when some of us actually just took a stand and had the courage to do that. But it's fine. At the end of the day, it's good that the tides are turning 100%, both with normal average people it's turning, but also you're seeing it all over X. I think Candace and her cult are pretty much done for.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Someone said, what is he even talking about? You don't have to be a registered voter to serve on a jury. Let's look that up. Do you have to be a registered voter to serve on a jury in a court? You don't have to be. So they don't even know what they're talking about. So it says, no, you do not have to be a registered voter to serve on a jury in court. Jury pools are often pulled from both voter registration polls and state identification or driver's license records. You can be summoned even if you have never registered to vote. The exact requirements vary by location, but standard qualifications across most jurisdictions mandate that jurors are U.S. citizens or at least 18, reside in the court's jurisdiction, are of sound mind, can understand, read, and write in English, and have no pending felony charges or recent felony theft convictions. So Andrew Colvett, yet again, has no idea what he's talking about. But, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. We're watching Candace and watch Baron for a little bit, and then I saw those dorks on there. So I'll make some clips about that. Follow my Twitter. It's just at @LetMeReact, and then Instagram's the same. It's all the same username. I think TikTok just has an underscore, but make sure to like and subscribe. I'll definitely be going live more and I'm posting a podcast I did yesterday. I'll post that in a little bit. But yeah, just trying to figure all this out, do as much research as we can. And if you guys haven't seen my Why I Quit Turning Point USA video, that's on my channel. But yeah, not much more I can say. I watched every minute of the preliminary trial, so I'll definitely keep commenting on that. But yeah, it's just all sad. Like, people just lie through their teeth and do stuff for clout, and they're pushing a narrative at the end of the day. So I'm not like fully team Candace, even though like I follow her and some other people. Like I don't think she's Jesus. I don't follow every single thing that she says as gospel truth. But it's far better to search for the truth than do nothing. And the exact thing that the people at TPUSA have done is nothing. They never looked for anything. It was all about pushing on Charlie's mission and just keep it going. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, don't question a widow. Don't attack a widow. Don't talk down to a widow. Don't be suspicious of a widow. It's like, it's all weird. So, watched it. Great video. I'm very disappointed TPUSA still has a presence in TSU. That was like my dream school when I was younger. What's TSU? Texas State? I go to Texas State. We don't call it TSU though. We call it TXST. It's sad, bro. I'll see if I can pull this up. What's my computer at? I'm at 10. We're good. I'll see if I can log into my Twitter real quick. So I can see my login. Give me a second. Okay, sick. Let's pull this up. Okay, yeah, so here, I'll actually go back to this. So if you go to my channel, I was on the Turning Point Tonight show. What did he say? Back in my day, it was still Southwest Texas. That's what my mom says. I know, so I assumed it was Texas State. But yeah, so I did right here, if you guys want to watch that, I did an interview with Joe Bob on, I guess you can't see it because my camera's in the way. You can see it right above my head now, I think. But yeah, I did an interview with Joe Bob on the Turning Point Tonight Show, and he's a great guy. I mean, from what I could tell, I had no problem with him. I saw him on that show. I saw him at the Megyn Kelly tour I went to in San Antonio. I met up with him and talked to him at AmFest. I got his personal number. I got everything. And so I get this DM the other day. Can I go into DMs? Or I won't go into my DMs. I'll just go to my account and show what I posted. So before I read it, or actually I'll go over it first. So he DMs me and goes, by the way, if anybody doesn't know who Joe Bob is, he's a comedian and he like toured with Charlie for a good amount of time. But so he says, the couple of times we've talked, you seem like a good kid, and I think you probably just got taken down a dark online rabbit hole because you're young, and I think you've got potential and time to reverse course. I don't plan on engaging with you publicly, but I would encourage you to look into the concept of burden of proof and who processes it. You obviously have no obligation, but understanding how this idea works in practice will be monumentally beneficial and helpful for your assessing things going forward. Good luck. So then I said, I mean, I'm 24, I'm a grown man, age doesn't equal wisdom. I don't think there's anything funny about an assassination, especially when it was your friend who got murdered. You're clearly being sarcastic and rage baiting in a ton of your posts, which he does. He posted a video of Candace photoshopped onto Tyler Robinson's face in the stairwell. That's just one of the things. You see all these people coming out today going, oh, overwhelming evidence. I saw him take the shot. And I have talked to people today, this was back on the last day of court, that were in the courtroom that said that is a flat out lie. I'm not going against it being Tyler. I want the truth. But the truth right now is that there was not one piece of evidence that showed his face at all. That is the truth. And I've said this since the beginning. Is Candace going to be right about every theory she has? Of course not. But it's far better to search for the truth instead of doing nothing. That's what I said before. And that's what Turning Point has done. Nothing. It's been all about bragging about merch sales and pushing on Charlie's mission when they haven't even done that either. And I also think it's super disingenuous and disrespectful that you come out with a post trying to discredit Candace and your reason was that she didn't give your child attention right before a show. Like, bruh. Turning Point and Erica are both extremely suspicious, and I have defended her in the midst of death threats online and in person. I was at the funeral. I was at AmFest. I can no longer follow that godforsaken organization because it is not the one that Charlie created. I quit for a reason. And if anyone taught us to not just believe the official narrative, it was Charlie. You better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free, Charlie Kirk. So then he says, after all of that, after I got interviewed by him, met him twice, got his personal number, after all of that, he says, why don't you go look into burden of proof and come back? So then I said, we haven't seen his face in anything. We haven't heard a single word come out of his mouth. And we have people saying that he should be put to that death today. I want to know what happened. Keeping him alive while there are still questions that need answering is vital to all of this. So I disregarded that he didn't acknowledge anything that I said. And then he goes, why don't you look into burden of proof and come back? Just the same thing. I said, it was a preliminary hearing and you guys want to put him in the electric chair. Like I said, Candace isn't always right, but there is a reason why TPOSA completely ignores that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause, was against the war in Iran, Thomas Massey, etc., etc., etc. And then he just says the same thing. Why don't you go look into burden of proof and come back? This is like when I was younger, like arguing with my siblings, and I just like said the same thing, like, well, it's, no, you said it. No, I said it. No, you said it. No, I know you're stupid, but what about you? It's like it's like that type of thing. It's like the repetitive disingenuousness of it. And I was like, bruh. So after that, I just said that preliminary hearing, electric chair. I said his face wasn't seen and we have extremely blurry footage. If a decision was made based on the evidence presented so far, he would not be convicted. I think he 100% had foreknowledge, but there's no way in hell a 30-06 killed him. I mentioned like 7 different things in my longer paragraph, so if you can't even respond to the rest of it, I have nothing else to say. And then I said my Why I Quit TPOSA video is on my YouTube and it has my full thoughts on why I posted on April 10th. And then he takes down more words. He doesn't say look into burden of proof, come back. He just says burden of proof. He's a child, bro. So then I said, I've talked to multiple people that were inside the courtroom on the last day. Why did Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, Brandon Tatum, Graham Allen, etc. all say they saw 4K crystal clear video of Tyler Robinson's face and him taking the shot? They're lying, just like TPUSA and Erica have been lying about a lot since September. Is burden of proof all you can say? We're adults, so I would think you could be mature enough to actually answer questions and have a conversation. And then he just says, why don't you go look into burden of proof and come back? So then I just said, I'm done, bro. You're a clown. And then I posted this. This was me on his show. And I said, who seems like the adult in this conversation? I went on the Turning Point Tonight show with Joe Bob back in October and talked with him and many others at AmFest as well, and saw him at the Megyn Kelly tour. I've always had respect and admiration for him. Turns out he's an absolute clown that not only peddles the TPUSA 2.0 narrative, but he also makes fun of the circumstances and evidence surrounding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Completely distasteful and unfunny. Also, his proof that Candace Owens is a terrible person was that she didn't give his newborn kid attention backstage right before a speaking event. You DM'd me, Joe Bob, so how about you actually provide some proof and dialogue instead of just saying burden of proof over and over again like a child? So then he quoted my tweet and said, hold on, let me find it. He said, actually quite a sad story. Praying for this kid. Hope he can turn it around. And I'm over here like, bruh, this dude is not real. So what did I say after that? I just said, you better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free, Charlie Kirk. I care about the truth. You care about bashing people in an unfunny, comedic way. Be better. So it's just like, it's so crazy to me because after all of this, I've had people that I personally know in TPO say unfollow me, not talk to me anymore, say I'm crazy, all this stuff. And then I see this clown do this. So it's just so disingenuous. And I know Artifacts, I don't know if you guys know Artifacts, but he was a videographer, if I'm not mistaken, for Turning Point, and he's saying a lot of the same things I'm saying. People are just two-faced. I think he actually commented on this, if you guys want to give him a follow. Yeah, right here. He said, these people are always two-faced AF. And it's so true. And this is funny too because I've had literal pastors that I've argued with be like, oh, you're young and you don't know anything. This chick, Kiwi, was actually super smart, and because I like kind of have to remind myself of this sometimes, but she said kicking off by taking a jab at your age is an interesting angle. And then she put a picture and says Charlie Kirk was 18 years old when he co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012. He was born in October 1993 and started the organization shortly after graduating high school rather than going to college as originally planned. So anytime a grown-ass man, the first thing he says is my age to try to discredit what I'm saying, I'm just like, okay, so you have no content of what you're saying. Because if you're going to take a jab that's completely irrelevant to whether somebody is wise or not, it's just like completely irrelevant to me. Let me read some of these comments. Yeah, I know you are, but what am I? Literally, bro. Juju, you're a clown, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. No, my knowledge, there is no evidence against her. Why would there be? But public opinion said with her child, she's always trying to. Yeah, Juju, I'm not like a Candace cult follower, bro. I care about the truth. I don't care where the truth comes from. Like I said from the beginning, Candace could have a completely wrong theory. I'm still going to respect her for that because at least she's trying. If she's like questioning people and she's like, oh, that was a dead end. Like, shoot. Yeah, that's better than doing nothing. Being incorrect is better than sitting on your ass doing nothing. So, I don't know. People are just weird, dude. So, it's all crazy. And I'm like so... My day is so much worse after seeing that Andrew Clavette ad. I'm definitely going to clip that and put it on my Twitter right after I end this. But, yeah, I'm going to post that podcast I did yesterday with these two sisters. They were cool. They're more of, honestly, conspiracy theorists than I am. Like, they have a lot more colorful thoughts than I do. And, hey, props to them for actually, like, putting their thoughts out there. So, I'm going to post that right now. I'm going to start going live more. Make sure you follow my Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I have a Rumble. I don't really post on it that much. I feel like it's not as prevalent as, like, Twitter and stuff, obviously. I still call it Twitter. I don't know. People call it X now. But, yeah. I'm not triggered, bro. I'm literally just speaking facts. I can be passionate about what I talk about. Oh my goodness, they have the guy in jail. Yeah, for sure. Let's just believe what the FBI says. Let's just, for sure. Because that's what Charlie preached. Charlie said, believe in the institution in our government. Just believe everything they say. They're for sure telling the truth. Yeah, for sure, bro. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Can I join Spaces on here? Should we join a space real quick? No way. Oh, Glenn is actually Joe Bob's producer. I'm going to get my charger and we're going to listen in on this. I was about to end. If I can get on the speaker panel, I'm going to call him out and see if he answers. Give me 30 seconds, guys. Don't leave. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to get my charger. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So can I talk through my computer on a space? On an X space? No way. This is super interesting. We're about to find out. We are about to find out. Okay. Baron Coleman. Baron's the GOAT, bro. Shut up. Watch Baron Coleman if you don't like Candace. Literally, bro, like if you just have like Candace Owens derangement syndrome, watch Baron Coleman instead. He actually goes more in depth than Candace does on a lot of things. I've actually talked to him and his team. Bro, God. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh my gosh. Oh, Blake Neff is in here with Paramount Tactical? Ain't no freaking way, bro. Ain't no way.
And that's how it's going to be for a lot of these people, I think.
Well, just God bless you, Blake and Andrew and all TPUSA and poor Erica. My heart goes out to all of you. We're with you guys. There's plenty of people that love you, and we know.
That's appreciated. I really like that. I like hearing that. Thank you very much. That means
You're
a lot.
welcome.
I just approved several requests. You guys can throw a hand up or somebody just jump in there anytime that is now a speaker. Adam, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, Blake, thanks for joining. Is that going to come up later in the trial, or
oh my gosh,
is
my
that
speaker
confirmed?
If it was prosecutors who stated that, so I assume they have ample reason to believe that. I said in the last space, I don't know who they're referring to, and if I did, I wouldn't reveal that because the people who, are committed to these theories are also committed to doxing and harassing people in insane ways. But providing general context, what I would say is there was quite a production that goes into any Charlie event by that point.
I don't know what to ask.
So it was almost certainly either one of our event staffers who would be setting up the tent, or it would be a volunteer from on campus. And
gotcha.
I'll bet dollars to donuts it's that he went there and he was like, hey, is Charlie Kirk coming here today? What time's he going to get on campus? If he was planning a shooting, the things that a would-be shooter would do. And the idea that they're twisting this into, what they're really revealing here is Tyler met with his co-conspirator inside Turning Point as part of this assassination op, and they just left that part on set. That's manifestly insane. And
yeah, there was 2 tents there. I would wager that he was asking which tent.
I'll put my hand up.
That'd be my guess.
It's possible, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But that's I assume is what it's going to be related to. He was, and then he goes again because this is what they lay out in the pre-trial, which was they said they had him 4 times in the area. The first time he arrives and he goes and he speaks to the Turning Point person. They say I'd assume that's confirming Charlie's coming, confirming the time and all of that. He goes back a second time and they describe him basically scoping out where the shooting is going to occur. He goes to that part of the building where he's going to climb over. I can't remember if they say he literally climbed on the roof or not, but they describe him going to that spot. The third time is when the shooting happens, and then the fourth time is when he allegedly returns in Orem to try to retrieve the gun. And that's like the narrative they chart out. And what I would just point out is all of this evidence
forms a perfectly coherent, understandable, straightforward narrative for how a shooting would go down. And I feel like it's very revealing that instead of being able to debunk that basic narrative, they seize on these completely unhinged things. So they're claiming it's body doubles of Tyler, except that also one of these body doubles met with this specific turning point person who we're now going to decide is one of the co-conspirators. It's always flailing at something because they can't undercut the core evidence that was presented, which is very strong.
Yeah, and I mean exactly what you're talking about. I mean, what Tyler was doing was classic pre-attack surveillance, and what you're trying to achieve with pre-attack surveillance is confirming that the vulnerability still exists and the target value still exists. So, I mean, it's literally textbook of what he was doing, if that's what he ended up doing down there. Let me see. I saw. Want to make sure. I believe it was Camille's. Camille, go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me ask a question. Blake, to your point, you said that this is, standard practice for a shooting, that this is how things typically go. But what are your thoughts about them digging up the dirt where the shooting occurred?
I think if you look at America today, I think it wouldn't really catch a person by surprise that America reacts very strongly to tragic and traumatic events and often desires to blot out the physical memory of them. This is maybe something that'll set some people in this room off, but look at the Sandy Hook shooting. After the Sandy Hook shooting took place, they basically bulldozed the school and built a new one. And
But within how many days though?
I don't know, but I imagine the reason they did that was because they're like, well, we don't want to reopen this school and have people be going in this classroom where a bunch of children were killed. And that's how America reacts.
Guys, I'm gonna ask him about the exhaust in the car.
Traumatic things.
I could troll and stuff, but I'm actually gonna ask him about the exhaust in the car.
Trauma adverse
because
facility
it's so
like
obvious.
Modern American University might react to a high profile shooting by immediately messing up the physical site. And I don't recall the exact timeline, but I suspect that's just the school made that decision. They asked the prosecutor guy about it, and he said, I learned about it when it was on the news, same time as you did. And I'll tell you, I learned about it when it was on the news, same time all of you did.
Yeah, I don't think that goes to the typical flow of a murder scene, but that's just me. Thank you.
Well, it was no like this is what, if we're going to be intellectually honest and we're going to talk about the repaving of the crime scene, then we need to remove the phrase crime scene. It was no longer a crime scene by every standard.
Yeah,
we had every single agency that was out there working 24/7 for over 3.5 days. So it wasn't the Charlie shooting took place on what, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I believe.
So we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday at a minimum. And I talked to law enforcement there at UVU. They were working 24/7 on that entire campus, had it completely locked down. And their goal was to get it processed, do it right, not cut corners or anything like that, but have it reopened by that Monday. So, I mean, there's nothing, it would be weird if they had left blood and biologics there. And by the way, they're not even allowed to do that. And on top of that, it was absolutely reasonable that they would want to rehab the site. We had students that actually attended there, and if they didn't attend there, everybody saw it. So they would want to rehab the site. It's like if something traumatic happens,
I think
something traumatic happens in your house, you're just going to, after the crime lab leaves, you're just going to leave it there. I mean, I don't even know why this is a talking point, because it seems pretty silly to me.
People and organizations will react in different ways, and you could say, I don't think they handle it the right way, like they should preserve it that way, but I think that point you made is the perfect one, which is it was no longer a crime scene. The police roped it off, they did their investigative work, they collected their evidence, but this isn't a 10 by 10 square area that is permanently ceded to Utah law enforcement in case anyone decides they need to dig it up again. Ultimately, with any crime, the police do their investigation, they take the information they believe they need, and then
they relinquish the scene back to its owner, whether it's physical property in some cases or whether it's a location. And that is what happened here. And it's always bizarre to me because when people complain about that, I feel they're essentially, as far as I can tell, they're getting back to what has always, in my opinion, been the dumber of the conspiracy theories, because it seems to just be alluding to claims that the shot, like he was shot from below from an underground tunnel, which there's absolutely no evidence for and none has ever been presented, and it completely contradicts all eyewitness testimony, including my own, because I was there. And like, there's no payoff to this conspiracy theory. It's just, it's always this endless agitation, grasping for anything, because the ultimate goal is merely to enable a specific predetermined conspiracy theory and like just reject the evidence that is in front of your eyes. And this comes up with other things. It's like when I've seen people complain that, I guess, apparently the SUV was sold. Well, the police are going to look at that SUV, they're going to photograph it, they're going to chronicle everything that was in the SUV, they're going to collect all of their evidence so they can present it at trial. But in the end, they're unlikely in most cases to just keep a vehicle around permanently for 3 years in case someone decides to double check that sort of thing. Like that, this is what we have police investigative departments for, to collect
Well,
evidence.
I mean, I don't know what the expectation here is to just like have that roped off in perpetuity. Really, what this is an appeal to, I don't know, these people that think they're suddenly private investigators or Matlock or something, where it's like, no, 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 I needed you to preserve that so I could go there and I could figure out the truth. You're not going to be allowed to do that. What do you think you're going to do? You're going to go there in the middle of the night and security isn't going to be aware, and you're going to be able to take soil samples, and you're going to find fragments of bullets that actually exited. I mean, how long have we been hearing this? That like, no, 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 there was an exit wound. No, 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 he was shot from the rear. No, no, he was shot from the front. Like, there's nothing that you're going to find there. It really is ridiculous, and you're not going to be allowed to go there and investigate or whatever it is that you think you're going to do. And by the way, there's no evidence that you should be allowed to do that, or that there would be anything found, because there's no evidence of anything other than what has taken place. And if you show me evidence, I would love to see it, because you know what, I would love to discover that something else happened. I'm perfectly fine with it, but so far I just don't see any evidence. Look, I'm going to let a couple other folks up here in just a moment. I just want to say this for those of you that disagree with Blake or me, or the Fed slop, and you're onto the pod slop, whatever it is you believe, we're going to let you talk. We're going to be remain respectful, and I expect the same out of you. This is not the time for sound bites or anything else. Let's have a earnest, good faith discussion. And so, with that being said, I will let Mason up. Mason, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions that I could ask, but I guess just one specific that I had in mind today was I saw this on X a couple days ago, and then Candace brought it up as well. But for Blake specifically, how do you tackle the two differences between the challengers? Because one of them you can obviously see it is a dual exhaust from the video that was shown in court, and then the official pictures from when they towed his car, it was the regular like rectangular exhaust. So you don't have to get into like, oh, this person, this person. I'm talking strictly, can you acknowledge that those are literally two different vehicles?
Here's what I'll tell you. I don't know, Blake, if you want to answer that, but what I can tell you is that Midgray did a video analysis of that. They decided to capture. You can actually see that it is a dual exhaust in the other photos. What you're dealing with, according to Midgray, who knows more about photography and videography than I do, is that you're dealing with a extremely slow frames per second camera, and as that thing moves, this is what we've seen time and time again, because you can grab one frame of something and make it look like something else entirely. And we've seen this, we've seen fraudulent presentation of evidence time and time again. I reposted Midgray. I will find that post and repost it for you, Mason. You can check that out. I think you need to go through that and make a determination of yourself if you believe what he's saying. I think it's pretty compelling. But that's ultimately up for you to decide. But I do think that and the other part of this is, We know what the VIN number is to his vehicle. Um, I guess the other argument would be, well, it's not his vehicle; it's a different vehicle altogether. And I think there's plenty of evidence, if you look for it, that will refute that. Is that one frame, whereas you can see in other frames it doesn't look like that.
Well,
That makes sense.
yeah, I will definitely look into like any other guys you have that are more knowledgeable about cars and stuff for sure. I'm just saying, if we're looking with our eyeballs, you can clearly, I know it's not super clear footage on the video camera, but you can clearly see that it is a double circular cylinder exhaust. And then in the car that was towed away, it was a flatter rectangular exhaust.
So you're coming to that conclusion based on the one still that's being presented as that fact. And what I'm saying is that in the exact same video, you can actually see in other frames, and this is exactly what Mid Gray is pointing out. You can see in other frames it doesn't look like that. And I'll try to post. I'm trying to find that right now. And because it moves further along, and he has a still from there, and it's clearly not that quad tip exhaust.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, because I watched the video. It wasn't just like a screenshot from the video. Like, I watched every minute of the court case and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that would make somebody not believe that those were circular. But I had another quick question for Blake about his show today, but I don't know if he wanted to chime in. But if you're going to post those pictures, that's cool too.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to post those pictures. Go ahead and ask your question. It's up to, I don't know if you and Blake are on talking terms or not. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no, I've never talked to him before. He's responded. Him and Andrew have responded to a couple of my tweets and stuff. But I watched the episode with that Joshua Carr kid, and he was saying that he got a death threat or whatever. And look, I've gotten death threats. I think we can say that, especially as conservatives, a lot of us have gotten death threats in person and online. Like, I'm not discrediting that. I'm not saying that, oh, you're complaining about a death threat. I'm saying that he said he got that, and the only thing he said was that somebody called his phone, said he was a police officer, was asking where he was or whatever, and then hung up abruptly. So I didn't see any threat in that, but I guess his statement on the end of that was, this is what happens when Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and all the conspiracy theorists push this crap. So, Blake, I just wanted to ask, do you think that Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and other people like them are causing death, basically, are causing people to get death threats in the world of politics?
Blake, I don't know if you're talking or not, but your mic is muted, or maybe just not talking, or maybe you're busy or something else. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to answer that. I think there's lots of opinions on that. I mean, I think they are. I mean, I think what they're doing is inciting violence time and time again.
How so?
When you're telling people, well, when you're saying that Erica Kirk, for instance, is it involved? Well, let me ask you this.
Go for it.
We know that whoever you believe that killed Charlie Kirk, somebody was targeting Charlie Kirk. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, the party or parties involved were targeting Charlie Kirk, correct?
Sure. And we also know that Charlie Kirk had thousands of death threats. That's why he had security. Those have actually been confirmed by FBI in the past. Like, he's had death threats for his beliefs. And this all stems from his push against leftism, and in particularly trans activism. He's talked about this on Bill Maher. He's mentioned this to many different people. I think this is well documented. At any point I get to a point where someone disagrees, or specifically you, feel free to chime in. So Erica Kirk, through association, just by proxy, I think we could agree that would automatically, regardless of how Charlie left TPUSA and ultimately because he was killed, if she fills his shoes, she's ultimately a target too. And my God, if you want to say Israel too, fine, whatever. But the point is that she automatically comes with that. Now you add on to that people saying that she is involved in the conspiracy, the planning, and the cover-up of Charlie Kirk's death. That is going to incite a lot of other people. And then on top of that, you add these allegations and disgusting accusations saying that she's involved with child sex trafficking. So yeah, she's I mean, that is inciting, and with zero evidence, by the way. Nobody has a scintilla of evidence at all saying that she was involved in conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. None. They don't have anything. And you have zero evidence to say that she's involved in child sex trafficking. But that is the image that they're pushing forward. And that in of itself is inciting violence. And they know it. And they know what they're doing. And we see it. I mean, one guy's already been arrested for attempting to threaten her or kill her. I don't remember what the exact, he definitely made death threats toward her and was ultimately arrested. And I mean, as many people as Candace reaches and Baron Coleman reaches, and some of the things they have said, I think the conclusion is pretty clear that they've convinced their audience that Charlie Kirk was killed, his wife was involved, and that also his wife was involved in child sex trafficking. So we could isolate it just to her, but for sure, that is inciting violence.
Right.
Do you not agree with that?
Right. I'm assuming you're talking about the guy, like the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Was that the main guy you were talking about?
No.
They canceled an event
with JD, with JD Vance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the one where I think Candace, of course, like claimed the whole thing was fake, as she would, but no, it was very real.
Okay,
so no, wait. There was a separate event where a guy was arrested. I think it was in Texas. I don't know.
It was in San Antonio. I'm near Austin, so I heard about that too.
Yeah.
So this is my thing. Like, obviously, Charlie got death threats. We know this. We know he got death threats. We know conservatives get death threats more than the left. That's just true. My whole thing is, if you're going to pin stuff on Candace and Barron, how can you do that when none of these people that you've mentioned have had any connection to them or have made any statement saying, I did this because of this, or this was the manifesto, or this or this? How do we know they weren't leftist people that were trying to kill Erica, who's a conservative? That's why I think it's dangerous to put the blame of death or potential death on two people that, in my opinion, cared about Charlie, cared about his mission, and whether you agree with them or not, they're doing the most that they can to figure out the truth. Because I've said this since the beginning, guys. I've said it is far better to search for the truth than do nothing. And with all due respect to the Charlie Kirk Show and Turning Point and everybody involved, I've said this since September and October back then. I said, has Blake Neff, Andrew Clavette, Mikey McCoy, Jack Posobiec, any of these people, Mikey McCoy, have any of these people sat at the table at the Charlie Kirk Show, looked up at the monitor at UVU footage and been like, okay, maybe this guy looks suspicious, or maybe this, or here's this evidence? No, I'm just real quick. I was at.
So wait, hold on. You're mad at me because I haven't like schizophrenically accused random people of being in on the shooting? Yeah.
No, I'm not. Shirts? I'm not saying accuse anything. I'm saying strictly, when after all this happened, just do your own investigation.
No, that's
try to figure out what happened.
You're angry that we didn't like wildly speculate that specific people look suspicious on camera because that's like what you think we're supposed to do.
But you're saying wildly. I'm saying, Blake, you guys did nothing. You guys were all about pushing on Charlie's mission.
No, Mason, hold on a second. Let me just pause you right there.
Go for
it. Because it's not just what we do, it's how we go about doing things. And as a conservative, as you're saying, there's something that we believe in, and that is you don't accuse people without evidence. And that is inciting. That should be condemned. When you're sitting there alluding to, and this is the other thing that just I find disgusting. When we sit there and want to play word games and be like, well, she never actually said, well, she's done more than that. She's convinced her audience with a lot of different types of language, with a lot of different avenues of approach on that. And so has Barron. And if you want to sit there and say, well, I never said that she actually killed him. Okay, no, you have. You just said it in so many. And by the way, you can talk to any lawyer. That isn't going to fly in court. Insinuation and the way that they've gone about this is absolutely allegations by insinuation.
But I'm saying, how can you connect these people?
Hold on. What I'm saying is, why isn't that condemned by you? Why isn't it saying, like, you know what? Okay, if you want to do your own investigation, if you want to play Nancy Drew and you want to create this murder mystery, choose your own adventure, you get to participate in it and call my hot tip line, and you want to play that game, then why don't you do that behind the scenes professionally? Because how you go about doing it is just as important as what you're doing. And even if you're building a case and you think that's true, Like the moment you start saying, hey, you know what, this person is guilty with zero evidence. We're 10 months into this and there's zero evidence of any claim. And by the way, not only is there zero evidence, she said the French Foreign Legion did it. She said people were shooting him from the tunnels. She said the shot came from behind. She said she's alluded to multiple things that are
I
clearly
understand that.
completely
I
wrong.
don't
think you do. I don't think you do understand that, Mason. First of all, you're like also just like saying false things. Like, oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it? Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened, and we sent them to the FBI to investigate. Why would we do that if we didn't care? All those texts that were ended up like coming out where Charlie's like complaining about his Jewish donors, as has already been established, those came out because Andrew sent them to the government because he thought, hey, leave no stone unturned. Like, it's just completely false to say that we've just stood up there and said, we're not asking any questions, we're not doing anything to try to further the like discovery of truth on this. It's just like a false thing.
But I'm saying the guy that the guys that you're saying that have threatened Erica with death threats and stuff, all this stuff, all the threats, everything, how can you connect them to Candace or Barron or other people? Name one thing that connects them to that. They would say, oh, they did this because they listened to Candace Owens. Name one thing. Name one instance.
Look, like what I will say is, I'm not saying any specific person was specifically radicalized by Candace or by Barron. What I will say is they endlessly stoke the idea that Erica Kirk is like a specifically nasty, like evil individual who's like conspired in one of the most dramatic and like wicked crimes in our lifetimes. They endlessly promote this idea with no evidence. They egg on people who do like weird and creepy things, like try to like spy on her and like stalk her. Like they encourage people who do these things by reporting on their antics, and claim that this has no connection whatsoever with people feeling like it's a good idea to stalk, harass, and threaten Erica and anyone else in the Turning Point universe is farcical. Like, I don't know whether any particular person is connected to them. Do I think any of them would have a problem if someone did that? No, I don't in the slightest. I mean, frickin' Barron Coleman himself went and stalked Erica to a church that she has been seen at.
Okay. Yeah, look, I don't like I said, I don't condone death threats or anything. I was just saying what's the specific connection, because even the Joshua guy that you guys had on was like, he was talking about the death threats and then immediately went to conspiracy theorists because they're watching Candace and Barron. So I'm just like, I just want to make this like for the record, like I'm not some random online person. Like I'm a college student. I was in a chapter. Back in September, October, November, I defended Erica and TPOSA in the midst of death threats, online and in person. I had to talk to the president of our university because we were getting racist harassment from people to our vice president and president. We were getting death threats almost every day. We were getting physically assaulted sometimes. So I'm just saying this as somebody who was in a chapter, who was at the funeral, who was at AmFest, who has talked to former TPOSA employees, current president, chapter presidents, past chapter presidents. I've interacted with you, Blake, and Andrew. I've talked to Candace. I've talked to Aubrey Leitch. I've talked to all these people. And at the end of the day, this is what I tell people.
From that thinking that Candace is a good faith actor.
Okay, I don't think she's an actor. I think she's trying to find something out. I'm just saying this is the point of everything I'm saying.
Thinking Candace is a good person.
I think yes. I think she was Charlie's.
All those interactions,
Blake,
and you
if they
Candace is the one who's after the truth.
Blake, you guys relentlessly have said that they were not friends. Why would Charlie say 48 hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to AmFest? Why would he invite somebody to the... I
literally explained that.
Why would he... It's the biggest event of the year. Why would he do that?
What? Why would he do that? Because he was literally joking. Like, literally...
He was joking. Where's the proof of that?
Well, of course he was joking. Because the context is, he's complaining, he's kvetching in this chat that he's annoyed by some of the, really pro-Israel donors and voices who are bothering him. Basically, he kept getting pressured to uninvite Tucker. He kept getting pressured to disavow Tucker. And so he's saying, oh, these guys keep aggravating me to uninvite Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. What he's literally saying is, it's really annoying what they're doing. And then he's joking, I'm thinking of doing the thing that would really maximally piss them off.
But Blake, before...
I don't think that's very difficult to understand.
But before that text, he said, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker.
Mason, why was Candace not at 2024 AmFest?
2024 AmFest?
Funeral.
Well, yeah, she didn't go to the funeral because
she wasn't at 2024. She wasn't at AmFest 2024. Why? And she wasn't invited.
I'd say, like, since people fuss over that, why wasn't she at Charlie's memorial? She was invited.
Well, I remember she said she didn't want to go because of security threat. She didn't want to travel,
well,
and I'm not going to blame her for that.
Other people braved the security threat to honor Charlie, and she didn't think that was important, I guess. So.
No, I mean that's a personal decision. Like I would have liked to see her there. I would like to see her speak there. I think we all would have. But
can I jump in real quick, actually, about that?
Who's this? Sinful
That's
Smalls?
Sinful.
Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Let's break it up.
So if Erica is the same thing, the reason why she didn't go to Georgia is because of a security threat, and she gets mocked for it. But Candace doesn't want to go to a funeral.
Her husband was just killed. I mean, there's some important context there.
Yeah, that's two different things.
No, they're not two different things.
Well, they are.
They're both the same thing. You're saying they're both security threats, right?
Right,
Candace
but I'm
didn't want
not.
to go to the funeral thing.
She didn't want to go.
I'm not.
Nobody mocked Candace for that. We didn't mock Candace for that. But Erica, she can't go to the Georgia thing, and she got nothing but mocked for that because the crowd size wasn't big enough or something.
Oh, and by the way, Candace,
Mason, if you're going to be mad about that,
I'm not mad about that. I wasn't even talking about that.
Well, and Candace wouldn't go and debate Blake and Andrew in person because she was worried about the cartels in Arizona.
Well, like I said, that's another security thing. Look, I'm just I will say this.
Hold on.
On that,
Mason,
go ahead.
Let's just for the sake of the argument.
Yeah.
Let's say she was acting in good faith. If Candace is acting in good faith, which I completely disagree, and I think most people with any sort of any reasonable person would disagree with that. But if she was acting in good faith, then she is one of the most incompetent investigators on the face of the planet. She has gotten everything wrong. She's literally never provided a single piece of evidence to a material claim that she's made. We have no evidence of any involvement with the French. That clearly turned out to be false. We had to throw a Jew in there somewhere. That was weird. And then we have a claim that she was actually targeted by the French. What happened with that? Because she went to Dollywood the next day. Did the French get their the Macrons get their $1.5 million back? She said that Charlie was shot from below. That turned out to be false. We know that's not true. She said he was shot from the crowd. That turned out to be false, or at least no one's claiming that now. And now she's went with the dumbest of all the theories, that he was killed by an exploding microphone with enough force to completely decimate the microphone, as per her claims and Baron Coleman's claim. But it was enough force to kill a man. But it wasn't enough force, which, by the way, PETN burned at over almost 4,000 degrees centigrade. That is hotter than the surface of the sun. But you want to tell me that there was no burn marks, there was no charring, there was no smoke. There was so much force that it destroyed the microphone, but there was no equal and opposite reaction to where it destroyed his shirt at all. So, she has gotten it wrong every single time. So let's say she's acting in good faith. She is incompetent as they come. And the other point that I would make that proves she doesn't act in good faith, we know that Candace has a lot of resources. She could have multiple investigative teams. She could have multiple lawyers on this. She could have multiple forensic analysts on this. She's never done any of those things. She's not done one single good faith step to investigate this with any credibility whatsoever. And I'll leave it there.
So this has been my whole thing, because I tell people this all the time. I'm a Christian. I don't think Candace is everything she says is gospel truth. I actually disagree with some things that Candace says, regardless of people say, oh, you're Candace Cole, whatever. My whole thing is, if you're in an investigation, even if you're a literal investigator, even look at movies like the movie Prisoners with Jake Gyllenhaal, Hugh Jackman.
Nobody's in a literal investigation other than SBI, the Utah authorities, and the FBI.
Hold on. Well, first of all, I don't think we should just trust the FBI and to what they say. But I'm saying, if you are going to be in an investigation, you actually have to you usually do hit dead ends, and you're wrong about a lot of things before you figure out the truth. You actually can't get to the truth unless you fail. That's like a life lesson. You can't get to your goal without failing, getting back up, reassessing, and going after it again.
The problem here, Mason, nobody has an issue with somebody being wrong. I don't. The problem that I have here is that she's never admitted it. The problem that I have here is that every time that she claims 100% full-throated that this is what happened, and by the way, if anyone says otherwise, they're crashing out and she's over the target. That's what's disingenuous. That's what is dishonest, and that's what proves what her motives are. When people like me that are a veteran are saying, look, Mitch Snow, he could have been in Fort Huachuca. I don't care, but he did not walk into a meeting with colonels and the U.S. military planning this. And by the way, you have no evidence of that. It's just a fact that never happened. That would not happen. That's not how the U.S. military works. They're not going to use conventional forces to suddenly conduct some clandestine operation where they kill an American citizen, at UVU. It is retarded on its face. It was a scam. It was BS. And like that's just true. And now I guess we've abandoned this. We know that Brian Harpole wasn't there, or we sure are going to know when he's done suing her. But she was provided with that information too, and she didn't even share it. Like every time that she's had exculpatory information or information that contradicts her current claim, she doesn't share that information, and it shows that she's a liar. To this day, she's still saying, hold on. To this day, she's still saying that you got to be Spider-Man to scale the rooftops at UVU. When in reality, you walk up a flight of stairs that are open to the public, you step over the rail, and you're on the roof. Don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think that shows a level of dishonesty that if she was held to the same standard she holds everybody else to, she would be completely discredited?
Yeah, and I also note, like, as evidence of bad faith, she like often alludes to like having evidence that she's keeping in reserve for some reason, which doesn't seem like the behavior of someone who's doing an open and transparent investigation. She loves to do that with that Aspen event that she like fixated on and claimed was AI, where she like loves to suggest she has like actually the full leaked unedited footage of the entire event. And I don't know if she does or not, but I believe she basically claimed to have it. Well, okay, Candace, then release the whole thing. But she doesn't, because what she wants to do is engagement bait. She wants to torment people. She wants to behave in a nasty way. She wants to wait for people to say something that she decides to like seize upon and claim as a lie, when most of the time there's no evidence that that's actually the case, and like twist them around as she does for an example with the Aspen thing, where she loves to just go, oh, it's AI. It's like proven it's AI. And it's of course not. Like I freaking.
Well, I guess. Another
Also-
great example of that. Hold on. Another great
Oh,
example of that is she's saying that this is a crowdsourced investigation, that everybody needs the information, and then she goes, and I call it a content farming through extortion. She accuses people and expects them to prove their innocence, and then constantly is like, why aren't you giving me this evidence? Why aren't you giving me this evidence? She had the video footage from behind Charlie since September. She just released it recently, but yet she can hold on to evidence. But if anyone else does, for whatever reason, they are to be suspected of something.
She released that months ago. She was on FaceTime with, I don't know if it was Terrell or whoever it was, but she released that like months and months and months ago. She was the reason we got the behind the camera footage. But I did want
But we also just don't even know that she actually has this stuff for months and months, because right before she went on break, those SUV photos that she released, that she said that she'd been sitting on them for 6 months.
Okay, that's a
we
different
found
thing.
out after she went on vacation that she actually had just gotten them the night before. She only had them in her hand for a few hours before she released them to the public, because Michael Vinna, the guy who actually released them, he could not contain himself and had to immediately run to the internet and be like, I'm so amazing, guys. I gave this information to Candace, not realizing that the email that he shared with Candace Owens gave the date and the time that he sent the information to her. So she's sitting here saying she had it for 6 months, and she absolutely did not. She literally got it a few hours before. So she's a liar.
The fact is, she's been caught in so many lies that if you trust her, you're a moron.
I wanted to answer or ask a question to Blake about the video of Charlie appointing Erica, because I think this is a big thing, especially I know at Amfest when I was there, that was some of the opening audio of him saying that, and then obviously Candace and some other people were like, oh, release the video. So in order to like, I don't know, give people peace of mind of that almost, you guys released a video, Blake, of super loud music in the background, no context of that conversation, and you spliced a clip of Charlie and Erica kissing in between the sentences. So I'm saying, how is that valid proof of him appointing her if it's a clip spliced between sentences?
You're already like playing into.
I'm not though.
These people like to do. They're like, "Where's the evidence of Charlie appointing Erica CEO?" Like, this is like a whole transfer of power. No, like literally what happened, and this is like what you can see in the clip as presented, and it's also as described in reporting about it in the Daily Mail and so on. Is at this event, someone asked Charlie, like, what would you do if something happens to you? And like, Charlie is alive at the time. That's kind of a weird question to ask.
Right.
And he basically is like, okay, like Erica would do a great, if something happens to me, Erica would do a great job. And he says that and he moves on. And what I will add, and what we've always said, is like, you guys fixate on this video, Candace fixates on this video, because her goal is just to hurt people and cause cause discord and so on. But what we've always said is our decision. I shouldn't say our, because I actually wasn't making the decision. The decision to pick Erica was not something where they went and like, okay, dig into the archives, find the most recent video. What did Charlie say? No, it was always understood that if something happened to Charlie, by far the most likely person to succeed him was Erica, because she was his wife, his closest confidant, the person who understood him best. And like, it wasn't like it was just automatically willed to her. In fact, the board, people that Charlie chose, picked Erica for that position. That is ultimately the reason that she was picked, because the board of Turning Point USA, which was a group of Charlie's closest friends going back years, chose her for that job. Now, as it happens, Charlie had been recently asked that, and he said when he had to name someone, he named Erica and said she would do a great job. And we played that audio because that's a touching tribute from Charlie to his wife, who is carrying on his mission. And Candace and co. decided to fixate on this, claim that it was fake, endlessly demand that we dance to every single request they give us. Anytime they want us to release something, we're supposed to do it. And of course, they rationally said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't exist to get bossed around by Candace. We're not going to like release every random secret or every random private video that she demands we turn out. So the reason that they played it in the intro at the women's leadership event is because, yeah, we're willing to show this, but we're going to do it on our terms. We're not going to do it on Candace's terms every time she orders us to do something like she's our boss, which she's not. And that's the story of that. And then, as I predicted 5 months ago, they of course claim, oh, it's all AI, it's all fake. They'll claim that for everything. I mean, Buckley Carlson is on X claiming all of the videos of Tyler at UVU are probably AI too. Like, they're going to claim everything is AI.
I don't think
that's
that.
That's their go-to for everything.
Like I said, Blake, I don't stand by everything that Candace says, and I don't stand by everything that everybody says. Like, when I heard the video that you guys posted, I didn't even see Candace's reaction to that. I was just like, okay, like I do videography, right? To me, I was like, okay, that sounded like two separate sentences spliced together. But my whole thing was, I've heard you and Andrew say, oh, this has been the plan since the beginning for her to take over. So I don't see how Charlie, who was...
and Mason, Candace confirmed that months ago, too. She said, hey, look, I talked to somebody when this wasn't even a thing. She said, I talked to somebody that was at the event that had confirmed this. I trust this person. And then she, just like she's done in multiple other things, she's confirmed something, and then she turns around because it's useful and it's profitable and it's popular to do. She goes out. And here's what I always hear from your side of this. We hear about these things that are subjectively found suspicious by you. There's these things where you guys take that are completely open to interpretation, and you decide to interpret it one specific way. It always goes one way, no matter what the more likely scenario is. And that is your proof. But what you can't ever provide is evidence of any wrongdoing by anyone other than Tyler Robinson. And with that, we're gonna take somebody else. Thanks for jumping on here, Mason. We appreciate it.
All right, you guys are all untruthful clowns.
I have one.
All right, guys. That was that. I mean, it's so crazy. Wow, I didn't expect that. So crazy, dude. Was not expecting that. Got to talk to freaking Blake and Paramount Cuck Tactical. That's crazy. Holy crap. I'll have to retweet that one. How do I do this? It's just so crazy because you know he's on there to just talk, bro. You know he's on there to just talk. He gave no... They gave you the time. All crazy, dude. Yeah, it's so bizarre. Oh, am I still speaking in that? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's see. Who can I guess I'll go to his thing. Can I read? Does it have to be his account? I don't really want it to be his account. So crazy, dude. You forgot about the exhaust? No, I didn't. It was my first question. You missed that. It was actually my very first question. Okay, bruh, you can... Whatever. Yeah, that's actually insane. Did that repost? Well, I don't have much more than that. Can I spell correctly? What did I misspell? Just talked to Blake Neff and Paramount Tactical for like 30 plus minutes. These people are so out of touch with reality. It's actually insane. I didn't misspell anything. You were talking to somebody else. Yeah, that's actually insane, dude. Well, I guess check that one off the bucket list. Blake was so heated too. He was like, I answered this, and you guys, oh, Candace, is she requesting this? She's not our boss. I'm just sitting there like, bro, what's wrong with you? So crazy. They don't care, though. They don't care about the past stuff you did for them. They don't care about anything. It's all Candace. Candace is evil. Candace is this. Oh, Candace lied about this. It's like, bro, I'm my own person. Like, I'm literally asking questions from myself. But, you know, clowns are clowns. Hopefully, we need definitive proof and truth after all of this. I don't care if it takes 5 years. You were great, Mason. I'm impressed. Thanks. I didn't expect them to let me... I wasn't speaking to you, Mason. Yeah, I know. I'm a great speller. Yeah, I didn't expect them to let me be a speaker, but Paramount is such a clown, dude. Oh, I should have... I guess I couldn't. I was about to ask him, but he kicked me off. I was going to ask him about the... Oh my gosh. Well, he's not going to let me back on now. I don't know. I was going to ask him about the picture of Erica, her thumb over her kids. Yeah, I have more questions too. Whatever. Maybe I shouldn't have called them clowns. I do believe that though. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Joe Bob's not even funny, bro. They were legends. I still don't know if that was real. Oh my gosh, should we hop on a... Oh crap, Artifacts was DMing me. Hold on, guys. He is... Bro, we got them. What did he post? What did he post, chat? Let's see what he posted. Let's see what he posted. Blake Neff, by this logic, how are we not to know that the deep state didn't get a hold of the information Andrew Clavette shared in order to hit like they did on JFK? Seriously, this is major. You shouldn't have said this, bud. What was he referring to?
Them to the FBI to investigate. Why would we do that? We're just like saying false things. Like, oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it? Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened.
Yes,
and we sent them to the FBI to investigate.
Yeah, I was gonna harp on that, but he didn't really give me a chance. They sent suspicious videos before the shooting to the FBI. So is he saying they had suspicious things and still let Charlie go up there? Is that what he's saying?
Why would we do that if we didn't care? All those texts that were ended up like coming out where Charlie's like complaining about his Jewish donors, as has already been established, those came out because Andrew sent them to the government because he thought, hey, leave no stone unturned. Like, it's just completely false to say that we've just stood up there and said, we're not asking any questions, we're not doing anything to try to further the like discovery of truth on this. It's just like a false thing.
Dude.
It's just like saying false things. Like,
Let's try that again.
Oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it? Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about after it happened, and he said that? Bro. What the heck? I'm gonna start a space. How do I start a space, guys? How do I start a space? How do I start a space? How do I start a space? Post? No. No. Wait, is it post? I don't know how to do this. How do you start a space? No. Chat, how do you start a space? Someone tell me, how do you start a space? I'm on my computer. How do you do it? 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 Someone tell me, someone tell me. Am I stupid? Oh, is it right here? The plus mark? No, it's not. What the heck? No, we didn't answer my question. I was asking him, why did you guys not investigate afterward? And he said, we sent TikToks to the FBI before the shooting. That's like, what? More? Where's more? I don't see more. I don't think it's under more. No. Oh, create space. Question everything, son. You're a legend. Who can speak? Only people invited to speak. What do you want to talk about? What should we title it? I talked to Blake Neff and Paramount Tactical. Come discuss. Record space. Yes. Start now. I talked to Blake Neff. Give me 2 seconds. I need to go get my water. Sorry, can't help with the space on me. I don't know. Okay. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm gonna start this in a sec, guys. Let me just get my water. Okay. Represent. Okay. Let's do this. Let's freaking do this. They were very nice to him. Yeah, they were nice, but what if you say super nicely, I think you're an effing idiot, I'm going to kill you. Like, you can say that nicely. So just because somebody's nice doesn't mean they're genuine or of good faith or anything. So, cool. Well, Blake was getting heated, so I don't care. Whatever. Okay. Let me quote that tweet real quick. Dude, no, this is huge. Blake, keep lying. Read that. He cooked himself. Okay, I'll text him. Okay, give me a second. This is actually insane, bro. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, which one did I just read, guys? Wait, which one did I just read?
Sent them, shooting happened, and we sent them to the FBI to investigate.
Okay, it's this one.
All those just like saying false things, like, oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it? Okay.
Okay, it's this one. Quote. Asked Blake. I just told Blake Neff that they never did any investigation after Charlie was assassinated, and his response was that they sent suspicious. What did he say? Suspicious videos? Let me just listen to it one more time. Hold. Copy. Delete. Give me a second.
Things that look suspicious to us, just like saying false things, like, oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it? Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened, and we sent them to the FBI to investigate.
What the hell? Yeah, that's insane. They sent suspicious videos and a bunch of other things. That's what he said. To the FBI before the shooting, and they saw Charlie go up there. What the fuck did I just hear? Okay, let's go. Start now. Let's get it. I've never done this before. How do I invite people? What is this music? I'm scared. Guys, what is this music? Guys, why is there music? I'm so confused. Where's that coming from? Guys, can you guys hear that? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? So confused. Where's that coming from? Yeah. Click on the microphone. Guys, can you guys hear that? Hello, hello. Thank you. Question everything coming in clutch. Okay. Jeez, dude. That's actually insane. I don't know how people join this. Dude, the mic button on the space at the yeah, I know you. Thank you. As long as you're not talking, that plays. No, I think it was just before because it's off now. It's off now, and the music stopped. Okay, thank you. I'm just making sure, guys, because I gotta make sure I hear and the computer's playing audio and you guys can hear. I'm just trying to make sure. I'll get a streaming set up eventually, I swear. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Crap. Okay. Okay, we're good. Appreciate it. Yo, question everything. Make sure you follow me on Twitter so you keep up to everything, because I don't know if you're just on the YouTube, but yeah, I don't know how people are supposed to join this. How do I do this? Is it like, does it show up on my account? Bro, I'm freaking hot in this. Oh, does it show up on my account? Okay, someone else is in here. Let's see. Okay. People can see it. Juju, I mean, you can follow me too. I'm not hating. You've been a little interesting. That's okay. Hey, even Tom Brady had haters. That's all I'll say. Even the GOAT had haters. You got suspended from X? How do you get suspended from X? What was their reason? What was their, like, actual reason? Bro, I'm taking off this hoodie when people join. Holy crap. You can give them the ability to talk. No. I probably should have before that guy left. I wasn't paying attention. No, but how did you get suspended from X? Like, actually. What the heck? Why is nobody joining? I guess I can send it. Let's see if, what's her face? Let's see if Louisiana is on anything. Give me a second. Oh, she is in one. Which one is she in? Is it her own? Oh, she's in Paramount's, bro. I'm not going back in that crap. I like Tom Brady. Good. That's the GOAT. I actually hated him for a while. Because he won so much, bro. I'm a Bears fan too. I'm salty. At least we're good now, somewhat. Let's see Artifact. How many people are in his? He's not even on. I swear he was just on. I'm gonna DM him real quick. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Yo, what's up, Deeth? Give me a second, guys. Oh, God, okay. I need to text his number. Copy. Crap. Copy. Give me 1 second, guys. Should I call him? I'm gonna call him. Should I call him, guys? I'm gonna call him.
Hi, if you record.
Crap. I'm just gonna text him, never mind. My dad texted and said, "Good show. Blake was so triggered." Bro, he was so triggered. Okay, Artifacts got back to me. Yes, bro, my dad just texted me. He was watching. trying to edit it. Okay, but okay, Artifix is gonna come in soon, guys. Deeth, do you want to talk? Give me an emoji if you want to talk. I don't know. Nobody else is in here. Oh my god. Yo, Deeth, if you want to talk, give me like an emoji or something. I'll let you talk. I know no one else is in here. I'm trying to get a thing going. Because I know my friends, a couple of them I know that they'll want to talk, but until then. It's like actually crazy, guys. Look, I don't know. It's 11. I mean, people are always on these things, I swear. Restart. Oh, did that just end the space? Does restarting your page end the space? No way. Oh. No, it doesn't. Reconnect. There we go. Okay, I'm just not going to do that again. Okay, I guess I don't need to repost it. Okay, I kind of don't want you guys to see my DMs. Let me just give me a second. Oh shoot. Let's listen to some of these. Let me freaking take this hoodie off and then we can listen to these guys. It's freaking hot. Should I wear my Turning Point shirt just to troll? No. I'm not gonna do that. Actually, no, screw it. I've never worn this shirt because whatever. It's a sick shirt if they weren't such liars. Whatever. Okay. 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 We need to get some people in here. Okay. Like you said, I don't appreciate it. I was freaking trying. Let's see. I'm gonna mute myself. Let's listen to what Artifix posted. Yo, what's up, Duchess? Hold on. Okay, let's listen to these real quick, guys. Let's see everything he posted. This guy was a videographer for Turning Point and worked with Charlie, dude. Okay. I guess we're starting here. Okay, Blake Knapp just made it on record that Andrew Colvette sent the text in which Charlie Kirk was complaining of the Jewish donors to the FBI before the shooting. By Charlie Kirk's on Sanders from Butler case, that would make this scream deep state cover up. This is the second massive intelligence failure. Now you've got Paramount Tactical and all the rest crying that people are inciting violence against Miss Erica Kirk by calling her a sex trafficker. That evidence while conveniently memory. Holding all the times Charlie himself for a little while and Israel saw it. Spare us is unconcerned about standards. You only care about evidence when it's your friends on the line. Again, go back to reading. Okay, yeah, let's listen to this.
Look for it. Okay.
So this is just from the Space
compiled a
Guys.
bunch of just like saying false things, like, "Oh, you guys have never bothered to try to look for it." Okay, well, we compiled a bunch of TikToks and various other things that looked suspicious to us before the shooting happened, and we sent them to the FBI to investigate. Why would we do that if we didn't care? All those texts that were ended up like coming out where Charlie's like complaining about his Jewish donors, as has already been established, those came out because Andrew sent them to the government because he thought, hey, leave no stone unturned. Like, it's just completely false to say that we've just stood up there and said, we're not asking any questions, we're not doing anything to try to further the like discovery of truth on this. It's just like a false thing.
Okay, so my question to Blake was, why didn't you guys investigate, sit at that table on the Charlie Kirk show, look at UVU footage after the shooting? I wasn't even asking before, and his answer to that was, oh, before the shooting, we sent suspicious videos and showed the text and everything to the government and the FBI, and they still let Charlie go up there. They still let Charlie go up there. After that, we did not know that. We did not know that they sent suspicious videos that could have been a threat to Charlie or the event beforehand. That wasn't even my question, but he just said that. So that's actually insane. That's actually insane. Let's look at the second one. Blake enough by his logic, how are we not? Oh, is that the... okay, that's the same one, right? No, it's not. Is it? 38? Yeah, it is. That's the same one. Oh, is it just the same one? Yeah, it's just the same one. Oh, so you just posted one. Oh, wait. No, this is different.
We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I mean, yeah. So that's referencing the same video. Yeah, so that's actually insane, dude. Let's see. How many does it have? Yo, what's up, guys? I don't know how this works, bro. I don't know how you, like, grow on Spaces. Where's the skull emoji? Okay. Bro, I don't know how to build this. All the way down. Wait, what are you talking about, bro? You should link these after in your show notes. What do you mean link these? Links a bunch of my stuff? What do you mean links? Before you post that, I can help you some. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey. Bro, I literally was just watching the Candace episode and this turned into me having a conversation with Blake and F and Paramount Tactical. You have an hour to edit that last post and add some names to that post so they see it. You mean just tag them in it? Link to the X post? I commented on it. What do you mean? I just commented on it. We gotta get artifacts in here, bro. Links to the X post. That URL in the address bar of the post in your show notes. Yeah, I did that. I quoted. Hold on. I quoted it. Look. See? I just told Blake Neff they never did any investigation after Charlie was assassinated, and his response was that they sent suspicious videos and a bunch of other things to the FBI before the shooting, and they still let Charlie up there. What the F did I just hear? And I put the post in there. Not everybody on YouTube has X. I don't know how I'd post it on YouTube. If you don't have X, you don't have X. You're seeing it right now on YouTube. Like, I'll go in and screen record stuff, but I don't know. We need artifacts in here, bro. I'm saying on this show on YouTube so people can go right to that post. Oh, well, I mean, just look on my username. It's just at Let Me React. It's at the very top of my account. It's my same username for everything. Should I just let anybody speak, and then when people start getting in, I can make it not that way? I'm just going to do that. Actually, no, I'm not, because some random person's going to ask me, like, oh, what happened? And I'm going to explain the entire thing to them, and then more people are going to come in. This is confusing. Yeah, bro, I'm not going to do that. Just look up my username. If you don't have X, I don't know what to do. You can see it on YouTube. Who's Jessica? Do I follow her? No, I do not. Oh, it's a cute pig. Her dog, or whatever that was. Brother, how do I... Okay, I'm just going to turn it to let anybody talk. And then... Can I do that? Microphone settings? No, that's not it. That's not it either. Brother, how do I do this? I don't want to restart it. I'm not in the mood. Facts. Can I really not change it mid? I swear you should be able to. Invite speakers. Bruh. Okay. I'll just put artifacts in here. Bro. What was that? I don't want to try to open it on my phone. I don't want it to mess up. Oh, you're saying, well, I don't know. Can I like pin a comment? I don't really know how to, like, hold on. Copy link. Okay, that's it, but can I like pin that? Oh, I can. Okay, I pinned it. Okay, that's the Spaces link. I guess you can't do it like invite speakers. Oh, so you can only invite within the space? That's stupid. I guess I just have to share it via... Okay, I'm not doing that. Send via chat. I don't want to show my DMs. I'm just gonna do it on my phone. Give me a second. Just gonna send this to everybody I've been in a thing with. Okay, can I just change? How do I change it to anybody can speak, bro? I swear you could do that. I guess you can't. Is that Dale? Huh? What a legend. Okay, we could wait till Artifix gets in here, but I don't know. I might just, I don't know, I could go back and clip. I'm not doing that right now, though. Huh. What is this? Guys, I just got sent something, hold on. Oh.
Charlie say 48 hours before he died, I'm thinking about inviting her to Amfest. Why would he invite somebody to...
I literally explained
why would he,
that.
it's the biggest event of the year. Why would he do that?
What? Why would he do that? Because he was literally joking. Like, literally, we've explained.
Whereas
yeah, no, I literally... Well, of course he was joking, because the context is, he's complaining, he's kvetching in this chat that he's annoyed by some of the, really pro-Israel donors and voices who are bothering him. Basically, he kept getting pressured to uninvite Tucker. He kept getting pressured to this about Tucker. And so he's saying, oh, these guys keep aggravating me to uninvite Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. What he's literally saying is, it's really annoying what they're doing. And then he's joking, I'm thinking of doing the thing that would really maximally piss them off.
Before...
I don't think that's very difficult to understand.
But before that text, he said, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker.
Mason, why was Candace not at 2024?
Brings up irrelevant things.
Why was Candace not at her funeral?
Well, yeah, she didn't go to the funeral because...
She wasn't at 2024. She wasn't at Amfest 2024.
Notice how they deflect that crap, dude? How do I re-quote this? How do I quote this? Post video. Who is this guy? I'm following this guy. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious to know how you grow these things, dude. Very curious. Is Louisiana still in that one? Let me check. Holy crap, she is. Blake is still in there too. Guys, I don't want to join this one. I want to start my own, but they're not gonna let me talk if I join again, bro. They're not gonna let me talk if I join again. I already sent it to people, bro. I mean, there's nothing else to do, really. If you end it, can you... No, it's just its own thing. I'm trying to figure out the best thing to do here. If I click end, what does it do? Yeah, you can't, like, resume it. And I can't... Yeah, I'm already in space. You know, it's fine. I'm gonna text Artifacts and just say, just let me know. I'll give it like 2 minutes, and then if in 2 minutes I don't hear back, I'll just join theirs and we can listen to that. You can end and delete the post. Yeah, I already DM'd it to people though. Not really show. Let me just see this real quick. Yeah, usually the reach is higher, just in general. Bruh. All these people are losers, bro. Like, who's this kid? Oh, he's a grown man. Just freaking keyboard warriors, dude. When was that chat with Blake talking about the what? Threats? It was the Charlie Kirk show with that Joshua kid. It's like an 18-minute video on Charlie's channel, if you look that up. Nobody clipped that part. I need to clip that part because I can't even answer that. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything back, so I think we're just gonna... Let's see. I just know she's in there, so I keep referencing that. Can I see the comments on it? No, that's hers. If I go to mine. Yeah, no, for sure. Here we go. I'm trying to remember because Paramount Tactical is the guy that Andrew Colvette sent the alibi that Erica had with her thumb over. I wanted to ask about that, but We just need Artifix on here, bro. I need to have a conversation with him. He said soon, so I might just wait. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Eminem? Project is in there. Who's this? I don't know the person either. Yo, what's up? I hope he left. See, I don't know how to grow this, bro, because people just pop in and pop in, but I don't know how like it gets reached. Like, is there like an Explorer page for Spaces? I don't know. Or do you have to follow somebody to know? I don't know. Candace returns with moralized Tyler Robinson prelim hearing. It's like so insane, bro. It's actually crazy. Yo, what's up, Jessica? See, I don't know how this works, bro. I can't switch it to everybody can speak. I don't know how this works. I heard you, my guy. Great job. Yo, shout out Louisiana. She's great. Yo, what's up? See, I can't. Okay, I'm just leaving my mic on. See, then if I'd have to invite and then click everybody that comes in. I should have just. Well, no, I shouldn't have. I didn't know how this was gonna go, but. Yo, if anybody has Twitter, go follow this Louisiana chick. She's great. She's hosted a lot of the spaces, and she's a very good voice of reason. Bro, R.I.P. Sam Neill, bro. That was so sad. So sad. If anybody's watched Jurassic Park, that's the GOAT, dude. He's 78. Yo, what's up, Peyton? Bro, see, I don't know how this works, brother. I've hosted spaces usually how do you in and out. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I get the gist of it. I just don't know how people get like consistent with that. And I don't even want to get consistent with it. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Yeah, Baron was talking about stuff he emailed him about in October. I mean, yeah. Oh my gosh, is Louisiana gonna join? Oh my gosh, if she joins, that would be awesome. She's so wholesome. Jessica, what's up? I know I don't have the settings to let people talk. I get like okay, see, I just like na 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 na. Dude, why'd he die? They said it was sudden, bro. It's like one of the greatest movies ever made. Yo, what's up, Benji? I loved you in Mission Impossible. Okay, get out of here, Jack. Oh, he had a Twitter. I'm gonna buy his book. I'm gonna take a picture of that. I hope he knew Jesus, bro. Louisiana is still in that space, and she said, "I want to throw up in my mouth. Ugh, this is so gross." It's so true, bro. It's just throw up. Oh yeah, he wasn't even on here. Oh, there's my tweet. I might just go back and join it because it's been a while and I don't want this recorded. It's a whole bunch of nothing. Take a picture of it. Yeah, I think we're just gonna disregard this. I'm gonna end, go back, and then start it again, I guess. Yeah, it was 44 minutes and nothing. Who commented on it? No. Okay, let's listen to this, guys.
Because my son's chapter is up and running. They had meetings all last year and this year. All this year. They tried to do it last year, but they had issues. And they're still not on the website. So the fact that you're saying that that's proof that there's nefariousness, it's like you think that they just say, "Hey, donors, before you donate to us, please look at our website." That's how many chapters we have. Like no, they have different documentation that they hand and they show at their to their
Who's
donors
talking right now?
to then get donations. And your club didn't get any money from donors, so whoop-de-doo, you got put on a website, Pin.
All right,
That doesn't mean that there's anything
real
wrong.
quick. I think we're tracking the left and right views on that. Not politically, but just again, Blake, do you have any input on that? I don't know how chapters are started, how they're documented, or anything else.
Thanks,
This is
Katrina.
outside my wheelhouse. I don't
Okay.
know about how like Turning Point USA proper is organized, or its chapters. I mean, I would say if the chapters are fake, I don't know how like 3,000 people or whatever the number was were at our chapter leadership summit over the weekend. I'm sure there's the case where some chapters are very large and very active, and some chapters are smaller, and some probably like start and there's a wave of enthusiasm, and then there's not really anyone leading it, so it falls apart. And some, I even actually spoke to someone at the leadership summit who talked about how like, oh, we had a chapter and then it imploded, and then I restarted the chapter. Like, I'm sure that's a story that happens. Something similar happens in organizations like the Boy Scouts when I was in it. There'd be a few troops that were amazing, and there'd be other troops that would start and then they'd go under, and then someone would restart it. That's how a lot of organizations are. But I'm just speaking generally. Like I said, I don't know exactly the way Turning Point organizes those things or how it operates. That's not my wheelhouse. I work on the show.
Fair enough. All right, Colin, go ahead.
Thanks for letting me up, Gary, for one. and I just got a couple. I'm not going to hold everybody up, but I got a couple quick questions for Blake. About the chapters, though, real quick, I will just say that it wasn't just Z. I mean, Z started it with the documentary, but there were multiple other independent investigators like Jay Apps, Honest Ash, and a bunch of others that had gone through your guys' own chapter list and called them and verified that they were not actual chapters. So,
well, Colin, let me just stop you there. I don't think
This
we're
is
going to get
such
any
a
clarification on that
not
tonight.
important
That's
question,
not
bro.
what Blake he doesn't have anything to input on that. So
literally,
that's not what he does.
Can I say something? Can I finish just answer that real quick?
Sure, Nish, go ahead.
It's because it mirrors what Blake said, which is what they have access to. It's not what they hand to their donors, which is the biggest, where it matters the most. They're saying that they're trying to rack in donations. No, when you're thinking about donating, you actually go to the source and they give you updated numbers. What you are able to reach first via a website or via calling random chapters, and then, like the people in the administration admin, when you walk in, you ask them, hey, is there America Club here? They'd say no, because they have no idea. So just because you make phone calls and ask questions does not mean that there's nefariousness. What matters is what document do they hand to the donors.
Well, and to further kind of, I don't know, delineate what's going on here, I don't know what that has to do with the Tyler Robinson case whatsoever. I know that this is a continued smear campaign at TPUSA. Obviously, the same system was underway while Charlie Kirk, and if that's what we want to do, that you
these
guys
are not
want to
important
continue to
questions.
smear TPUSA and say it's some sort of corrupt organization, you're welcome to do that on your space. That's not the topic tonight. That's not the prompt. So, what else you got, Colin?
Come on. Oh, I should have damned him.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's not why I'm here. I just wanted to make that point as well.
Sure.
Blake, I do have a question for you. Where is Charlie's body? Has his body been cremated, or is it in the ground somewhere? Because there's a lot of questions right now, as far as that a lot of donors actually want to know, that I've spoken to personally. They want to know what's happening with Charlie's body.
I mean, why would that be their business? But go ahead, Blake.
Actually, that's what I'm going to say. That is none of your business, you creep.
Really? Okay. What about the video of Charlie allegedly
I damned him,
saying that he wants Erica to take over TP?
I already asked that.
We've already covered that at length earlier.
Real, he said
no, we haven't, because we haven't released that video yet, and I want to know whether he will either release the video unedited or whether he will allow Candace to do it, because she has that video
Candace
and has asked to release it.
Candace has the full video. Why don't you go nag her to release it? It seems pretty weird that this like big crusading truth teller is not releasing.
Well,
she supposedly has to. I guess you should go nag her about it. We've released the video. It's obviously real. You guys are going to come claim that it's AI generated no matter what we do, exactly as I predicted months ago. And we're not.
Well, when you release the,
not going to get bossed around by people where even if we release it, you'll be like, well, now you need to release the entire. You need to release the entire event footage.
It's
so that
no, we just want the context of it.
And then actually, you need to release.
No, that's not what we asked, Blake. No, what we asked for is we want the section that you guys released, and with the whole you released it with a whole bunch of edited things and music behind it, and we just want the raw, unedited section, just that same section. We're not asking for the whole video.
We give it to you?
We want that unedited section.
Erica is like Maverick from Top Gun today. Like, why are we gonna get bossed around by you, bro?
I'm asking you serious questions, and my investigation, everything I've done, has been in search of the truth. You're the only one that you guys have been the only ones that have
already released the video, and exactly as anticipated,
but you haven't. And Candace said, but okay, so
we could release the whole video, and you'd say that was fake too.
Well, you said Candace has the video. You said she can release it. So you're telling me you guys will not copyright strike her?
That's the whole video. So I said, why don't you go nag her?
She does say. She does say she had that.
Go release it. You should go nag her. I don't have any idea what she has. I don't send things to Candace.
She asked you directly whether she has your guys' permission, whether TPUSA will give her permission to release the video.
I don't work for TPUSA, and since when has Candace gotten
Well, you know people that do.
for anything. Candace said she would stop if Erica told her to stop. So Erica said, "Please stop," and she said, "Actually, I was just kidding about that." So like, what
about
this is suddenly this like honest actor who's just like.
All right, so we're not going to come to any resolution on that.
Do you have any other?
I mean, that's just like TPUSA has stated their position on this multiple times. Like,
Bro,
I would
Gary is
rather
such a
keep
cuck.
it to the preliminary hearing. What has been said, what new has come out. If you got anything on that, drop it in the next 15 seconds.
Okay, I got one more question. What about the audio from the Rode microphone that Charlie was wearing? Can we get that?
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with everything. That would, you know, if that shows that there isn't an explosion, then more people would believe your 30-06 story.
Colin, what proves there was no explosion is that there was no explosion. Nobody heard anything. Nobody saw anything. I am so like
nobody saw anything.
No, there's one frame of motion blur. I already explained this earlier. This is simple physics.
There's bruises.
Hold on. Who cares about bruises?
Where the receiver was.
Hold on. Listen, Colin. I'll let you respond afterwards. But listen.
I was at the shooting. I was 20 feet away. I heard a crack. The crack was in front of me in the direction of the crowd. It was not in the direction of Charlie. That is why when the shot happens, you can actually see in video of me, I look up first rather than jerking my head up to the right, which is what I would do if I heard an explosion right next to me. Instead, I heard a crack out from the direction of the audience because there was a rifle shot from that direction. So no,
I agree. I'm not disputing that. I do think there was a rifle shot as well.
Okay, so here's the proof. Here's the proof there was no explosion, Colin. If you guys are saying that it was Pettin, all right, Pettin burns at around 4,000 degrees centigrade. That's literally hotter than.
How do we know Pettin's in it? Like, you're weird, bro.
That there was no burn marks, no nothing. There wasn't any smoke or anything.
No, there was burn mark. That's what I'm saying. I've shown them on my channel.
Do you know what the burn marks from a 4,000 degree explosion would look like? And you're telling me that there was burn marks on Charlie, but somehow there was no burn marks on the shirt itself. That is so thin.
We haven't seen the shirt.
Go compare it to the injuries from the pager attacks over, the guys in Lebanon.
I have, and you still have an omnidirectional explosion.
So very similar.
It is nothing like that. You see parts of their clothing and everything else go flying through the air. It's not even close to that. Like, you guys are delusional if you think that this physics-defying nonsense. And I love it. Look, I love it. I love that you guys.
Love it?
I love that Candace. Hold on, shut up. I love that you guys.
Did you tell Blake to shut up?
And I hope you stick
Blake,
with it.
shut up. Wow.
I thought it was you, but I'll tell Blake too. It's my space. Go ahead, Blake.
This guy is such a loser.
I'm just saying, like, it's the dumbest thing in the world. Like, you're saying, oh, you think there was a rifle shot. So they took a guy and they walked him up onto a roof with a rifle and had him aim in the direction of Charlie and sync up, pulling a trigger at the exact same moment as this, like, hypothetical exploding neck microphone. Like, at that point, why wouldn't the conspiracy just involve shooting him? Like, what's the value add of throwing in this exploding neck microphone?
Because
like,
then Tyler Robinson would be the only one involved. It was just a shot.
Like, cruel here.
To cause chaos, to muddy up the works, to make people wonder, to cause exactly what's going on now with so many theories of what actually happened. They went
like a bad TV show, like, and they did it this way to sow confusion and fear. That's like a line that George Lucas would write in the Star Wars prequels.
What?
All of the evidence points towards, unfortunately, Charlie being killed by a rifle shot from distance, because that matches what happens. That matches the sound people heard. It matches the fact that we have video of a guy climbing onto the roof. It matches spent rifle cartridge being found. It matches the rifle itself being found. It matches that a 30-06 bullet was taken out of Charlie's body. All of the
actually it wasn't, because did you hear Candace release today with
no evidence.
The round that they found, the ATF ballistics expert actually said that it was, I forget exactly the diameter she said, but on her show today.
Hold on. It was a range of 286 to 301, and she said that was specifically, it was important to give a range because of the damage and deformity of the round. Now, here's what the conspirators don't understand: is you're confirming that it went through a 30 caliber barrel. Do you understand what the bore diameter of a 30 caliber round is versus a 30 caliber rifle compared to the actual diameter of the projectile itself? It is 300 versus 308. And the reason for that is when the round goes into the barrel, it actually gets squished down a little bit to make sure that the pressure is maintained through the rear. And that's exactly what happens. So, between deformity that would happen when it actually hits a target, hits bone, hits his spine, and deforms all to pieces, yes, they're going to get range because it's all messed up and you can't get an exact range. But the problem, what you guys are saying, is that it doesn't match anything else. It's still a 30 caliber rifle round.
Well, I don't know enough about ballistics to say either way on that. But I will. What about there were at least 25 different people there that said they heard a firecracker, not a gunshot.
Well, it depends on where you're going to be, Colin. Like people are going to hear differently. If you have a line of sight, and it really doesn't matter what everybody hears. But look, everybody to the right of Charlie had a line of sight, and therefore a direct line for the audio to get to them from everybody to the left. And still, even with that entire area, the entire courtyard is even when I was there, like you couldn't hardly hear over the waterfall. Like the acoustics of that are insane, and it's going to bounce off everything. You have nothing but hard, flat surfaces, so the round is going to bounce off. But what really narrows down what happened is Bartholomew's video. He had the best audio source there. You can clearly hear that it's a larger boom. It had the best dynamic range of any audio source other than probably what TPUSA had there.
No, he did not actually. UVU Review had the best audio of that event.
No, I've listened to them both. I don't know what they were using for audio source, but and Bartholomew was just here. I don't know if he's still there, but you can hear that his microphone has a much larger dynamic range. It doesn't clip when the round goes off. And by the way, you're not even, and we also know that there was a supersonic event. I don't know what you're claiming, because first you're claiming there was a round and there's a supersonic event. I guess you guys are going with that we shot in the back of the trunk or whatever was going on there. But
I don't know if it was from a drone or from the Losi building or from another roof, but I do know I do believe another shot was fired. I do believe a shot was fired from the roof.
Welcome to believe that.
But
you believe,
that's not
but what you don't have is
what killed Charlie was the exploding receiver that was on his waist, on his belt, in line with his neck.
Now it's on his belt?
Absolutely.
So we're not going with the Rode microphone that's attached to his collar?
No, it's the receiver, which is on his belt, which is the same exact diameter. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. Do you understand the Rode mic?
Yes, it was.
Hold on.
I have pictures of it. I've shared pictures of it on my channel.
The Rode mic itself is actually the transmitter, is what it is. You guys keep saying it's a receiver. So it's a transmitter. That is what's different than some of the Sennheiser models or whatever else. It is a self-contained wireless that clips on with the magnetic clip there. I have them. I have pictures of them. I've shown them on videos.
And it can also be worn on a belt, and Charlie wore his on this belt that day, and there's pictures of it. And I've shown yes, he did. I've shown the picture of it.
The black magnet is what's holding it to his collar.
And that's where the bruise is. No. And that's where the bruise is underneath his shirt, exactly where that thing was clipped to his belt.
So again, what we have is something that explodes so violently that it busts the mic into 1,000
You wouldn't
pieces.
know what it does.
We have
it was a
over
shape
4,000.
charge too, by the way. It wasn't.
Colin, a shape charge is still an omnidirectional explosion. It doesn't direct 100% of anything in one direction. It has part of its energy sort of directed. And I had Matt Tardio, who's an actual explosives expert, to come on to talk about how ridiculous this idea of a shape charge is. But we still have an omnidirectional.
That's why there's a bruise on his stomach. Absolutely.
So we have a bruise on his stomach, something that went off at 4,000 degrees centigrade, hotter than the surface
How
of the sun.
would you know, bro? You don't know.
It didn't burn his shirt. We don't see any freaking explosion. You could have put a firecracker underneath Charlie's shirt, and you lit that off in that crowd.
How do you answer the air puffing out of his shirt? You could see the air puffing out of the armpit of his shirt.
I've explained this. It's the movement of the pendant itself. And how do we explain that? I've explained that on multiple podcasts. We have the round that hit him in the neck, probably in the C3, C2, somewhere around there, which is directly in line with the back of his necklace. It has rapid acceleration of the back of the necklace, very short but very violent. That causes the pendant to go up. It causes all of the shirt movement. Like, the explanation is pretty easy. It's not that difficult. You guys are making it into some sci-fi nonsense that doesn't even make sense. All right, we're going to land you right there. I'm going to bring up
Can I
Z.
ask one more question?
No, you can recycle. I'm going to have everybody go. I want to get everybody through here. So in a minute, you can come back up.
Okay, thanks for having me. Blake, so I've got 2 quick questions for you. The first one is that, so, Turning Point USA, you guys have been spreading conspiracies for a long time. You guys spread misinformation about COVID and the vaccines. You work with Jack Posobiec, who's famous for the Pizzagate conspiracy that ruined a lot of people's lives, including the deep state. You guys also spread probably the most harmful one, which was that the 2020 election was rigged, which, by the way, resulted in you guys paying for buses that went to Washington, D.C., which left multiple
Z,
cops.
how does this tie into the prompt?
Well, because I want it is about to tie into the prompt. Let me land my plane here. So hold on. Can I just finish what I'm going to say?
No, not just yet.
Well, no. Let me finish what I'm going to say. It also resulted in police officers that got brutalized. It also resulted in the doxing of election workers. Okay.
Are we pushing?
And so
she's a liberal. What do you expect, bro?
Hold.
What just happened? What just happened? Oh, did she get kicked? I'm confused. What just happened? Should I refresh?
Go ahead, Blake. What were you saying?
I mean, I didn't have too much to add. I was just exasperated because it's like, you're mad at me for stuff that happened in 2020. I literally, I don't work for Turning Point USA. I've only worked for the Charlie Kirk Show since 2022. So like, I would just point out, like, whatever you're mad at me about, like, I couldn't even answer it if I felt inclined to do so. And on top of that, like, I will be frank, like, I actually think, at least while I've worked for him, I think Charlie's rhetoric on the 2020 election was pretty responsible. I think he saw some things as shady, but he often said, like, the worst stuff that was going on was stuff that was semi-legal, that was basically like election rules that were changed going into the 2020 election that made it easier for shady behavior to happen. But like, we don't need to go down this route. Like, nothing in that vein is remotely comparable to the sustained, like, non-stop derangement that is emanating from Candace Owens over the past 10 months. Candace Owens is effectively, I won't say full-time job because I'm not sure she has one. Her partner.
Again, I don't know if it's his connection or.
Oh, is my sound bad?
No, it's not. You're just dumb.
You sound good to me.
Okay, all right. Like, nothing compares remotely to the fact that Candace Owens has spent a sustained 10 months making effectively every episode of her show finding some new way to target Erica, target Turning Point, target other people who are in the Turning Point universe, target random family members of theirs, has happened at times, for 10 months in pursuit of a conspiracy theory that has literally never had anything to back it up. Like, it inspires comment and notice because there really is essentially nothing like it that I can recall in my lifetime. Like, even as a comparison, even the stuff with the Sandy Hook parents, that was the stuff a few people ran with, and I just don't think it ever, like, Alex Jones got sued for it. I don't think Alex Jones made that the only subject of the show for a 10-month period. And that's what's happened here. I just have never seen anything like it in my life.
Hey, real quick, I thought the prompt was self-explanatory. Let me narrow it down for everybody just so that we're clear. Look, what I want to hear is why Tyler Robinson, whatever evidence you have that Tyler Robinson is not guilty, and or if somebody other than him is guilty, I want to hear the evidence. And specifically, Erica Kirk, TPUSA, if you have evidence of that, please present it. If you have evidence that Tyler Robinson is not guilty, that was released during the preliminary hearing, I would love to
I
hear
like
that.
how Blake was like, Candace doesn't even
I
have a
think
job when
Dr.
his job is
Strange is
literally to
up
be a keyboard
next, then
warrior. Like, what does
Tyler,
he
then
do?
Ashland, then Bronson. Dr. Strange, go ahead.
Hi, folks. I really appreciate you folks holding this space,
Right.
and I really
Oh,
appreciate Blake taking time to answer questions. And
such a cock, bro. And he cut off. Nice.
hearing from individuals like Blake can put a lot of things to rest. So I thank you for making time.
Ask your
You were
question.
in another space a few
Holy.
days back, and I tried to come up, but
Kissing
it
his
had like
butt.
thousands of people, so I think the list was too long. I just had a question regarding some stuff that you said there. Um, I'm not sure if it's clear to me, but did you say you were interviewed by the feds or the authorities,
No,
or
he
you
said he wasn't.
weren't related to? Did you have any communications with them regarding the assassination? Blake, are you able to hear me?
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I was muted there. I have not been formally interviewed by the FBI.
Okay, so no communications whatsoever.
I didn't say no communications whatsoever. I said I've never been like interviewed by the FBI, like as part of their, as part of like I don't think I've ever given them like a witness testimony or something.
That's crazy.
Okay, and in the same space, you also said that Charlie Kirk had told you that he feared for his life from like a transgender or trans. Did he communicate that to you verbally or through some text?
It was via text, or not. No, sorry, it was verbally, as I recall.
And did you ever like share that with the authorities? Did you think that would be useful to share in light of the fact that he had shared that concern?
No, and he wasn't speaking when he said that. I don't. When I remember it happening, I mentioned it many times that he said this. But it wasn't mentioned like, oh, I got a specific threat from like a tranny, and that has filled me with fear. I think he was speaking to like there have been numerous shootings over the past few years by transgender individuals. There was that one at the Covenant School in 2023. There was one in Canada literally only a few days before Charlie was shot, I recall. So I think he was thinking of that when he mentioned it. But he just, Charlie was aware that a lot of people hated him, and sometimes he made reference to that. I know sometimes he got serious threats that he did like send to the police. That was not stuff I was involved in, but I know it happened. And sometimes he said stuff like, "Oh yeah, like these transgender lunatics might try to kill me." He said things to that effect.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all makes sense, and I appreciate that. But you didn't think afterwards, after the assassination, that hey, he did share this concern. Maybe I should go to the authorities and let them know that this is what he told me.
I don't think that would actually have much of a bearing on this specific shooting. What I did do and make sure got to the authorities is like specific TikToks or other videos that we saw that we thought were eyebrow raising. Like I've mentioned this, the one that plays like the creepy music where the person like keeps glancing to the side, like that really creeped us out. And that had actually been seen by a member of our staff before the shooting happened, and she'd made note of it at the time. Um, and so like I cite that as an example. Like we did make sure that stuff was passed on to law enforcement, because we did think that was relevant. But I don't think Charlie generally expressed the belief that a left winger, in particular a transgender person, might try to kill him. I don't think that would be relevant to an investigation. I mean, if they'd asked me about it, sure, I would tell them, but I don't think that is something that bears sending them the way specific things that made me feel suspicious would bear sending to them, which I did do.
Hi. Thanks again. I appreciate that. I don't have any other questions, but I really do appreciate you making time to attend these sessions.
Bro,
And I hope
kissing
that
his
you can continue to do
ass.
this because you can put a lot of these questions to rest. And, a lot of people would appreciate it. And thank you for the host and co-host for hosting this. It's a great space. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Blake, just to clarify some of those. Number one,
he has to
we
clarify for
obviously
Blake.
heard Charlie talk about that specific. Well, he said, I think he said some blue-haired
He said
something.
purple-haired jihadis as like a
Yeah.
when he was on Bill Maher, but that was not the only time. He I will admit it's been almost a year at this point. I don't remember the exact manner in which it happened. I just do recall in the days leading up to the shooting, he said something to the effect of like, "Oh, like one of these trannies might try to shoot me." I think is the way he might have said it. I don't. It wasn't burned into my head because it didn't seem super memorable at the time, but it had been recent enough that I did recall him saying that when the shooting actually happened.
Well, and I did interview Brian Harple, and he talked about how they were constantly getting death threats that they were turning over to the FBI. Can you speak to anything along those lines?
That's the securities realm. I don't know the details of those. All I know that he had gotten threats in the past, and sometimes they were serious enough to be turned over. That's just stuff I heard about, but I don't know details.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I believe Ashland's up next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep. I can. Send it.
Okay. Really quickly, on August 21st, about 3 weeks before the assassination, I believe the Alex McFarland speaker series, in between Charlie Kirk's response about whenever he was like complimenting Candace and speaking on their friendship, he said, and I quote, "If you believe what I believe, shouldn't you want me to be friends with people that don't agree with us? Shouldn't you want me to also be a tool of influence?" End quote. And this would mean that what he's telling people is the connection is no longer just about enjoying someone's company or bonding over shared interests. Instead, it is maintained with a specific objective, which would be to shift their perspectives, values, or behaviors toward their own. And a big part of what Charlie Kirk did was try to bridge the ideological divides, and engaging with people outside of your bubble prevents the creation of an echo chamber, and it allows for dialogue where it otherwise would not exist. And I think when people are listening to Candace say that she's best friends with him all the way to the end, he made it very clear 3 weeks before his death, if no one was aware, how he then now viewed their relationship. And I think it's very important that people understand his what he had said. And that's all I need.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked a little bit more about this. Andrew's been saying a lot about this over the last few days. Because he was more he knew Candace. He had more of those interactions with her. But it is like Charlie was well aware Candace was moving in a direction he found distressing and like greatly disagreed with. Charlie also was not a person who liked to publicly disavow or denounce people. So he kind of quietly moved away from her, but he wasn't going to. He really hated moral blackmail, as we've said, and so he disliked the idea that he'd have to go on his show and be like, "I was once friends with this person, but now I disavow them." Like that's not the kind of guy he was. He found that sort of performance very ugly, but the truth is he was very distressed by what Candace was doing, and that's why in spring 2024, Candace is doing events with Turning Point, where Charlie's doing events out west and she's doing events out east, and you stop seeing that by the end of 24, by early 25. Even though we're doing tons of events, she's not with them anymore, and that is a product of that split. And yeah, you're right. Charlie was a guy. He tried to maintain a big tent coalition. That's why he was so excited about getting RFK to endorse Trump. That's why he was excited about Maha. He liked various ways of expanding the tent. At the same time, he was not an absolutist of like everyone is welcome. He did have an ability to say, I think these people are sinister, bad faith actors. They're not people I disagree with, but can have discussions with. They're people who might be ideologically closer to me than a lot of people who are in the tent, yet they have a wicked agenda, or they have some specific view I consider totally unacceptable. Like he considered
full bore, as he called it, Jew hate, major anti-Semitism, he considered that unacceptable, and he would not tolerate that. And that was like a lot of what was going on when he was trying to manage the Israel issue, as an example. He was saying, we need to be able to chart a path that we're not doing whatever Israel wants. We're also not tolerating anti-Semitism. We have to find this path that is durable, that the future of the right can be in. And he took a ton of crap from super pro-Israel people. Some of them called him anti-Semite for it, and I know that was really hurtful to him. And on the other hand, a lot of the people who now claim to be Charlie's champions, who are only fighting for what he believed in, a lot of those people were calling him a Zio shill, fake Christian. And yeah, that's what he had to endure because he was a coalition builder who fought hard to hold people together. He endured a lot of hate for that. But I have to go soon, and I know we have at least a couple more people in queue, so let's go to the next one.
I guess I'll go. Blake, the last time that I spoke to you, you said that on the night of September 10th, you stayed in Orem at a hotel.
If I said that, I misspoke. I don't believe I stayed in Orem. I think I stayed in Salt Lake. I mean, I don't know exactly where it was, but I stayed in the same place a bunch of other people stayed, and we had to drive for a bit, so I think it was in Salt Lake.
Hey, sorry, my mic was muted. I said Bronson was next.
Time to restart it. I'm refresh.
Well, if you're closing the space out soon or not, but I did have a question or two for Colin, if he's willing to answer.
I got dropped down. Can I finish?
No, Diligent. What I was trying to say was I had already stated who was going to be next, and Bronson was next. And
I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything.
No, fair enough. My mic was off. I was muted. It's my bad. All right, go ahead, Bronson. What do you want to ask, Colin, rather?
Well, there's a couple of questions for Colin.
There you go. He's up.
I don't have to do that right this second.
No, go ahead.
If Blake's in a hurry.
It'll make it fun.
Well, okay, fine. Hey, Colin, real quick. This is super, super, super easy. You were just talking to Gary, and you just said that you didn't know enough about ballistics or something to be able to have a conversation about that. Whatever you guys were talking about. I'm just curious, what do you have knowledge of that gives you any confidence to talk about any of the stuff you've been saying on X? For example, one of your most recent posts talks about the fact that there was dust found in the barrel, and that is 100% proof that the rifle couldn't have been fired. I'm just wondering why you just spread bullshit daily and you know nothing about what you're talking about.
Okay, well, that's a lie. And secondly, there is dust in the barrel. I showed the video where she said that. And if there's dust in the barrel, that means that the gun was not fired. Otherwise, it would have blown the dust out of it. Do you deny that?
Yes, you're retarded.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I would venture to say, again, this is the problem. And again, we want to try to keep this good faith and civil. What I would say is that it is very reasonable to think that we have the gun being shoved through the trees into that bush is going to get dust in the barrel. And by the way, I don't know what she means by dust.
No, it's not debris. It was dust.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
She specifically said
is there dust? Is there
delineated from debris from dust?
Hold on. Is there dust going to be in trees and when you shove it into the location where we saw pictures of it? Absolutely, there's going to be dust. I don't know what she means by it. Does she mean dust by?
Not within a couple of hours when they found it. No.
Well, when you the process of shoving it in through it and probably scraping the ground at the same time, the problem is you don't know what that is. And the problem
it would get debris maybe, but not dust.
Well, you would get dust in there. There wouldn't be debris in there. Whatever.
There would be debris in there, dirt from shoving on the ground.
Hold on,
dust
Colin.
is from it sitting and
Listen
not being
to me,
used.
Colin. Listen, the only thing, whatever would be able to get into that barrel would have to be small enough to get through whatever towel or whatever else is going in there. It will keep the large debris out, but it wouldn't necessarily keep the sticks. The fact is, I don't know what she even meant by that. I don't know how that dust got there, but the fact is, you don't either. And so to immediately assume, and this is the problem that I have, and I think that that Bronson's touching on is when
it doesn't matter how it got there. The dust, just the fact that it's there by itself proves that the gun was not fired. Same thing
that's
with the
incorrect.
safety on it proves that the gun. No, it is no. I'm correct, and just it also proves
Wait,
the gun was not fired because of the safety.
No,
It has
I have proven that
the,
incorrect.
No,
I've already had this discussion 1,000 times. We have a aftermarket safety on that gun. This has been proven.
No, it didn't. It was not aftermarket.
Okay.
The pictures prove it.
I'm gonna send you the pictures that prove it, because I have, unlike you, I actually have a Mauser, and I can tell you what the original flag safety.
I don't
looks
care
like.
what your Mauser is. I know what the original flag safety looks like too, and I looked at it on the gun that they showed in the courtroom, and it matches exactly what the original military safety is.
No, it isn't. No, it's not.
Is that still a stock photo too? Still a stock photo, Colin?
The one that was originally shown, yes.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck, Gary. Come on.
I got nothing, man. I'm gonna post the picture that proves that is not a stock safety on there. That is an aftermarket safety on there. So,
but since you brought me up, I got one more question for Blake, if you let me ask you.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm a generous space
when you
host.
When you got, and then I'll jump down and I'll get off. So when you guys rented the SUV, Danny Phillips was in charge of procuring that, right?
I have no idea. I was never involved in renting a vehicle.
Okay. Now, do you know? I know you had confirmed that Tyler, or whoever you guys think was Tyler, or whoever I don't think it was Tyler, but you confirmed that person supposedly talked to a Turning Point representative.
I mean,
was that you or Danny, maybe?
The police say that he did, and I suspect that is true, because I don't think the police would say it otherwise. I have never spoken to Tyler Robinson. I don't think Danny has ever spoken to Tyler Robinson. It would be pretty unlikely, because I'm pretty sure we both came in with Charlie, which means we only arrived. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely not at like 9 a.m.
So the FBI or the police have never questioned you guys at Turning Point, specifically asking about this, whoever interacted with this person. So I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't know, especially since you were actually there that day. You wouldn't know who interacted with the alleged suspect.
I was not at UVU at the time that this interaction happened, and I don't know who it was with.
Okay, fair enough.
All right,
that's
Diligent,
all I got to say.
Diligent, I'll get to you. One witness and Tyler Young were ahead of you. One witness, go ahead.
Hey, brother. Thank you kindly for hosting a space.
And these guys kiss ass so much.
Diligence to allow proper jurisprudence to be executed in every manner of patience and decency. Properly respecting the boundaries of the
bro. Shut up.
Much needed in this endeavor for sure. I just wanted to say thank you guys for doing that. And one of the common threads that we've seen is a bunch of I don't know, and still yet again I'm not sure, and I'm just asking questions, and that was and in fact is the thread that runs through this
Ask
endeavor,
your question
among people who do not know how to display proper boundaries and allow jurisprudence and a system that is designed to execute it.
Ask your question.
Perhaps not always perfectly,
Ask your
but
question.
to be sure,
Tell them to ask
far
a
better
question.
than any of the internet gumshoes will be able to execute. And I just wanted to say thank you, men, for being decent in that endeavor.
Wow.
And imagine, guys, asking about someone's body while they're dead. And I just wanted to close with saying these good words from the Son of David. He said, wherever the carcass is, the vultures gather. So how about not being a vulture and predatory in your endeavors, and believe in the good and the best in others, and in doing so choose life. And I say that to you all
this dude is
with
on
100% confidence. The damage you have done to many, many families and many political movements.
This dude is on drugs.
To be sure, untold, like tearing open a feather pillow and casting it to the wind. So be measured in your approach and your endeavor to search for the truth, because you don't want to be carried away by the winds from your own mouth.
This dude is not real.
Thanks for that one, witness. I think those were wise words. Bronson, real quick, I did realize that in the midst of it all,
That dude was on
I might have
crack.
cut you off. Did you have anything else
That
to
dude's
add
on
to that?
meth.
Yeah, I did have a question for Blake.
Yeah, go ahead.
Blake, I'm just wondering, and you can answer this or you don't have to.
He's gonna say something stupid. Watch.
I have a feeling you're not a big fan of Candace Owens. Did you ever like Candace Owens at all?
I had a long period where I wasn't that aware of her. So like I knew she was like a conservative personality, but like I don't think I ever watched her videos. I don't think I ever saw her stuff when she was at Prager. Like there's a lot of right-wing personalities out there. And as you might guess, I'm a bit of a what might they call it, a word seller or whatever. Like I sometimes joke that if I didn't like work for these shows, I would never watch them. I'm much more of a reader guy. So what I will say is I didn't know that much about her. I will say I became more aware, really, honestly, probably after 10/7, I started to pay attention because she started to like really ramp up her rhetoric about Israel, the Jews, all of that. And what I actually was warning Charlie around that time is basically, Charlie, I've seen what happens when people get going down this rabbit hole, and it usually they don't stop halfway. In fact, I've never seen it stop halfway. They always end up going further and further and getting crazier and crazier, and I think that's probably what's going to happen to Candace too. And so I will say, like, people have joked, there's like an old clip of Thought Crime where they're talking about her, and like Charlie says something about her, and I kind of have a little disgruntled look on my face. And what I will say is I bear that as a mark of pride, because I feel like I've had a pretty good track record of sensing that there's bad news from this woman, and I think that that's been borne out by events of the past year.
Thanks, Blake. I appreciate it.
Tyler Young, go ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate you, Blake, for coming in here.
Gosh, they
and
all
obviously
kiss
you
ass
get a lot
before,
of pressure
bro.
from people all
They
the
all kiss
time,
ass.
and
it's just it's nice of you to put yourself out there like this, so appreciate you. I wanted to ask you, first of all, is there anything that Candace has said about the case that has given you pause? Has she made a single good point in your opinion?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Something come to mind for you?
Oh, there's several things that she said that have given me pause. I mean, like I have a long list I could go through, but the main thing is, for example, why did TPUSA get up on the chair that Charlie died in, step on it, and take the SD cards before the FBI could get to them?
You're asking
and
the wrong
destroy
question
the chain
about
of
that.
custody?
Ask about Terrell Farms within his.
I mean, last time. I think he wanted to get the card to make sure no one stole it from the scene as it was happening. And I guess you can complain that you would have done something differently, but I think that was a reasonable course of action for him to take. And there's absolutely no evidence that the footage was tampered with or that it played any role in any kind of conspiracy of covering up what happened. And so I think it's absurd that people fixate on it. And as someone who knows the guy in question, I think it is manifestly insane to believe he was involved in any kind of conspiracy to kill Charlie. And I think it's hurtful and
Asking the wrong questions.
ridiculous that he's faced the harassment and targeting that he's had, because he's a perfect case in point of the kind of guy who's just been a diligent employee, has never sought fame or publicity in any way, and people have decided to harass and terrorize him because they're committed to weird conspiracies that they can't back up. So no, I don't think that gives me any pause. I think I know the person in question, and it's insane to think that he did anything bad.
Okay. All right. And what do you think about the FBI paving over the crime scene within 2 days? What did you think about when you heard that?
I don't believe it was the FBI that paved it over. I believe
this guy's a dumbass.
It wasn't in 2 days.
It wasn't the
on
FBI.
Sunday.
It was in 3
Charlie was
days.
killed on,
It was the beginning of the third day.
Tuesday.
Perfectly normal.
Yeah, it is perfectly normal.
No, it's not, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw a podcast with the guy. I
This
mean, I
guy's an
didn't
idiot.
verify that he was the guy, but he was claiming to be the guy that was the paver. And he said that he got a call from Governor Cox and Patel to pave over the
That's
scene.
incorrect. Hold on.
Did you?
He was
Is
no.
that
I
incorrect?
talked to him personally, and that's not what he said on the podcast. What he said on the podcast was one of the guys that he was working with at UVU claimed that, and he said he didn't know if that was true. I've talked to his Dan personally, and he confirmed that. I asked him that specifically. He's like, I don't know if this guy was telling me the truth or not, but he was like, yeah, Governor Cox and the FBI want this done. I think that's worth exploring, but it doesn't point to anything that is. I mean, where are you going with this? I mean, at the end of the day, we talked about this earlier. That wasn't a crime scene. The crime scene was done being.
Since when does Gary?
Hold on, I'll let you
Since
talk in a
when
minute.
does since when does
You
the
and I can talk
FBI
about this in a minute. I'll happily have the discussion. But the fact is that wasn't a crime scene. The crime scene was over with. They returned the property back to UVU. It doesn't make well. I don't know. The fact is, I don't know beyond that.
It wasn't a crime.
It wasn't a crime scene. No,
it wasn't a crime scene.
What are you talking about? Of course, it was a crime scene. What are you talking about?
I was at a crime scene when they processed the crime scene, and then it was done, and they were done processing the crime scene. They handed over to you. Is it a crime scene in perpetuity? When does it stop being a crime
why
scene?
Do you have to pave? Why do you have to pave over it?
We talked about this, and it's unfortunate that we have to relitigate this whole thing. But
okay, we can move on. No, we can move on. It's fine.
I want to touch on it. Okay. The fact is that you have biologics all over the place. This is standard operating procedure. And by the way, insurance recommend that you remediate sites like this. In the same way that if something gruesome happened in your home and there is blood and debris all over your ceiling or floors or whatever else, you're going to come in there and you're going to mitigate that. And then on top of that, they were trying to get it back to a usable area by Monday when the kids came back for school. And so yeah, they're going to renovate that, hopefully mitigate the trauma involved with that. Like, you guys got no evidence that they were like removing. All of the evidence was removed, and it was done 24/7 over 3 full days by the FBI, SBI, ATF, and multiple other agencies. I talked to law enforcement there on the site. I confirmed that when I was there. They were here 24/7. It was the only question that he would actually answer, an Orem police officer that was there at UVU. So whatever evidence was there, they got. And they decided, UVU, and maybe it was Governor Cox. I don't know. Maybe they had some sort of influence. Maybe the FBI I don't know. I don't know beyond what I've been told. But what we can say is that it makes perfect sense to do that. And it's not a crime scene anymore because they released it.
How does it make perfect sense, Gary? How?
Again, Diligent, I promise you and I can talk about this for 20 minutes. Well, not really. But we can talk about it individually between you and I, but I want to make sure that we get to Tyler Young's questions.
Okay. Can I just ask? Let me just ask one more. I know that Blake has to go, and I just want to ask one more question. Blake, what do you think about Charlie's comment on the Bill Maher show where he said that if you want to have security, you got to get the Israelis? Do you know if Israelis were in charge of his security? Is that why you made that comment?
I truthfully don't remember that comment and what context it was made in.
I remember that.
I don't believe our security was Israeli. He had the same security group.
Bro.
Not necessarily the same guys, but like there were specific guys I remember being with him essentially the entire time I was around, and none of them were Israeli to my knowledge. They all seemed like American boys.
Okay. Yeah, that was a very curious comment that he made, and I wondered why he said that.
Wasn't Brian Harple
let me just
for
one more question. I'm done. What would you say about why don't you think anybody performs CPR? When you look at the videos, nobody seems too concerned about performing CPR on Charlie, and nobody also seems too concerned about the shooter being active. No one's pulling their guns. No one's looking around going, whoa, what's going to happen next? Everyone just seems pretty positive that this is a one-shot deal. And nobody performs CPR. I mean, the video does not show it.
All right, so let me answer. Go ahead.
My understanding, he's basically in an SUV to get rushed to a hospital within like 10 seconds. So, I don't.
All right, so let me talk about this.
Why are you talking over Blake Paramount? You weren't there. This guy's weird.
An NAEMT certified training site.
We teach
TCCC, TECC. pre-hospital trauma life-saving techniques. Everything that was done was pretty much textbook TCCC. You do not, you do not give CPR to someone that is suffering from massive hemorrhaging. If you want to get rid of, if you want to kill them quicker, do CPR before you address massive hemorrhaging. I talked about this the other night on Andrew's wife's space. Oh God, her name escapes me. Doesn't really matter. Andrew Wilson's wife's space. It was right after that girl earlier came on because she apparently has some medical training. I don't know what that is. I'll be happy to address that in just a moment. But we literally have trauma ER doctors come to our courses, and we have trauma ER nurses come to our courses, and their protocols and their interventions are completely different than what we're going to do out in the field. It is completely different. The way that they do things, like they have a lot of different capabilities, they have meds to push, they have all these things. So I know she's going to say that they should have been doing CPR. I can tell you that is doctrinally false based on TECC and in AEMT doctrine. It's just the protocols that are established. And if you think about this, again, the acronym to know is MARCH. That's massive hemorrhaging, airway, respiration, circulation, and hypothermia prevention. So you do that in that order. That is not only an acronym, it's an algorithm that you follow. Massive hemorrhaging. You got to address massive hemorrhaging. And by the way, what they're doing at that moment is called care under fire.
This guy just talks to talk, bro.
Actually start moving Charlie within about 26 seconds from the time that he was actually shot. So they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They do an initial assessment. They might provide manual pressure to relieve any bleeding that they can on the move. Then they pick him up and they move him. So he's only there about 26 seconds before they start moving him. So they are responding to the threat. And that is the protocols that they're supposed to do. Now, once they get him to the vehicle, then it's a matter of making sure that massive hemorrhaging is addressed before we start any CPR intervention. So we have MARCH, massive hemorrhaging, airway. And airway is just making sure that the airway is not blocked with any debris or anything else, the tongue, Copenhagen, whatever it happens to be. R is respirations, and that's still not introduced in CPR. What that is making sure that if there's any chest injuries that you put chest seals on it. And then C, circulation, that is where you start worrying about CPR. And so the reason being is the one thing that gets oxygen through your body is blood. You can put all the air you want in somebody's lungs and you can make their heart pump. But if all that blood that is keeping you alive is going outside the body, then what the heck are you doing? So this is just factually, doctrinally, and nationally. This is recognized by SOCOM. This is not like everybody does it. So I understand that there may be medical professionals that aren't aware of this because I train them all the time. Where again, they're like, that's not how we would do this. Yeah, I know, but we're out here in the field. We're doing what we call ditch medicine, not hospital interventions, where you have a lot more capabilities and probably, quite frankly, even some of the things they do in there can be outdated. I've seen that. So, anyways, the point is how you're going to treat a casualty. Care under fire and the protocols and interventions for that are very different from anything that you're going to do inside a hospital. Does that answer your question, Tyler Young?
Oh, yeah, that was a great answer. Thanks, Gary. I gave you a follow. Thanks for
Yeah, no worries. All right, Diligent, you're up, man. Let's go.
I have 3.5 questions for you, Blake.
Right, let's go, Diligent. Take it home.
I gotta head out.
Please.
So I got dropped down last time when I was in the middle of the question. The first time I talked to you, you said you spent the night in Orem. You stayed at a hotel. You may have left the hotel once for food.
Yeah, I'm
but now you're saying you were in Salt Lake. So you're good.
I'm not. Now I'm saying I don't know the exact context, but my guess is someone said like, "Did you stay in Orem that night?" And I interpreted it as, "Did you stay in Utah that night?" as opposed to returning to Phoenix where I live. And I stayed in Utah that night, and I stayed basically in the same place everyone else stayed. We were all in, to my knowledge, basically the same hotel, and it was, I think, in Salt Lake.
I think in Salt Lake.
What hotel?
I think in Salt Lake.
I don't remember.
What?
Hey, Diligent. Okay. The prompt is the prompt. This is not here to interrogate.
I'm just asking for. I have very specific questions.
Again, the specific questions and answers that we need to stick to. So
it's about September the 10th, right?
I don't mind.
I'm not asking him for his file.
Blake is saying he doesn't mind. This guy's such a loser.
The specific things we're going to address is either why is Tyler Robinson innocent, Or what did we learn from the preliminary
so I'm going to
hearing?
move on to my next one. So I interviewed employees in Panguitch at Cowboys Steakhouse, and they put Tyler Robinson at the steakhouse between 8:55 and 9:47 p.m. And that makes it impossible for him to be texting Lance Twiggs saying that I have been here for 3 hours watching the canine units, waiting for this officer to leave, and also get stopped by an officer at 12:30 a.m. And let me just say this week, right? Very, very soon, there's going to be conclusive evidence released that proves that he was there. So my question to you is one,
Tune in tomorrow.
Have you seen the post up in the Jumbotron of the interview that IDs Tyler Robinson in Panguitch until 9:47 p.m.? Blake?
The what?
Bro.
There is a video of an interview with a worker, right? Up in the Jumbotron. The worker is telling us that Tyler Robinson.
You mean an anonymous guy with a T-shirt? Not a.
Why are you interrupting me, Mitch?
All right,
Why are you interrupting me?
Nobody interrupt Diligent except for me or Blake.
Yeah. So there is a worker. Actually, there are two workers at Mormons at a family diner, right? That 100% positively ID'd Tyler Robinson at their steakhouse that night at 9:47 p.m. from 8:55 to 9:47.
Let me ask you a question in regard to that. So
you're not going to let him answer?
No, I'm running the space, and I want to know a question of you, and that is, why didn't the defense present this alibi?
That's a very good question, Paramount. You should ask them.
Okay, and then also on top of this, why every time that we get information from you guys, it's an anonymous source with unverifiable information?
How is it anonymous source? Can you call and ask them if I was there?
I don't care whether you were there.
I supplied photos, videos, images, a selfie.
What you didn't provide was evidence. What you didn't provide was evidence.
Oh, well, what did I say? Did you listen carefully to what I started with?
Oh, I did. How much more do you need to see that Tyler Robinson is guilty? We got DNA evidence. We got surveillance footage.
You're changing the subject instead of letting Blake answer the question. Go ahead.
No evidence. You have no evidence of that actually taking place.
So witness testimony is evidence, one.
Okay.
And Tyler Robinson.
We have an anonymous
Tyler Robinson paid with his debit card, which is a tracked banking transaction.
Do you have the receipt? Do you have proof of that?
So are you going to let Blake answer the question?
I will. These are my questions. I'm running the space. This is
I answered your question, bro. What do you mean?
I asked you if you had evidence of that. You said he ran a credit card.
I just told you I had evidence of that.
Okay. Well, put that down in the chat or up in the Jumbotron.
It's up in the Jumbotron. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
You have evidence of him running his debit card.
It's up in the Jumbotron.
I see. I've already watched the video. What I'm saying is,
so you have watched the video?
Yeah.
So are you saying that Mormon kid is lying? Is that what you're saying now?
I think Mormons lie all the time,
bro.
So it's your position that a random Mormon restaurant worker
is
my
position
that
a Mormon can be
Robinson.
confused, and I know how good eyewitness testimony is.
And what about two of them? Are two of them confused?
Well, I don't know.
Two separate people?
We have multiple investigators, and we have his text messages and his confessions. Are they confused?
Or fabricated?
Okay. Or maybe the Mormon fabricated it. Half the investigators.
Okay.
Hold on. Half the investigators in Provo were freaking in Orem were Mormon. Right?
Dude, almost all of Utah is Mormon.
Well, that's my point. So the Orem,
right. But not
law
almost
enforcement.
all of Utah works for the FBI.
The Orem law enforcement officers that are Mormon would lie about this whole thing and fabricate evidence. But the Mormon at the restaurant that we have no evidence of whatsoever he's above board. He is.
Wait, just because. Wait.
Who said that there wasn't evidence? I didn't say
I just
that.
asked you for evidence, and you just sat there and said, "Hey, look at the video. The video is
That's what I said.
testimony. That's the testimony.
Yeah.
Do you have the credit card transaction? What evidence, other than somebody's word, do you have that he was there? And by the way, I don't even necessarily have to look at the timeline, but it doesn't necessarily even disprove anything that's being alleged by law enforcement.
So if evidence is presented this week that conclusively proves that he was there until 10 p.m., right, and it breaks the timeline presented by the prosecutors.
So
My question,
hold on. When was
bro,
the next
you've
time?
asked me like 10 questions. You're gonna let me ask one?
This is my
or
space.
not?
I can ask you a million fucking
Okay.
questions. It
Guy's a
doesn't matter.
weirdo.
Then I'm listening.
Such a
So
weirdo.
at the time,
You're scared. You're
hold on.
scared of this question.
No, you're scared of the questions. I'm the one
Bro,
asking
I've
you.
answered like 6. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
well, again, so when was the last time that Tyler Robinson was there at the restaurant allegedly?
10 o'clock, almost 10 o'clock.
9:47 p.m.
So 9:47 p.m. When was the next time that he was seen or allegedly seen or documented to be in Orem?
12:30.
Oh, so that is over 2.5 hours.
And it is 2 hours and 57 minutes, or 2 hours and 50 minutes to drive from Orem,
If
or
you do the
from
speed limit.
Panguitch to Orem. Oh, so wait, are you alleging that he sped
Oh
on
my
the
God, he
most
sped?
on the most
He sped?
on the most patrolled highway
Are you alleging that
in Utah?
it's impossible? So exploding
What,
mics are possible.
the night
So
of
the
Charlie
exploding
Kirk's
mics are
murder?
possible. Exploding mics are possible, but
Change the
Tyler Robinson,
subject.
who's guilty of murder, is impossible that he sped. That's your logic?
Except for one small thing there, Paramount, which is during the text messages, right?
He was
During
waiting.
the text messages,
He was waiting.
he's describing being there for 3 hours in the
Okay.
text messages. I'll read it
Okay.
to you if you would like.
I'll
So
take a
how
look
can
at it
he be
tomorrow.
sitting there for 3 hours if he's in Panguitch?
I don't know. I have to
It's
look at. I have to
impossible.
look at the exact timeline and look at the text messages.
So okay,
and
so
I'll
now
come up
can
with
you
an
answer
answer
my
for you.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
Wait, go ahead.
if we prove conclusively that Tyler Robinson could not have been in Orem that night, that the text messages are fabricated, right? Are you going to start searching for the real killer with the same vigor that you are defending the narrative that you are now?
Yes.
You asking
How
me
is
or
there
Blake?
any evidence that the text messages are fabricated? They were taken directly off his phone.
Because he can't be in 2 places at once.
Well, what
Could
if he
he
just
just be
lied?
lying to
What if he
Lance?
just lied about being there for 3 hours?
Oh my god.
What if he looked for 3 hours earlier and then he left and then he came back? There's any number.
And then how did he encounter the did he teleport? How is he driving back from Panguitch
I don't know.
and
How did he encounter
dodging?
a cop? How did he encounter a cop in Orem, which is also logged in the record that a cop encountered him and logged his plate at about
Exactly, which
12:30?
was okay. So again, the impossible timeline. How can he be on his way back from Panguitch and run into a cop, Blake? That's impossible. It's impossible.
How
He
is
can't
that
be in 2 places at
impossible?
once.
How is that impossible?
What do you mean? How is it impossible?
You literally
can't
just said
be
it was a 2 hour and 45 minute
2 hour and
gas and window
49 minute drive.
Yeah, and so wow, he gained 4 minutes. He gained 4 minutes over that time. So
no, I think the first time that he gets spotted is at 12:06.
I mean, you cracked it, Diligent. There's no way around this.
Okay.
Oh, so it was 2 hours and 20 minutes in the middle of the night with
It's
possibly
impossible. Impossible.
Maybe and possibly with police. Maybe
He,
not.
he would have to be driving like 100 miles an hour the entire way.
How
Are you
many
telling me
miles
that's
is it?
is that your position,
Hold
Blake?
on. No, my position is I'd like to know exactly the mileage from
how many miles is
there
it?
from what's the name of the
It is on my it's on the post.
I
Go
don't
look
feel
at
like
the
looking at
second
it right now.
reply.
Chill.
I want to do my own work. So what was the name of this restaurant?
Oh, okay, go ahead. It is
like PANQ or something like that.
It is what's that? It's Cowboys Smokehouse in
Cowboys
Panguitch.
Smokehouse. Okay.
Boys
Boys
Okay.
Smokehouse.
How do you spell Panguitch?
And then just put in UVU.
To answer your question, I would tell you right now that
3 hours.
tomorrow we find out that there's evidence that anything has been fabricated, I would 100%
3 hours.
follow that to the end. I mean, whatever
2 hours
wherever
and
the
58
evidence
minutes.
is going to lead, that's where I would go.
And
if
that's
there
at
was
nighttime.
evidence that
Roger, or was it me?
And that's at nighttime
What's
for the
that?
traffic.
Oh, you cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry.
So if you wait, you just so I have your commitment that if we find out tomorrow that these text messages or later this week that these text messages are fabricated, that you and Blake Neff are committed to seeking out the truth of why that's the case.
I mean, I've always been committed to seeking out the truth. I mean, the problem is I don't think that you
I mean, you
guys
looked
have.
up the time and then you shifted gears there real quick,
I'm
Gary.
still looking
Why
it
is
up.
that?
I'm still looking it up. What are you talking
Just
about?
looked it up.
I started.
I mean, no offense, Diligent, but you're the guy who you've been you guys have been freaking harassing us about freaking SUV rentals. You have a lot of.
I've never harassed any one of you.
Yeah, you have. You've harassed us this night.
Give me one example.
Paramount, this was already the owner called the FBI, submitted to the FBI the credit card number of the person who paid.
Even the owner wasn't there the night that Tyler Robinson was. Two employees were.
Even the employee in the video says, "I think it's him."
No, he said 100%
certainty.
certainty.
But they don't have confirmation. There is surveillance footage above the cashier. All of this
there is no surveillance footage. That was
according
installed.
to the media reports.
That was installed afterwards. I have the entire
according to
interaction with the owner
according
and
to the media
workers
reports,
all recorded. So you can try
All
to
right,
run your
Diligent.
shit all you want.
Listen, Diligent. You're the biggest problem talking
I'm just
to you.
reading from the media reports.
The biggest problem talking.
Why is
to
Mitch interrupting,
Hold on.
Paramount?
Mitch, stop interrupting.
It was quiet, so I
Diligent.
just
Listen. The problem with talking to you is you talk over people and you think the louder you get, the righter you are. That's not how this works.
Bro,
that's the definition of Paramount,
right
bro.
now you're interrupting me. I'm trying not to interrupt you, but this is always the issue talking with you about anything. So anyways, the point is I think both Blake and I think any honest person out there, if there is new evidence that is presented tomorrow that changes something from a substantive standpoint, I can tell you, me personally, I can't speak for anybody else, I would change whatever I needed to change based on the evidence. And by the way, I've done that multiple times throughout this investigation from the very beginning.
We've noticed.
So, you've noticed what?
That you've changed your mind multiple times during the
I've only
course of
changed
this
my mind
investigation.
once.
Diligent, you're just such a
This is
stupid jerk. Come
Yeah,
on.
like I've changed my
Diligent,
mind
your
one
position
time,
is-
if anything,
Diligent.
on that, and that was based on evidence.
Diligent, your position was that the entire prosecution team in Orem has colluded to fake all the text messages on Tyler's phone and also fake the data that shows him leaving Orem at, I believe, 1:33 a.m. or whatever the amount was on the thing. Every single aspect of this has been fabricated. I mean, along with everything else. So fabricating the DNA evidence, which would require collusion of a lot of people. Placing this rifle, which did belong to Tyler Robinson, in the towel and all of that. And faking all of the evidence in his apartment. All of that comes together. And you're like, I'm going to bring it all apart because this guy swears he saw Tyler Robinson in a restaurant at this specific time where it actually wouldn't even be impossible for Tyler Robinson to drive back to Orem from that restaurant in the time span indicated anyway. That is what is going to allow you to unwind the entire case with all of its evidence.
Yeah, so anyways, if you drive, it's 206 miles, going 80 miles an hour, get you there in about 2.5 hours. Thanks, Zach.
No.
Breaking it down.
No.
Anyways, so it doesn't, there's no conflict here other than potentially the text messages. But again, I stand by it. Again, if there's something that's going to be presented itself. And by the way, that's
Well, if it's
a
80
real
and 60,
rich
I
coming
don't
from Diligent and multiple other people on this. When you guys have jumped from one theory to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. I've changed my position sort of one time. And I was more doubtful that the 30-06 wouldn't have an exit wound. And then again, once I was confronted with the MLK, I actually studied it. I went to the MLK case study. I studied every aspect of that. I started looking at pathology reports from the military. And look what I found. Hey, you know what? This is more common than even I thought. And that's just a fact. There's 4 people that I know that were shot with 30-06, and none of them have an exit wound. And that's Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King, Chuck Ritter, who was shot from 25 yards away, hit him in the spine, deflected downward, and he's still alive. And then Shane Hill, who was all 4 of these people were shot in the spine, and there's no exit wound. So I have more evidence that that is possible. And yes, based on the information that I learned, I was more sure that it was possible. Never said it was confirmed. I think right now, with the preponderance of the evidence, it's the only logical conclusion at this point. So that's where I stand. But you guys have jumped from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. So don't even play that game. I will say, you know what, Mitch, you were already talking earlier. Go ahead.
Oh man, I'm at work. Can I just please?
Yeah, that girl. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
No, Jacko, you always do this. You always jump ahead of everybody.
How dare you? Please, I'm barely in the spaces like that anymore. Like, stop.
We've all waited a long time. That girl,
no, I waited a long time. I waited before you. No, like, come on now.
That girl.
No, you didn't. And the host called upon me. So respectfully, just let me speak.
I was already here. Like, this is ridiculous.
Respectfully, you do this in every space.
What do you mean every space? I haven't even
say, here's what we're going to do. You guys have the next 3 seconds to figure out who's talking or on Bucci.
I'm talking now. So anyway, 2 things. Blake, first of all, thank you for allowing me to come up here, Paramount, and I won't let it make it take long. Blake, I hope you're having a good night, and I will not get derailed by this guy. One question for you, and then I do have something to say to Paramount. I heard about this 4D type of imaging that we were going to see with the, courts. Benny Johnson came out, everybody came out, like, oh my God, we saw it in 4K, sorry, not 4D, 4K imaging. This was Tyler Robinson. That was, by the time I got to see the imaging, I saw artifact. That's what I mean. Obviously, I'm being a little tongue in cheek with the artifact word, but to hear 4K and then to see this kind of blur blobs running across the screen. So do you think that somebody who sees this and says, I'm not sure that definitively Tyler Robinson was on that roof. I know something happened on that roof, but I don't know that I can say I'm placing Tyler Robinson based on this imaging that I was told that when I see it, I will know that it was him that was on the roof. Am I wrong for
blame
that?
someone for not reaching that conclusion just off of the footage, but that conclusion is reached off the footage combined with the rifle being discovered that is owned by Tyler Robinson, combined with his DNA being on that rifle and being on the towel and being on the screwdriver, combined with his car being present at UVU multiple times that day when he lives many hours away, combined with him sending incriminating text messages to
this is all
Lance
irrelevant
Twiggs,
to
which
saying
were
there was 4K footage
turned over to police afterwards and extracted, certainly from Lance Twiggs's phone. I'm not sure if from Tyler's as well, but definitely Lance's. Combined with his parents recognizing him from that video and then having some sort of confrontation with him that results in him agreeing to turn himself in, combined with have I left anything out at this point? Like,
no, I could go through a lot of that stuff, to be honest, but I don't. Right. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Because with the DNA, there's other DNA there, and apparently Tyler Robinson's DNA was actually more degraded than other people's DNA.
No, it wasn't.
So, like, we could do.
That's not the case. No.
But there's other DNA on certain items, whatever. So we could do this all day. But the point is that the messaging, right? Like, look, for me, it could be that Tyler Robinson is the one who sadly took out Charlie Kirk, who I can't believe the last few months I've been missing him more and more. I wasn't that huge of a fan, but I would have loved to debate him, but here we are today. But for me, there's always more to what meets the eye in this situation, and I'm sorry, I won't stop saying it, especially coming back to a Paramount. I'll give this to you because I see the other hands. I'm not going to be rude and try to, keep on talking or cut people off or whatever, but, you're giving me this thing about massive, March assessment and everything else. But, in my videos, I've actually covered everything with March assessment. There were multiple people supposedly working on Charlie Kirk. Instead, I saw them passing off weird things to each other. I don't know.
You can zoom in and you can slow it down. You can see that
so somebody grabbed something.
No, they didn't.
They put it in their back pocket.
No, they didn't.
I've watched this
No,
video
they
so many
didn't. That's
times.
been debunked all the hell and back. That's just
all
not
right, forget
true.
that. fine. They didn't pass off anything, even though I'm not really conceding that, but I'm moving on because I see where this is going. Massive hemorrhaging. So you have multiple people working on this man. One person could have been working on the hemorrhaging, but for you to say that not doing CPR is an absolute, like, like that's what you shouldn't do. Hold on a second, I'm not done. You shouldn't do CPR. What's the point of anything then? You're going to have a bunch of blood pooling in his body, veins collapsing, no oxygenated cells, hemoglobin getting to the organs and stuff. But again, you had multiple people with him. So one person could have been working on trying to apply some pressure pressure to that wound. You can't apply a tourniquet there because that's his neck. Okay. This is the pathophysiology of how it goes. But even better, a neck wound, okay, whatever it was, a neck wound is not supposed to be moved like that, head bobbing all over the place.
It's clear to me that you're not aware of TCCC interventions. This is doctrine. You get them off. Hold on. You get them off the X. You do not worry about a perceived threat, i.e., a neck injury, when you have an imminent threat, the shooter and the massive bleed. That is the doctrine. You don't have to like it, but you can take that up with the National Association of Emergency Medical Technicians, and you can take it up with SOCOM, who really developed those to begin with. So go ahead.
Yeah. So again, like this SOCOM, I'm going to go into this teaching because from what I'm looking at, again, I'm looking at your March assessment, and I'm also giving you the answers based on your March assessment. And there's no world
you haven't
where
said anything that is covered under TCCC. You're saying your opinion of things, and it's wrong.
No, I'm not
it's
saying
incorrect.
my opinion. I am educated. I have saved a life, so I've saved many lives.
Multiple lives as well.
I know that you have.
I have done field trauma multiple times in real combat situations. So I don't know what your point is.
God
the fact
bless you.
is everything that you're bringing up is incorrect.
A debate about who saved many lives, whatever. I wasn't saying it to you, like as if you haven't. Hold on. The only reason why I feel like I have to say this is because if people think that I'm just doing some opinion thing. It's in my blood, right? So even when Charlie got shot and went under the table.
What is your job?
I'm a registered. My career. I am a registered nurse. I've worked in trauma, worked in ER, and yes, when Charlie got shot, when I say he got shot, whatever, he's under the table now. It's like the threat. So you pick him up and you put him even more out there for somebody else to try to shoot him again.
Get them off the X.
Under the table is actually safer if you think about it.
Protocols that you know nothing of. Like you don't understand what is taught and is recommended for the protocols and interventions for care under fire. Look up care under fire. Google it. Whatever you want to do. Look up care under fire. It is taught at PHTLS. It is taught with TCCC, TECC, and it is taught through NAMT. And by the way, it's taught by every single law enforcement and or military medical interventions for tactical trauma care. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. You can go get on the board of the TCCC board, and maybe you can change it. It won't, because they're going to laugh at you when you say, I've worked in a hospital. They're like, Chick, this ain't a hospital, because you don't do the same things when you're dealing with gunfire.
Yeah, but that's why I'm explaining the parts where
you're explaining to me things that you don't really know anything about.
I know. It's not about not knowing anything about it. It's about safety and knowing that even still when you pick them up, or not you, when they picked him up, right, that still puts him at risk for line of fire. To be honest, underneath the table and all of that.
It gets him out of the line of fire. He was not behind cover.
But under that table, he was behind cover, but okay.
Do you know what cover is? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. Do you know what cover is? There's a difference between cover and concealment. Do you know what cover is?
I know that being out of the line of fire is better under that table. Common sense.
Cover provides ballistic protection. That means it stops bullets. Was there anything there that stops bullets? Then the protocol is if you don't have cover and the scene is not safe, and the scene was not safe because there's no way to determine whether there was an active shooter or not, the protocol is get them off the X and get them to the next higher level of care. That is the protocol. And you can sit here and argue and pretend you can just exercise Dunning-Kruger all over the place and just expel it everywhere.
Was that kicked off? Hello?
All right. Casey. supposed to be a minute.
Hold on a second.
We've gone on for
I
about
have one more
5.
thing to say. It's cut off.
Just fire hosing. Do you mind
Wait
if
a
I
minute.
go ahead now when you
Paramount
interrupted me?
Space, I think, is breaking. Paramount, are you still there?
This chick is insufferable, bro.
How about you just stop?
Paramount,
Because you're
don't
being
talk
rude
to
to
me like
everybody.
that.
even
You
Paramount.
must be out of your.
You are. You.
Just a second. I think Gary is having issues.
Look, this entire thing proves
Hold
that
on a
Blake
moment.
Neff has no life. He's been on here for what, 5 hours? This dude is a keyboard warrior, dude.
All right, I got booted out of my own space. I don't know what happened. But anyways,
Well, I'm glad you're back. But listen, and so I'll end with this. Either way, we both know though that it wasn't done right to the point where what's his name? Brian Harper decided to say that
textbook.
he was. I know. Decided to say that he was controlling the code when they got to the hospital. So, I mean, it's just like these norms, these new norms. People don't accept this kind of stuff for your family members. All right, thank you so much. I'll be dropping.
Thank you.
And Mitch, don't ever in your life talk to me like that, yo. Don't.
Oh my God.
Don't talk to me like that.
That girl.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care.
I'm
Y'all can
sorry.
look at me
you
however.
need to have
Nobody's gonna talk
you
to
need
me
to have a
like
little
that.
humility
Y'all gonna treat me
and
the way y'all
realize
treated
that you
that boy in
don't
the
think
last minute
you
of
don't
his
know
life.
as much as what you think you know.
No, I know what I know, and
Again, it's like I know everything because I've done one thing and it's sort of similar, so I know everything about this too. He was perfectly safe. He wasn't behind cover. He was behind cover.
It's insane,
Yeah.
isn't it, Paramount? It's insane.
Yeah,
May I
please,
go
Mitch,
ahead,
go
sir?
ahead. Thanks for your patience.
So, thank you for this space. So, let's just start off with something that we should all notice, because we're going to notice the noticers, quote unquote. Every single one of the people who are now, justice for Charlie, hated Charlie. And you could see, they hated Israel. They hate Jews. That's all of them. And literally, this is what my people have experienced our entire lives. This is Hollywood, but now transferred to the United States of America. And what I mean by that is there's a famous saying, the hater doesn't accuse you of theft because they believe you stole anything. They just get that sick sociopathic joy of having you turn out your pockets to show that you didn't do that. When they make accusations against Andrew Colvett or Blake or Erica, it's not because they believe anything they're saying. They're enjoying having you turn out your pockets. When they make these crazy claims about the drive, now we're on to the drive to Pasquatch or wherever it's called. We have text messages that have been downloaded from a phone, from a witness who provided testimony.
Where's Lynn?
Verified metadata. Well, the metadata was Cellbrite. Oh, that was invented by an Israeli. Doesn't matter to them that it's now owned by Japan. That doesn't matter to them. It's all about the gaslight. So you'll turn out your pockets. Candace Owens, the queen of Candyland, hated Charlie. And you know what? Some of us are married,
Not you.
All of us have a friend in life, or a wife has a friend in life where as a spouse you say, you know what, that person, something's wrong with them. And I am firmly in the belief that at some point Erica turned to her husband and said, there's something not right with this woman. And that turned Candace on a warpath against this woman and onto Charlie, because no sane person after a friend, quote unquote, dies,
this guy's not real,
goes on the warpath trying to destroy people that you, quote unquote, love. And you know that they don't believe anything they're saying. Just as a small example, I think Candace Owens is worth around $200 million through her family. And Tucker Carlson's, if you exclude even the Swanson fortune, is worth $50 million easily from just his work. None of them who believe that Tyler is innocent I think Tyler's being represented by free attorneys from the state.
I honestly can't listen anymore. I'm going to the bathroom.
None of them are putting up
that guy's
money
actually.
to
Go look at his page, guys.
To help this guy who's innocent. Baron Coleman, who's a lawyer, isn't offering his services to present his theories to the jury because he knows he's innocent. None of these people are legitimate, and not one of them. We had this Trillion on here before. His theory is, no, Tyler didn't kill him. He was killed from behind by an Arcus gun system, augmented reality bullets from the Israeli gun system.
Yeah,
right?
no, I know.
At no point do any of these people turn around and say, you know what, I was wrong. Because if someone is legitimate, like Paramount, you had some ideas that you thought, this doesn't make sense. But what makes you authentic is you said, you know what, I looked into that, I considered the evidence, and I said, you know what, this doesn't make sense, and I'm going to now reverse my view. An authentic, honest person is able to say, I was wrong. People who are dishonest don't care about the truth. They care about the turning out of the pockets. And I've said to Blake before, when I saw him before, I find that too many people at TPUSA are defensive. You have nothing to be defending about. You should be on the offensive at these people. And literally, I mean it seriously. Go and look up what is Pallywood and understand that this gaslighting, this attacking, they don't care about the truth. They just care about the turning out of the pockets. And that's what's going on here throughout all of these people. They hate Jews. They hate America. They hate TPUSA. They definitely hate Charlie.
Okay,
And
wait,
that's
Blake's
what they're
back.
doing
Okay,
here.
wait,
And
shit.
that's why I see it. So when you give them the legitimacy of just saying, well, you know, all the evidence that's been submitted is to be just discounted, and some, you know, Google Drive,
This
I
guy's
looked on
still
the Google,
talking.
it takes this many hours to drive from here to there, and I have a video of some guy who is headless in a t-shirt who says that he definitely believes it's Charlie, and this was submitted to the FBI, who have their credit card number. Now we have to believe the, you know, random FBI agent who now checked his bank records, which obviously they have, just is now part of some conspiracy to hide the fact that he was at the restaurant or wasn't at the restaurant, hide it from the defense, who would obviously raise this. Everything is not evidence to say, okay, you know what, I considered that idea. The Arcus gun is crazy. You had, what's his name up here from the Constitutional, whatever. For him, it's not about the exploding mic because the microphone was on one side of the body. And
Why is
obviously
this
their
guy
claim is, oh,
talking?
if it exploded, it hit him in the neck on the other side. Well, you know, unless this explosion went in a U-turn and made, you know, topsy-turvies. So now they've made up that there is a battery pack. I mean, there's no evidence there was a battery pack on him, but they'll just make that up. And now it's a battery pack that shot out a piece of metal that, you know, went upwards and then sidewards into his neck. They don't care about the truth. For them,
Blake
it's
is only
about to
doing this
gaslight,
because
to
he
say,
can
ah,
hide
it's like the pager
behind
attack.
crazy
It
Gary
must be the
talking over and
Israelis.
knowing everything.
And that's
I'm about
what
to
it's
throw my
all
iPad
about.
across the
Either it's
living
the
room. Yeah, me
Jew,
too,
it's
Kimberly.
TPUSA, it is the
Me
Israelis,
too.
it is the government. Why?
This guy's an actual
It's not about
psychopath.
caring about
Look at this
Charlie.
dude's
It's just
account.
about spreading hatred to
Look at this
everybody
dude's account.
all over the place to make you turn out your pockets.
Look
I
at
don't
this.
disagree with any of that. And I
Look at
like that
this.
analogy. They do. They like exercising some sort of authority of you out
Look
over
at
you and
this.
extorting you
Look at
and
this.
into, you know, proving your innocence. And
These
on
are these
top of that,
people.
they love the fact that they have the power to turn so many people against you and stalk you and harass you.
Creepy
And
dude.
there's something very malicious and sadistic that these people get out of that. And you could.
It is the Pallywoodization
Super
of this
creepy.
event, and I say
He's a
it
disturbed
clearly.
person.
And
Look at this.
my people are very familiar. I'm Jewish. I'm Israeli. We are familiar with it because we've watched it for decades. We are the noticers of the
Look at
noticers,
this.
and it's the
Look at
same
this.
pattern now just being put on people who are honest, legitimate Americans who can't believe someone would make claims that are so insane and make you demand you turn out your pockets. They just because you guys are not used to this. We have always been used to this.
Yeah. No, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think those were.
I just rejoined for a second, but I gotta go to bed.
insane.
So
No worries, Blake.
thanks for everyone. Thanks for joining
Hey
everyone.
Blake, could I ask one question before you dip here? I've been up for a while waiting just before you leave.
Fine.
Okay, and Paramount, this is for you too, in case Blake bores of the question here. So, Paramount, I appreciate you saying that you would follow evidence wherever it leads, and I appreciate that as a good faith position.
Bro, they always
And what
kiss
I've
ass
seen
before.
that's been a little disappointing from the pro conviction side has been that in the face of questions and commentary, there's always an obscure sort of grouping of everybody that has any question with Candace or Ian, and then they're held up against some quote that they were wrong about as they changed course at some time in the past, which sure,
Ask
there's a
your
point there, but that
question.
doesn't
Okay, well,
group everybody
let's jump to
in the
your
middle there.
question and address it
Yes,
individually.
okay, sure. So, question specific. This is high profile, unsolved murder as he
Ask the
arrives
question.
at
Ask
the
the
medical
question. Ask
facility.
the question. Ask
And
the question. Ask the question. Ask the
there's a
question.
very important reliance on the
Ask the
ballistics to
question.
match
Ask
the
the
gun to the
question.
shooter and the shooter to the crime.
Ask the question.
And inside, we've got
Ask the question.
tested from the body only
Dude.
4 pieces of 7 that were retrieved. we're looking at a grain weight of something like 44 grains
Ask the
out of what
question.
is
Ask the
between
question.
155
Ask
and
the
180,
question.
depending.
Ask the
Gary, you
question.
probably know
Ask the
more there.
question. Ask the
But
question.
to have
Ask the
such a
question.
small
Where did
percentage,
you get that 40 grain weight?
that was stated in the weight of the total 4 pieces that remained.
Okay.
So first of all, you have a chain of custody issue in retrieving 7 and delivering 4. There's already a little hiccup there that the defense should have jumped on.
Well,
Another
hold on. That's
hiccup,
a chain of, like, I keep hearing chain of custody issues. And if there's any chain of custody issues, clearly what the public's perception of legitimate chain of custody and what is considered legitimate chain of custody by law enforcement, there is a big delta between those two perceptions, because the defense would pull that up and they didn't. So
there's many things like that, though, which brings a good question that you're welcome to ask. But let me finish what I'm saying real
go
quick.
ahead.
With only 20-25% of the bullet weight,
Mhm.
this is absolutely acustomary
No, it's
to
not.
leave. Let me finish. You don't even know what I'm fucking saying. How are you going to decide for us?
I know what
So
you're
what
saying.
I'm saying is it's not customary to leave shrapnel or fragmentation inside the body. There's an X-ray to identify every bit, and in a high-profile case, it's 10x, and if it's an unsolved murder in a high-profile case, it's 1000x. They X-ray the body, they find where every fragment is, and they go fish it out because that's the case that you convict somebody
That's
on.
incorrect.
So let me finish. In court, to have only 25% of the bullet mass of a bullet that clearly didn't have an exit wound, you should have more than 25% to base your decision and get your conviction on. And also, that doesn't even speak to the fact that we went from 7 down to 4 bits. So, in honest, good faith arguments,
7 to 4 bits. Clarify
you,
that.
what's that?
What do you mean 7 to 4 bits? You mean
7 were
7 pieces?
retrieved,
Okay,
4 were given.
gotcha.
7 pieces were retrieved, 4 were given at a total grain weight of something like 43 grain out of the 155 to 180, which is the most common range for the 30-06. There's also an issue that the diameter range based on the bullet was 0.287 to 0.301,
Mm-hmm.
and the radius of a 30-06 bullet is 0.308. So you're already outside of that range. And even in the list, the litany of available guns, some short guns, some long guns, you have tons and tons of makes and models, and that's not even identifying a range which the 30-06 fits within.
Well,
now, outside of the defense,
hold on,
not jumping on
hold
that,
on,
which I
because
have my own.
you're gish
Yes.
galloping here. We're like covering a lot that I think like we need to address these.
It's all one point,
Well,
man.
well,
It's all
hold
one
on.
point.
You're stating things that are just factually incorrect. So let's go to the
They
280.
aren't.
Hold on. Let's go to the 286 to 301 measurement. So first of all,
287.
what's that? 287. Okay,
287.
287 to 301. What she says specifically, she said it was important that I gave a range, and I have the clip. I can post it down below. It was important that I gave the range because of this because of damage.
Variance. Yes, damage.
Because of damage. Now the other issue here that clearly non-gun people don't understand: what is the bore diameter of a 30 caliber rifle, i.e., the 30-06? What's the bore diameter? Do you know?
No.
It is exactly 0.300. Now that doesn't make sense. How do you get a 0.308 caliber bullet into a 0.30 caliber rifle? Well, the answer is that it squishes down the bore diameter is 0.300 so that it seals the chamber or seals the barrel and the chamber so that the gases behind it are going to propel it. So that's exactly what we'd expect to see is about a 0.301. You have some amount of bounce back. But that's exactly what we expect to see, which is exactly.
Okay,
Hold on.
so let me accept
Hold
that.
on.
Let me accept that.
But that's why she said the calibers that she presented up there, all of them, including 308, because nothing was outside of the range, and also because of damage and deformity. So there's a lot going on.
Okay,
there.
so let me accept that.
Yeah.
Let's give you a win there. I accept that. Thanks for the knowledge. Okay, back to examining and convicting your killer based on some 25% of the pieces of a bullet that was not leaving the body, which should have 100% of the pieces.
No.
The fact that every bit wouldn't have been fished out, that there wouldn't have been
That's
X-rays
standard.
as a matter of standard practice, that's standard, and those weren't followed.
No.
Sure why
Please find me that standard and post that somewhere, because it's not standard. No, they're not
Sure.
going to take. They're.
I'll post it right now in the Jumbotron.
Hold
You
on.
could ask Grok in a similar high profile
Ask
JFK-esque state
Grok,
level
bro.
case
Oh my
where there's a
gosh.
murder mystery, okay? You could keep it agnostic or
Like,
do
I
the
can't
Charlie
take you
Kirk thing. What
seriously,
is the
bro.
likelihood they would leave some, I don't know, 80% of the bullet fragments inside the body when not presenting the case to convict the killer? Obviously, that's out of course, and I'm
Do
happy
you
to show it in
understand?
the
Do you
Jumbotron.
know? Do you know the term lead snowstorm?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so what happens when you have tissue that has been obviously you've been shot, and especially when you hit bone, you literally have powderized lead. These pieces that are so small, and no, it is not standard practice to dig those out. It's just
They're
not.
okay. You're talking about powder and pulverization,
Yeah,
okay, which I honor. Sure, okay, great. That's not going to be 80% of the
the
bullet. The delta of the full bullet weight from a non-exiting bullet is not immaterial to an
I didn't
investigation
say
where
it
you need to
wasn't
convict the
immaterial.
killer.
No, I never said
You
that.
you
What
This
I'm
is a
saying
whole
is,
lot
split
of
what
with
I'm
nothing,
saying
powder, which
is,
bro.
nobody's talking about.
what I'm
These
saying
guys are
is
insufferable.
number one, they are going to pull out what they can. They're not going to
And
sit
they
there and get an X-ray out and work underneath an
They
X-ray and
they
pull out.
literally do as a matter of practice, which I'll post in the Jumbotron. That's actually literally the protocol. It's literally they scan first. You don't go digging around blind, hoping like a frog in a laboratory or in a school test or something in college. You obviously X-ray, you find the bullets, and then you retrieve. This is a matter of standard protocol, and it's 10x, 1000x if it's a high-profile unsolved murder case. That's just literally how they do it. They don't go and let's check over here. Let me prod around here,
Well,
prod.
hold on.
They
You
don't
just
go in
literally
blind.
cited Grok, so you're literally just asking AI. Why are you like presenting?
No, I didn't cite anything, man.
No,
But
you
it's very
cited Grok.
easy
You
to
literally
prove.
cited Grok a few seconds ago. You're full of it.
Okay, I'll literally cite all of the AI and any
Forget about
other medical
AI. What I would like
resource.
to see is some sort of protocol. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the answers to that. I do know that it is common in just ones that I've looked up. I've seen where they have left bullet fragments in there. Now, is there some sort of protocol that says,
Now, was that
hold
at
on,
state level? Was that in JFK? Would they just leave some 80% of the bullet? Let's see if it
well, they
matches
also
Lee
no,
Harvey
they
or not.
do
Of course not.
you know that they recovered the bullet from JFK, right? It was like laying on the gurney next to him. All right,
The magic bullet, yes,
so
I know,
it
but
was
nobody's talking about
not.
that. I'm
We're
saying that they wouldn't have
You
left
literally,
it in that
you
case.
literally are the one who brought up JFK. Why are you why are you doing
Yes,
this
as an
evasive bullcrap?
anagram.
This
No,
guy's
I'm not
dumb. This
talking
guy's
about
just
the same
dumb.
bullet, clearly different
But let me
circumstance.
ask you
No.
What
this.
I'm
Why'd you bring
talking
it up?
about
You're
is that
making stuff
high
up.
profile nature. Let me answer, Blake. It's a high profile natured case. I'm trying to use an analog so that you can see it through a different light. And of course, they wouldn't have then, and of course, they didn't now. You would find all of the fragments. That's material to catching the caper. Okay, that's a matter of good practice. You don't
Oh,
go
okay.
to
So
testify and
just
give your
hold on,
bullet examiner
I'm going to mute
20%
you if
of
you
the
don't shut
weight.
up for a minute, because I just looked this up in Grok as your source. Is it common to
Hey,
hold on,
Blake, he's quoting Grok.
just because that was your source, so that's what I'm going with.
It's
Is it?
not my source.
Hold
It's
on.
all AIs
You
plus
literally
medical
cited it
Either
as your
examiners.
source.
either shut
You're
up and let
lying
me
to us.
talk, or I'm going to just kick you out. It is.
That was Blake talking over you.
Jesus Christ, you people are insufferable. Is it
Says
common
you.
to leave some bullet fragments in a homicide case? Yes, it is relatively common in a homicide case and shootings
Oh,
in general to leave some bullet
may I
fragments in the
answer?
body, depending on
May I
several.
answer?
Hold on, no, I'm still
No.
talking. This is one thing that you guys are clearly manic, because every time that I talk to you conspiracy theorists, and diligence another example, like, you don't understand how to have any common decent discourse with anybody. You sit there and talk over each other, and the same thing with that lady just a few minutes ago that claims to be a nurse and doesn't know jack shit. Like, the fact is like, you guys don't even know how to talk. And it's like, oh, I just gotta say my point. I can't, and I gotta put 15 points out. And it's like, I'm talking to a crazy person every single time. Now, what? I'm going to finish talking. And when I'm done talking, you can talk. This is how humans interact with one another. Yes, it's relatively common in homicide cases and shootings in general to leave some bullet fragments in the body, depending on several factors. Forensic pathologists and investigators often recover what they can, but complete removal isn't always feasible or necessary. Here's a breakdown, and it goes on. Fragmentation. Many bullets, especially high velocity rounds like 30-06, 7.62 by 54, or frangible varmint rounds, break apart upon impact with bones and dense tissues. Tiny pieces can scatter and embed deeply. Risk versus benefit. Surgery to remove every small fragment can cause more damage than leaving them. e.g., additional bleeding. Obviously, this is in a someone that's alive. Location matters. Fragments near vital structures, major vessels. Obviously, that's in alive. Autopsies, imaging. Recovery. Pathologists remove larger recoverable fragments from ballistic testing. Smaller ones may stay if extraction is impractical. So there you go. You cited Grok. I gave you the exact same source that you cited, and it completely contradicted what you had to say. So now it's your turn to talk. Hello, go ahead. Your turn. Mike might be muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So the question that you've posed here to Grok to get your silly answer, you know how many shootings there are in Chicago in a given weekend? And of course, is somebody shot? Is it potentially common to leave some pieces? Of course. No one's talking about that. What I brought the analog of JFK to bring the gravity of the circumstance, unsolved high profile state level. Okay. These are things that are not your average case. And I will post an adequately asked question to Grok, if that's now our playing field, that you would see in a high profile murder at a state level actor. You're not going to leave in crucial evidence inside the body, and to reduce it all down to dust.
Do
Okay,
this.
some
Take a
portion,
screenshot. Hold on.
80% is not.
Hold on.
80% was not given to the examiner.
Take a screenshot of that Grok query and answer, and please post it in the comments below. Because
yes, sir.
But regardless, the fact is I know for a fact, looking at other cases, they leave bullet fragments in there. They're not just going to dig around and damage.
Listen, other cases, you can't just make this a one-to-one to the gang shooting in Chicago that happened 1 hour before the other gang shooting. They take an X-ray as a matter of practice to identify fragments.
Tell me your end state here.
Yes. Okay. My landed plane, and give me one more moment as a speaker because I want to bring up the query. But my end point is that a good faith actor would not be calling me some conspiracist and say, oh, they're all just like this. I've not said anything conspiratorial. I'm talking about evidentiary facts in a case. If you have a high profile murder where the fragments are what goes to indict the felon, okay, the murderer, you're going to take special care. I'm not saying 100%, but I'm certainly going to look cross-eyed at 20% given to the examiner. It doesn't help their case. No conspiracy needs to be spoken of. No group candy cult nonsense needs to be referenced to just answer an issue of material fact. And that was actually my prior point. It's that when trying to have a material discussion about why did 20% end up for examination when there's no exit wound, that should be a simple thing. There shouldn't need to be insults or groupthink or some strange response to just answer that. And for your side to never wave a flag and say, that's a little crunchy for me, is bizarre. And it's a little bit like with the response that everyone would get, hey, I have a question about the vaccine. Oh, do you want to kill my grandma? Well, what about its efficacy to stop transmission? Oh, do you want to kill my grandma? Everyone says, oh, do you want to kill my grandma?
Now you're straw manning. Nobody did that here tonight. And it's not like that. It's not even close.
Everyone does it everywhere. All the people that
is literally as straw man as you get. Everyone everywhere. Everyone everywhere does that.
Okay, let me qualify. Let me qualify better. Let me clean that up. I respect that it's not everyone everywhere. What I'm talking about and what I've sought and what I've posted in the nest to hopefully shed light on is an interest in good faith discussion. I see very little of that. What I see often, as many of the people, you or Viva Fry, who I usually trust his commentary, but any tough question that's asked, it's referred to, oh, those candy cultists, or you wait for 50 questions to come and then you pick the retard who says something indeed retarded and you say, oh, look at all of them. But that's not acting in good faith. A good faith answer on your side or that of Blake would say, well, actually, yes, that is a little bit of a head scratcher. I hope we find out why. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. At least that is in good faith. But to say 20% being examined
you've now repeated
to convict
yourself
the guy,
multiple times. So, we don't have time for this. What I would say, my answer to you, is that I've had thousands of these conversations in good faith. And when I give an answer, you guys don't like it. What you say is a head scratcher, quite frankly, is not a head scratcher to me. There's nothing weird about this. There's nothing weird.
The 20% I just don't know for examination. That's okay with you?
I don't even know.
You're happy at that?
I don't know what the standard is. And here's the deal: no matter what, they can't match the bullet to the rifle. So what does it matter at this point?
Not no matter what. With more fragments, they would have had a better chance.
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand what they need to match the bullet to the rifle?
Of course, I sat through all
Okay, so they don't have that material, and they're not going to sit there
because she was given 20% of the total weight of the bullet. There's
the
no good
bullet
answer here.
fragments are lead. You're not going to do a tooling match with the lead. You do it with the copper jacketing, which she had, but there was still too much distortion to be able to do a conclusive tooling match to the rifling. I don't, and this is the problem. Is like you keep repeating something that is irrelevant. Like they still only had 20%.
It's irrelevant. She only had 20% of the bullet weight.
What she
And
needed
you
to
think to leave the other 80% is normal?
They don't get it, Paramount. They just don't get it. You could talk to me.
And I booted him. Look, the fact is,
wait, Paramount. I have one thing that I wanted to just add quickly. Just Diligent was coming up and talking about the restaurant, and I just, if with your permission, could I put in the nest? The actual owner of the restaurant responded to a video that he posted.
Please.
May I do that? Okay, I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to drop down if you want me to, or I'll just stay here.
You can stay there for now. I'll probably end up pulling you down so we can get a couple more people. But I can tell you, I will be. I said I was the most I was going to go was to 2, and it's 2:26. I'm going to I'm going to skip a bunch of people, and then just exercise some executive authority, and we're going to let Tamara Neely speak because she's one of my favorite people. Tamara.
Oh, hey Gary, how are
I'm
you?
doing great. How are you?
Good. I just joined the space because I saw you were hosting it and just wanted to say keep up the good work. And, I was looking at, I paid attention to some of the preliminary hearing, and by no surprise, Candace Owens was wrong multiple times. I couldn't believe that she.
Bro, she's so ugly. I'm not trying to be mean, but like, that's terrifying.
The craziest thing to me. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
I can. Yeah, no, it's we were told early on, for instance, the video of him on top of the roof, we were told they didn't have the segment where he actually went to the sniper perch. They said if they would have had that, they would have released that. Of course, they have it. They said they did not have footage of him at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. They had it. So all the evidence that they've said that didn't exist, we know it exists. So yeah, I don't know what else to say to people that still believe her. She's been wrong more often than matter of fact, she's always been wrong. Everything she's put forth, she's been wrong from a material standpoint.
Exactly. Even Officer Tatum has come out and said that he's gonna have a conversation with her. Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah. I was like, I'm glad that he's gonna do that because somebody needs to talk some sense into her. Her own family has reached out to me, and I didn't really entertain it too much, just because I was obviously hosting an investigation at the time, and I'm like, I don't know if I have time to really dive into this, and plus I've reached out a couple times and they didn't actually like respond, or then they would like reach out to me on another app, and it was like a whole weird situation. But I was just like reading some of their comments, and I'm like, it's clear that her own family thinks that she's a little bit off. So yeah. It's a crazy situation.
No, thanks for jumping in tonight. I appreciate it. We need to get you back on the show very soon.
Yeah, definitely. Just let me know. Yeah, but anyways, great conversation and shout out to everybody on the stream.
Awesome. Thank you. I was about to pull up Target 1. She's had her hand up for a while. I guess Cappy and then Zach, and then we're going to call it a night. Cappy, go ahead, bud.
Paramount, what's up, man? I don't know you. I don't agree with everything you say. As far as as far as the assassination, that's one thing that I never really got into. I just kind of let
Why are you here?
let it play out, I guess, because it was kind of a big mystery. I read a lot of things that made me feel a certain way about it, and then I read other things that made me feel another way about it, and I just didn't feel like it was um, a, a a battle that I really wanted to fight in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
But I was looking through just to make it simple, because you have people that accuse you of being essentially a shill and things like that. And so I figured the best way to inquire about that would be asking about your faith, which to me, what a man worships really is kind of everything as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
So you posted Psalm 94:16, and you said, quote, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked?" So I was curious if you wouldn't mind identifying who the wicked is, generally speaking. And then holding that one, you also said, "Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, and a righteous person who yields to the wicked is like a muddied spring." So my question to you, and the only question that I have, is who is the wicked?
The Jews.
The wicked are the forces of Satan, and I mean the Bible lays it out pretty clearly. I mean, I'm a Christian. I talk about it. I consider that my podcast is a ministry as much as it is anything else. Um, so I don't know what answer that you're fishing for exactly, but that's who I am. Um, I am a non-denominational Christian. I grew up Pentecostal, and I think really I take a lot of even the church that I go to. I still believe I'm not a big Trinitarian guy, so that's my belief system. I don't know if you want something else out of that or what.
No, is the wicked only on a
The wicked are
personal
liars,
choice basis,
idolaters.
person by person,
What is this?
Yeah, I
or
mean,
is it perhaps something greater? And if it is something greater, then what is it, and
well,
who
I
is
mean,
it specifically?
I don't think there's a who. There's not a group of people. If you're asking me about, I don't know, Jews or whatever else, I mean, generally speaking, I think we need to judge people's individual people by their fruits, right? What they do, how they carry themselves, and I'm not perfect for sure, and I don't expect people to be perfect, but there is, and this kind of goes back to even what we were talking about before. It's okay to get things wrong, but when you don't apologize for accusing people of the most horrific things and don't take into consideration the gravity of those accusations, how it can damage their life, put them in danger, the family in danger, and you never apologize for that, you never correct the record. Sometimes we call this acting in good faith, one way or the other, and I think that tells me all that I need to know about most people. And um, I think there are some people that don't necessarily that aren't religious, but are still good people. Do I think they're saved? No, unfortunately, and I hope they change that. But there are people that act in good faith that don't claim any sort of religion. But then there's a lot of people that claim to be religious that don't act in a manner that indicates that. And again, we all get things wrong, and I sure don't act like a Christian all the time. But at the same time, I do try to act in a way that pleases God. And that's me. Does that answer your
Would
question?
you would Yeah, it did. And the only thing I could follow up to be a little bit more specific is, throughout the history of Christianity and every battle that's ever been fought and every enemy that rose to be quote unquote wicked, was it based upon an individual basis, person by person, or was it fought as a group? And if it was
Question,
fought
bro.
as a group, was the people that were claiming to be Christ-like when they died and their soul dissented, were they denied the kingdom of heaven because they didn't base it on a case-by-case basis, like you're saying?
What?
I mean, ultimately,
come on, Cappy. Just say what you want to say. We all know what you want to say.
Ultimately, here's the truth that determines whether or not you go to heaven. It is your relationship between you and your Savior. I don't sit around and worry about me figuring out the world and who is evil and who is not. I mean, we all do that to some extent with politics. We all do that to some extent with just our natural observations. I mean,
Yeah,
is this
that
going
wasn't
to
the question. And
is
Mitch interrupted, and you know what I think, Mitch.
I mean, are we going down some anti-Jewish trope here? Is that where we're going with this?
I'm just saying,
No,
Cappy,
it
if you're going to
was
say
a
it, don't be a
very,
coward.
very
Just say it
specific
so we can get
question.
it out already.
Throughout
Just
history,
say what you want to
Throughout
say.
history, the Jews have not been
if the
a
Christians fought an enemy as a whole,
okay.
and based upon what you just said, was that it's every individual person's issue between themselves. If Christianity as a group, we're Christian, fought against an enemy and the enemy killed the Christians, do each one of those Christians, based upon your philosophy, are they going
No,
to hell
no.
based upon what you just said?
What I'm saying is that their salvation is an individual. It's their individual responsibility. We don't get salvation or damnation based on groups.
Unaffiliated with the war, correct?
What's that?
Unaffiliated with the war.
No, even if your country tells you to go to war, and this is biblical, by the way, you're going to follow the laws of the land, and that includes whether or not you're going to go to war. If you decide that you're convicted to protest, that's on you, and that's between you and God, and you got to figure out what that means for you. But no, are you saying if you go to war, then you're damned? I wish you'd speak a little plainer for me. Because I feel like you're beating around the bush.
I'm not beating around the bush. If you are claimed to be Christian, right? And you're a warrior. I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And you have an enemy, and you believe that you are fighting in a Christ-like manner based upon the New Testament. If you die in that battle,
yeah,
is it based upon the choices you made before the battle, or is it based upon what you believed in?
I mean, it's
when you died in the battle, what you were fighting for specifically.
Well, I mean, ultimately, you're like, if you just start murdering people during the battle, as in you were shooting.
I don't believe Tyler Robinson directly killed Charlie Kirk. I
war
believe he did have foreknowledge of it happening, and he should be punished for that.
Specifically when we talk about the Ten Commandments, where it says "Thou shalt not kill," that is a incorrect translation. It's "Thou shalt not murder."
I think Erica had foreknowledge for sure.
And those are very different. And clearly, God commanded the Israelites to go kill certain people because he knew what the issues were, and they were the enemies of
Mason. Yeah, I did.
The Israelites, or ultimately,
Can you not hear me?
The 12 tribes of Israel. So, anyways, like I don't know exactly what you're saying.
He doesn't even know what he's asking.
He's
like, I don't know exactly what you're saying.
I've definitely been in many gunfights and I've had to do the things that I've had to do.
Guy, but he's
I'm not
lost.
ashamed
Bro, what
of
did I
anything
do?
that
How am I
I know
lost?
that during that time that I
have more connections to Turning Point than you people do.
I've never done anything that I'm ashamed of.
It's all crazy.
I think what I did saved people's lives left and right of me. So, that's my stance on it. We've gone a little long. I want to get one more and just
why would I have
land
this?
That plane if you got.
Why would I have this?
Cappy?
No, it's good, man. I just, I have my beliefs and my perceptions and my research, and I feel like there's a lot of people out there that they just, that they don't speak the truth, and they don't read what's actually written. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to make a decision. You can either ride the fence, or you can choose the right side, or you can choose the wrong side. But either way, you're an active participant.
I agree.
And the fence ain't going to get you on either side.
Based, Cappy. Based.
I 100% agree with this, and this is what I've said from the beginning of this. We can sit around and we can pretend that people aren't lying to avoid conflicts or whatever else. That's why I felt convicted at the beginning of this when I saw exactly what.
Yeah, Gary's annoying me too, Kimberly. I'm about to get off. He's about to get off too. He's about to
knew that it would not benefit me in
Make
any
sure
way.
you
As
like
a matter of
and
fact, I was warned by a lot of people, and quite frankly, I thought I was going to lose 100,000 followers plus. I don't care. I don't care about my followers. I don't care. I don't need. I don't. The little bit of income that I have coming from social
Why would
media
I
doesn't
have it?
offset
I
the
bought it in
losses that I have by
September.
doing social media. I have a business. That's where I make my money. That's what funds all these things. And I think you are held accountable for doing what's right, even when it's difficult. And most people aren't willing to do that. And that's just a fact. Thanks, Cappy. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try and bring it back to how we started the space. It really wanted to clear up some of the confusion and questions that a couple of them had there. I don't think they're here, but just for everybody's benefit, the whole crime scene thing and paving over it, that is extremely common in pretty much any major murder case. We had a mass shooting at a Walmart that was up here a few years ago, and it took 4 days to clear the scene. So that 4 days, that's the crime scene. They're going and collecting all their evidence. Once they finish collecting their evidence, they release it back to the owners.
Wait,
the owners are then responsible to do whatever with it. They don't keep it as a crime scene indefinitely. It's released. You do what you need to do with it. The Walmart, they shut it down, started cleaning it out, and remodeled the entire thing. They didn't want anybody to come back into it to see the damage that had been done and see, all the nonsense. So these kind of things, they did the same thing with Sandy Hook. They bulldozed the entire school and rebuilt it. This is extremely common. The fact that they only did a few, I think it's like what,
Sandy
like
Hook,
6 square yards
on site, didn't they?
For the area that, or 10 feet or whatever it is, for where Charlie was. That's all they needed to do in order to get that usable, so that people would come in the following week and actually not be, walking in blood that was left over, and have some sort of weird, gathering right where he was killed.
These guys are stupid.
So this is quite common. They're trying to make a conspiracy out of nothing.
I agree.
No.
Can I just suggest one other potential reason? Like, let's be realistic. Charlie was an extremely famous person. And if there's blood-soaked soil there, like, look, how many people have tried to take hats, tried to take trophies, so to speak? Is it possible they said, you know what, we don't want to have people doing that kind of insanity?
Definitely.
Like, I don't know if that's true, but if you look at every crime scene, I mean, there's shootings in buildings, there's stabbings in streets. They don't close streets for months. And basically, these people are basically saying, you didn't allow the Candylanders to come and do their analysis of the site. Right, where there are professional people, and they could investigate to the ends of the earth. What's submittable in court is what matters. Evidence is submitted in a very specific way.
Only court is what matters now.
Manner, right? So somebody walking on the street having an interview with somebody doesn't mean a damn thing. It is nothing.
Not
it's
admissible.
crickets.
Well, and
the investigators have done their job.
Let me just kind of dovetail on what you're saying there. Let's say they didn't do that, and let's say somebody ran over there with a metal detector and they found some fragment that they determined is a bullet fragment, and they go online, they say, this is a bullet fragment, and I need to get this to the defense or to the prosecutor, whoever it is. Like, they're going to laugh at you. You're not taking them anything. Like, nobody even knows what that came from. Nobody, like, you talk about chain of custody. Like, it's insanity. It's just insanity that people even think this way. That somebody is going to take.
And
them
you
seriously.
said it very well, Paramount.
Yeah.
The defense has raised none of these things. Are we pretending the defense
is incompetent?
Is either insane, incompetent, or part of the conspiracy? Yeah, the defense attorney. So Tyler didn't bother to tell his defense attorney, "Hey, I went to the steakhouse in Patchwich, so I couldn't have sent those text messages," and they didn't bother to say that. And if they are not representing him, he's not screaming in the courtroom. They're part of the conspiracy. Like, is Tyler part of his own conspiracy against himself? Like, where does it end?
Yeah, I mean, just to the whole crime scene thing. Like, anytime there's the crime scene piece, that they go and they collect all the evidence that they need. They don't, leave anything behind. They're very thorough with collecting stuff.
How do you know who's
so
thorough?
When they release it, it's because there's nothing left for them to find.
Oh my God.
And then when, to the point you were just making there, yeah, that's where they're going. they're already saying that, you know, his defense attorneys are in on it, and his parents are in on it, and everything. It's insane.
These people all just hate Candace Owens.
Oh no, there's farther steps that they have. They're
it.
dying and praying that he pleads guilty. Why? Because then they will continue this conspiracy to the end of time, saying all of the things that are quote unquote evidence were not tested in court, and therefore it's not really evidence, and therefore it's not really true. He was just forced to plead guilty. That's what they want. A trial would be
It's live. I'm not rewatching
with
it.
actual cross-examination. No, they don't want that. They want him to plead guilty so that they can continue this 30-6, crime scene cover up. Tyler's not really Tyler. The car's not the car. It's a quad muffler versus a dual muffler. On and on and on for the next 20 years so they can make their money. They can continue the grift. That's all it's about. It's the Hollywoodization of this event.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yep. All right, folks. Well, with that, we're going to close it down. Hey, thank you all for jumping in here. We appreciate you. If you're not doing so already, make sure you follow me, and make sure you follow me on YouTube, Paramount Tactical. But yeah, we'll be going live tomorrow. We're gonna have
I didn't
Matt
know he was
Tardio,
that
and another guest on right now.
narcissistic after talking to him.
He's a lawyer. His name escapes me. It's anyways. I'll 3 in the morning.
It's interesting though.
Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Hopefully this was helpful, beneficial, educational, maybe even a little bit.
No.
You guys found it entertaining as well. But thanks for tuning in. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.
That was actually awful. Okay. That's what I got, guys. Thank you guys for talking in the chat. Thank you guys for asking me questions, even if we're disagreeing. Happy to answer any questions and stuff. I'm definitely going to be posting more and going live more and trying to do, whether it's exclusive stuff or just daily stuff, or I think Candace is going live again tomorrow, so I'll definitely be live to react to her episode. So I'll probably just keep doing that, because why not? Because she was gone for a while. So whether you disagree or agree with her, we can chop it up, react to it. So yeah, make sure to subscribe so you can see when I go live. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Yeah, I follow, like, for anybody that doesn't know, like, I kept up with Charlie for 8 years. I joined Turning Point. I was tabling. I was doing everything. I went to the Furon, went to Amfest. I was on the Turning Point Tonight Show with Joe Bob. Like, I was fully in. Like, I literally have a signed hat by Charlie that I got in 2024 after I watched his live stream for the election. So I care deeply about him. I don't like when they say, like, oh, anybody that is saying these things hated Charlie. I'm just like, it's like so not true, dude. It's the people closest to him that ask the least questions, which is extremely concerning. So yeah, RIP to Sam Neill, Jurassic Park legend. Super sad. He's only 78. But yeah, got to talk to Blake, got to talk to Gary, so they didn't expect that, but yeah. So I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you for praying for me. I really appreciate it. And for sure, I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like, if you guys haven't watched my Why I Quit Turning Point USA video, it's a 45-minute video on my YouTube. It actually got censored by Turning Point because they spam reported it, because obviously they hated it. And that was I posted that in April, so anything after April, like my thoughts and stuff, isn't in there. So Mason, you seem smart, just listen carefully. I do listen very carefully. That's why I always clarify, like, I don't agree with every single thing that Candace says, but she was Charlie's friend, and the fact that they try to say they were not friends, Charlie was so stressed out when you were around, it's like, it's just not true, dude. If you hated somebody or even disliked them strongly, would you invite them to speak at the biggest event of the year 48 hours before you die? Would you say you're great friends with them 20 days before you die? Both of those things happen. So it's just disingenuous and stupid. So whether you guys think Erica or any of them had foreign knowledge or not, it's the fact that they've lied about a lot. They've lied about a lot. So I talk about some of that in the video, not as much as I could. Honestly, I know it's a 45-minute video, but it's a brief video. Like, that video was supposed to be 3 minutes long. That was my initial thought for that video, and it turned into 45 minutes. So it was a 20-page letter I wrote to my chapter, and I wrote it, typed it out, said it on camera. So if you guys need questions or answers to anything, go watch that. He was being sarcastic. I don't know why you would be sarcastic after you said you lost a $2 million donor after getting called an anti-Semite. I don't see the sarcastic or joking part in that. So, and also, if you're saying leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause, was he joking about that too? Like, obviously not. So yeah. I mean, Charlie was a very serious guy about when it comes to that stuff. So he definitely was not joking or being sarcastic about that. Because he lost a donor because he wouldn't cancel Tucker for AmFest. So then how would inviting Candace make it better? It wouldn't. That would make them go against him even harder. He was being sarcastic about Candace in the text. How would you be? I already explained it. $2 million donor lost for not canceling Tucker. I'm thinking about inviting Candace. There was no like, I'm thinking about inviting Candace, LOL, or guys, should I invite Candace, haha? Like, no, it was, I'm thinking about inviting Candace. And you know how you know he wasn't being sarcastic or joking? Is because whoever responded in that group chat responded with ugh, with like 4 H's. And then you could see under it, they say, please don't invite Candace. I know that might seem good short term. Why would they respond like that if he was being sarcastic or joking? It's because he wasn't. He was being serious. Tucker's the GOAT, don't even. Anyways, yeah. We'll definitely go live tomorrow, so come back for that. I don't know what time she goes live. What time does she go live? Like 6 o'clock? I don't know. I'm not sure. But everyone go watch Jurassic Park tonight. Because R.I.P. Dr. Grant. That's what I got. God bless. He is a big flip-flop, and so is she. You know what? I like flip-flops. Literal flip-flops, like to the beach. Anyways. Kidding. Okay, yeah. Everyone go watch Jurassic Park. R.I.P. Sam Neill. I will see you guys in the next one. Read your Bible. Go to the gym. Don't be a keyboard warrior. I'll see you guys.